Tony Dunn, and not to it but to do it, brother. Let's roll.
In a world where Carolina Panthers fans have an insatiable thirst for Panthers news and opinions, only one podcast roars ferociously. It's the C3 Panthers Podcast.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, Panther fans, we are now on day 2 of the 2024 NFL Draft. We are one night removed from the Carolina Panthers trading up one spot with the Buffalo Bills to draft Xavier Legette, wide receiver out of South Carolina, man. What's with all these South Carolina players, man? Can't get a Clemson, nobody, I swear to you. But welcome to another edition of the C3 Panthers Podcast. This is our day 2 draft party. And like you can already see, man, this is your party, man. The Panthers are going to be on the clock at pick 39. Tony Dunn is running a little bit late, but he'll be joining us here in just a minute. You already know the crew. I'm joined by my man, the voice that makes them moist. CK, what's up, dude?
What's up? I'm happy to have internet so you guys can hear proper vocal tones here tonight. Man, just happy to be here and excited about how last night transpired. And man, it gives us a lot of potential outcomes for that 39 pick today. So we're gonna see how this turns out, man. But I'm excited to see what happens.
Yes, sir. And hey, just as a little reminder, if you're not speaking and you're on the panel and you have some background noise, mute your microphone when you're not speaking so that way it's not blasting through and coming through on the audio of the rebroadcast. So we appreciate you. Next up, he might tell you to shut the hell up, especially if you're a Falcons fan talking shit. It's Panther Pickle. Pickle, what's up?
What's up, guys? Today I told a few people to shut the hell up, but that's life. You know how it is, man. We get emotional, we get concentrated, some of us get tired, and we just take it out on the family, and that's just how it works. But we all mean nothing but love. Glad you're here. My question is not who we take today, is are we sure we're only going to have 2 picks?
Oh, that's a good point. Dan Morgan has a lot of different options available at his fingertips.
One more thing, Cody. One more thing.
Okay.
I don't really care who we take as far as positional wise, as long as today we don't select a kicker, a punter, or a long snapper. Well, the day is young. Let's cross our fingers, okay? Because you never know with these Carolina Panthers. But I think we've done good so far. Next up, let's power through these. My man, the brand ambassador, Don D's Ill Skills. D's, what's up, my brother?
Man, I'm just glad to be a part of the show tonight. Glad to see everyone here on the panel, all my C3 friends and brethren. We're going to have a good time here in the draft. And there was a lot of discourse today of people against what we've done so far, and I think that's fine. If you don't like what the Panthers have started out doing, it's okay because they're unproven. And until they actually prove something, and you can dislike it all you want, I believe. So I'll just go with that, Cody. Thank you very much.
Hey, man, the power of positivity is a real thing. And my man Deez is one of my brothers who keeps it positive all the time. Next up, first off, Tony Dunn, welcome to day 2 of the C3 draft party, man. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing great, man. I'm glad to be here. Sorry, I'm a couple minutes late.
You're all good, brother. You know we got you.
Dad thing. But yeah, man, excited. Panthers add in a piece to the puzzle. Now we get to try to figure out what that puzzle will look like. It becomes a little clearer. Became a little clearer last night. It'll become clearer tonight how we're going forward. And I think there's a lot of good things to talk about.
Oh, man, it's going to be a great night. So many options, so many things that could happen. It's going to be a great night. And listen, it's going to be a great night because this man is one of the most positive people I've ever met. And we're happy to consider him a part of the C3 family. My man, C3D Money. D, what's up, bro?
What's going on, C3 family? What's going on, man?
What's up, D?
I am excited. Like
Yes, sir.
they picked their guy. My whole thing was if this was the guy and this is who they believed in and they were standing 10 toes down on, I was cool with. And that's what they wanted. I'm gonna trust that vision. As far as tonight, because there's so much meat on the bone of talent that's out there that like really the first round starts tonight. If you really like after how last night went, this really is the first round. If any time for us not to have a first round pick, this was the year for us not to have a first round pick initially. So I'm thoroughly happy on that end of it. And basically, as long as we just get guys that want to be here and the staff is confident that they can use them in the proper way, I'm here for it. Like always, I love y'all guys, man.
Yes, sir, man. Like I said yesterday, I have no reason to doubt Dan Morgan and crew thus far. I think they've done a bang up job, and I'm gonna let them work and let them work their magic and do what they're doing, man. But I hear you. I'm excited about it. Next up, a staple of the Friday Free for All in recent weeks is my man Christian. Christian, what's up, dude?
Hey, gentlemen, I'm just appreciative you guys put these free-for-alls on so people like me in different states can talk Panther football or Panther draft with fellow Panther fans. So
Yes,
thank you
sir.
for that. I'm excited for Leggett. I originally didn't really want a wide receiver, but the more tape I saw and as it went on, I was kind of hoping we'd get him in the third round, and then his stock kept rising. So I don't fault it at all. I think he fits our offense, and I'm looking forward to these picks. I'm just hoping he was one of my top three I wanted. The next one's Peyton Wilson or a top three center.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of different options available, but listen, we're gonna have so much fun with Xavier Leggett, y'all. Like, we're gonna have to play like a game of what did Xavier Leggett say right here? Because I'm telling you that accent,
yeah,
bro,
that's gonna be great.
bro,
I think he told us how to pronounce his name, though. I think it might be Leggett.
Yeah, I think Christian said it the right way.
Yeah.
Man, that's dude. It's
I've been trying.
Dude, he has a great personality about it, man. He really does have like a good energy. He's like
Don't be fooled by the Southern drawl.
I mean, I guess so, man. Y'all gonna have to see. Hold up, we're almost done with these intros. Then I got my man Evan back on the show. Evan, what's up, brother?
What's up, guys? Hope we're all having a good day. Day 2 of the draft. Exciting to see who we're going to take. A lot of good players dropping out of the first round that might still make it to us at 39. So it's going to be interesting to see who gets there and who we end up picking ultimately.
Yeah, man. It's going to be great. It's going to be fun. And then last but certainly not least, my man, Wes Justin. What's up, dude?
What's up, baby? How y'all been?
Doing good, man. Doing good. Now, used to hearing you without the voice changer, my brother.
It's off or it's on.
No, we got it sounds like you got the like a external mic.
Ah, shit. Yeah, I got
you thought you were incognito.
Guess what? Now the mob's coming after the found you. The black circle is off your face.
But no, man, what's up? How you feeling?
I'm doing all right. How you guys?
Doing good, man. Doing good. Listen, we appreciate y'all spending your draft nights with us. We're about 19 to 18 minutes away from the start of round 2. I just kind of want to let everyone. I mean, this is a free for all. Technically, this is a special edition of the free for all, and I'm just gonna let y'all jump into it, man. Like, how are you feeling about last night, and where are you hoping that the Panthers are gonna go here moving forward?
Can we? I almost want to talk about David Tepper.
Do it. I mean, you want to. You even want to talk about this video?
Did you see this mess that happened today or yesterday or whatever?
Did. Yep.
So, if gosh, we need to pull the video up.
So,
can you find it real quick while I talk about it? All right.
Yeah.
So we know this is that the Carolina Panthers acquired by billionaire David Tepper in 2018. Walked in there, handed him $3.2 billion in cash, owns this team outright. We had gone through our entire time with an owner prior to this was somebody who was very removed, very stoic, and also very old school, particularly when it came to the views of the NFL, the Shield. And man, he really worked for those owners behind the scenes, and you didn't know it with Jerry Richardson, how powerful of an owner he kind of was there in the background. And you know, a big part of negotiating that previous NFLPA, remember Peyton Manning, him dressing Peyton Manning down about not knowing how to read business charts and stuff. So David Tepper comes in and buys the Carolina Panthers, and you know, he is a sort of self-made, it seems like, a billionaire. And you know, he kind of at first it seemed like a breath of fresh air into the organization. He was walking around a lot. CK and I saw him one time walking into a game, and he took a picture with me. And he showed up at the Roaring Riot tailgate, drank a beer there, changed the logo on the field to the Panther. You know, it seems like kind of trying to be a people's owner. But over the last 5 years, his personality is, I don't know if it's come out. We've seen truly who he is, or if whatever is going on. But for the last each year, it feels like David Tepper does something worse than last year to alienate himself
And
from
Tony,
the
you're really
fan
being
base.
kind. Like, he has really been nothing but negative PR from almost the moment that he bought the team. There's been story after story about, you know, him throwing a drink and him being all up in the decision-making process.
Yeah, it really started with that Matt Rule firing press conference. I feel like that's the one where he was just like, he threw the Tepper tantrum, and like anybody asked him. And then the following year, Scott Fowler and him beefed again, right? Under the fight, right? We saw that last year. Then we saw the drink. We saw the Rock Hill crap. And there's been a lot of questions about the meddling in the background. Well, you know, Panther fans have let David Tepper have it. And this bar, Dilworth's in Charlotte, one of those signs that they put up, you know, and having fun.
The Big Chill Bar here in Dilworth. They put up a sign that says, "Please let the coach and GM pick this year." Hint, hint, poke, poke, right? Very clear message of what they were saying. Well, David Tepper decided to roll up on
these minimum wage workers. Probably think about this. This is a billionaire walking into a bar. This girl's a hostess. This other guy probably works in the kitchen.
No, he's the manager. The owner made another statement. Let me see if I can find it.
Look, this is some bullshit right there. That man, he said, "Take your hat off inside." You know, by the way, if you work in the kitchen at all, you do have to wear a hat or a hairnet.
Yeah, but there's a part of me who thinks, as the owner of the Panthers, and you're wearing some other team's hat, I almost kind of respect it.
It is.
Oh, was it another team's hat? Is that why he said that? I thought it was because he just.
It was a New York Jets hat, I think.
Oh, okay.
The manager explained it. There's an article out about it. There's a manager. He explains it, and he says David Tepper was nice. He was joking. There was some good cordial there. David Tepper asked him about it. He just wanted to know who put it up, and you know, who would you pick? You know,
to me,
and then Tepper and he joked. It was an Eagles hat.
Okay, so you think David Tepper comes out looking cool in this instance?
Yeah, I mean,
went out to his car, got a Panthers hat, and give it to the Eagle fan.
He did?
Yeah.
Yes. He did.
So I kind of think that this is one of those stories. To me, this is one of those stories where I think that David Tepper, this is just like, it's a reflex of Panther fans to assume that if something is in the news about David Tepper, that it's a bad thing.
But the article I read said the kid said he wasn't nice about it.
I don't know. I heard the
I'm
story.
glad to hear that, to be honest.
It's an Eagles fan, and Eagles fans are.
I was very concerned this was another incident that we see David Tepper go, "I'm a billionaire and I can do whatever I want. I can touch your hat. Like, you know what I'm saying? Is now, so if he was joking around, then okay, that's cool. I thought he was like, take your hat off when you're talking to me, boy. And I was like, geez.
Damn. Did they even know it was him when he walked in, though?
Yeah, I think he waved at him.
I'll tell you what, I put a link in the private chat.
Okay. All right. Well, then that's enough talk unless anybody else wants to comment. We can get back to the draft.
Well, listen, so we're hold on, Pickle. We're already at full capacity, but just as an editor's note, I'll rotate people in and out throughout the show. If I do put you in the background, it'll only be for a little bit. And if you want back in the show, just tell me in the private chat and I can pull you back in. But yeah, I just wanted to introduce some people. Shout out to Jay Cryer in the building. Jay, what's up, brother?
Hey, what's up, brother?
You up, boys? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Hi, how are you?
I got two things to say. Tepper walks up to me like that, touches me, I'm going to slap the fuck out of him straight away.
I felt the same way.
Dude, not me. Mate, I'm going to fall over, grab my head, and act like I'm in real bad pain. That man makes a lot of money.
This is America. We sue.
This guy, we owe him a few years worth.
You'll get the largest donation on C3 you ever got.
All right. Back to Jay. Your second point.
Yeah, second point. Freaking Puerto Rican. Like, I gotta shout him out, man, because obviously, like, I go back with C3 like 10 years, 11 years. Tony, mate. Like, Calvin Benjamin draft, I think, was the first one I jumped on, and Joe was just like, he's just a top boy, and obviously I listened to all the shows and everyone's words and that, and you know, you could always tell he was struggling, but he was always there, and he was a nice guy, and he liked the ladies like me, and like just a lot of love for him. And seeing Mel jump back on as well, that meant a lot as well, because it was you three. You were like the OGs when I first found you, and I still speak to Mel sometimes. I got him on LinkedIn. We're all professional these days. But Joey, I hadn't seen much of him for the last few years, but you know, obviously he was going through his battles. I just want to send my love to him, and you know, I just think it's nice, like, because I know how close you were, Tony, and stuff, and it's just nice to see what it's become all these years later. See the community and all the tributes and stuff, and yeah, just send my love to him and his family, and you know. And
I appreciate that, man.
Well done for fighting on, bro, because I know it went easy, and I was tearing up. I was in McDonald's the other day, bro, and I was eating my food, listening to it, tearing up.
Yeah,
I know how close you were. So that's my second one, and this year, you know, because obviously with us not having a pick yesterday, I decided to sleep it off because I'd worked today, and then I wake up, first thing I see, they sneak back in. I was like, you bastards! That's the first year I've missed. I was planning to come on tonight, but I'm not as clued up as I normally am, just because of us not having the first round pick. I've not put as much time in, but
same here.
It's just good to see everyone. I'm going to jump out pretty quick because it's late, and I'm actually at my sister's house, but I just wanted to come over and say hello to everyone and send my love to you, Tony. And yeah, man, Cody, all the good work you do, bro. I see I'm always catching up, but you've took the show to the next level the last couple of years with all your work, and all the guys that you have on do amazing stuff.
Thank you, brother.
Nah, it's good to see you, boys. I just keep pounding, Tony. Hang in there, bro. I know you lost your best boy, but you got all of us behind you, mate.
Man, I appreciate it, dude. I appreciate it. Cut from Jay Cryer and I are cut from the same cloth, dude.
Jay, you're the man, brother.
We appreciate it. Also, where are you at these days?
So I'm still living in Ibiza. I own my own company in England now, so I'm traveling all around the world on business and stuff. I've been in America. I was in. You won't believe this. I was in the conference center opposite the Atlanta Falcons stadium, the Mercedes-Benz Stadium, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
I was literally looking at it every morning. It was crazy. I've been in Vegas. I've been everywhere, all over recently. But yeah, still living in Ibiza to Americans. And I'm in Manchester at my sister's house. Just came back for a couple of weeks. I'm going back to Ibiza Sunday. So here, there, and everywhere. But ready to get back over to the sunshine season starting. So
perfect, man.
I think I'll leave tonight for all of you guys that are a little bit more clued up this year. But yeah, just all the best, boys, and I'll be watching, and hopefully we get a corner, I think, or someone on the edge. I don't really mind, to be honest. I think this year we need so much. Let's just go for someone that's like Detroit did, where they started building the right mentality players. It wasn't about the best player. It was about the ones that had the right mindset, and they just were going to go after it. I think that's what we need. We need to start again from scratch, really. So that's what I'm hoping for, really.
Great stuff, Jay. I'll be in touch with you, man.
Yeah. All right, boys. All the best. Keep pounding, boys.
Yeah. Much
Keep
love,
pounding, Jay. You have a great one, man.
Jay referenced that the first one. Think about this, guys. You're listening to the 11th live C3 live draft party, right? Now, if you think about what the internet was like in 2013, not that it was like, I mean, the internet existed, YouTube was starting to kick and some different things like that. But it was not easy to just like pop in and stream. Like people weren't just going live from their cars and shit like that. You know, so it's wild to think about like how much even the way we consume information has changed dramatically to the point where I don't even watch the big channels anymore.
Yeah, I mean, everybody, you know, they come to C3 Panthers Podcast to get their Panthers news and opinions, as they should. Hey, let me welcome in Nick Lyon back to the show. Nick, what's up, dude?
Good evening, gentlemen and ladies. How's everybody doing today?
Doing good, man. So listen, let's just have an open-ended discussion. I'm going to let everybody jump in on it and start the conversation. We're about 5 minutes away from the start of the draft. Panthers are picking 39. Boys, what do you think is the biggest need right now? Is there a player that you're looking for specifically? What are we thinking? What would you like to see the Panthers do right here?
I mean, JPJ, if he's there.
Okay, we got JPJ. I hear one for JPJ. Hey, pretend this is a free-for-all. Just jump on.
Hey, all right. Well, I got three guys. These are the three guys that I'm hoping.
Oh, Anthony, something's going on with your audio, bro.
Wait, no, that's Evan.
Evan.
That's not coming from me. I can hear that too. Yeah, there. Now it's gone. But I have three guys. Like he mentioned, JPJ, I'm hoping makes it there to 39. If he's there and we don't take him, if there's another player, I won't be upset if it's another guy that I like. There's also Kool-Aid McKinstry, just because we do need corner. I wouldn't mind Kool-Aid. He's a first-round talent as well, falling out of the first. And then Jerzon Johnny Newton from Illinois' defensive tackle. He's a mid first round pick, and I'm surprised he's fallen this far, honestly. So those are the three main guys that right now I'm focused on to see if they get there to 39.
Yeah, he looks like he'd be Jalen Carter, this year's Jalen Carter.
He's
for
even
no
better
reason.
pass rusher than Jalen.
He would look good as a Panther.
D, is there a player you're looking for or a position that you hope that we pinpoint coming up here soon? And by the way, you can also say if you think we should trade up or down too.
I think right now I'm really liking Peyton Wilson. I don't know if that's too high for some people, but I would really like to get him secured. I just want a guy that, if not him, I'm just comfortable with anybody that can help right away. That's the biggest thing for me.
Okay.
Best player available, I guess.
BPA. Yeah.
Cody, I just put up a poll in the chat. At 39, will the Panthers pick an offensive player or a defensive player?
Okay.
Right. So we can think about both. Do you really double dip in offense at 39, or do you really feel compelled to add a defensive piece to a team that really lacks sort of a defensive identity? And I guess Derek Brown is it. Oh, and they picked up J.C. Horn's fifth-year option. I think that we talked about that on the podcast last week. I think that was a good move for the Panthers. I mean, it might turn out to bite him in the butt if he gets hurt.
Right.
But if he plays well this year and is healthy, it's going to give us more time to figure out how to manage him going forward. But will the Panthers pick offense or defense? Right now, 71%, 72% of people are saying defensive player.
Yeah, it feels like it's probably leaning that way. Although I don't know. I think a center could be in that equation as well. CK, we haven't heard from you yet. What do you think the Panthers are going to look to do right here? Or what would you do?
Dude, this is such a hard one. I would be perfectly fine with a center, a corner, or a linebacker here. So I mean, I don't have a specific position. Honestly, whoever's that I guess that's the benefit of having multiple needs.
Yeah.
Is that whatever we pick, I mean, can we really be super upset? I mean, you could be, G baby and be upset with anything that's not the one guy that you've chosen out of the entire draft. But other than that, man, I don't really think you can be upset.
Yeah.
So also,
go ahead.
I was just going to chime in here. Like, I think quarterback is a big need, but sneakily, inside linebacker is a pretty big need. It hasn't been talked about a lot. You have Shaq Thompson, who just came off a year-ending injury. He's old. He's only here for one more year. Josie Jewell, same thing with the contract. And I'm looking at players who I think can make a difference. Be a standout player for our team beyond the field. And that's why Peyton Wilson's just on my list. I think he helps build that culture. He wants to be here. We met with him many times. But I ain't gonna cry if it's a center either. I just feel like with Austin Corbett, he could start, and then we could draft or use the guys we have at backup. As much as it pains me to say, because I really want a dominant offensive line. I think Peyton Wilson could be that guy that could be a standout player for us.
And that position group has just been a conundrum for us since Luke and TD went away, right? Is like you've had some moments where Shaq has improved he's really had his best seasons in the latter part, in the twilight of his career. But getting hurt, he's not getting in there younger. And like you said, you brought in a free agent, but we've brought in free agents every year for like the last 4 years. From the guy who was the guy that got a speeding ticket on the way to training camp, and then he went to the Raiders and made the Pro Bowl. Yeah, Merriman.
Denzel
Perryman. That's right, Perryman. Yeah, and so you had guys like you've always been sort of bringing in these one-year mercenary type players or short-term mercenary linebackers, and I guess Jewell is just the most recent iteration of that. So I mean, look, is that defense? Is that from day one, the linebacker would help the team more than the center would.
Shaq needs a Batman. Shaq is is best when he's Robin. When he's not the focal point of the defense. He's always best when he's playing off of somebody.
Yeah. He's got, Trey Boston was a little bit like that. Look, when you're in the NFL and you're a pretty good player, or you look good around other good players, but when you're on a team of other pretty good players, it shows quickly that you're a pretty good player, and that's it.
There's rumblings from Michael Girafaldo that the Panthers may take a running back
at 39.
Yes.
Now,
I'm not saying I like that idea. I just want to know everybody else's opinion.
I mean,
all right, hold on. What running back would you even take right there?
I would assume the Texas running back.
That or Trey Benson. I think Trey Benson is the best running back on the board.
The one that's labeled the best, but I'm not. I mean,
that would be ludicrous.
I do agree.
Am I the only one that kind of? I mean, I don't know. Depending on how the board falls, I also wouldn't mind if we were able to jump back a couple spots too, man. So right after us is Washington, Green Bay, and Houston. If one of those teams wanted to come up, I would do it, because then you have Atlanta picking after Houston, and I want to pick before them.
Why does it matter? Who cares? I mean, they're just gonna.
Because you're always fighting in your division.
Do some bananas. They'll probably take a punter there.
Yeah,
I was thinking about the Falcons thing a little bit more over since yesterday, and even though it's so.
Is it making more sense to you?
No, I just think the only thing that I can figure about it is first, it doesn't make sense because of the money part with Kirk Cousins, but I've seen this feeling in Carolina with Matt Rule and stuff like, oh shit, we actually might win this division. And the Falcons, I think, are showing that they really think that they're good. And they're sitting here going, we're not picking in the top 10 anytime over the next 3 years. So this is our moment.
Yeah, but also, and remember, he's also coming off of an Achilles tear. Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
So it's not,
But they paid him $100 million, dude, guaranteed.
Look,
Kirk
y'all
Cousins
know.
read a book about how to make money in the NFL because
Yeah.
man, he's gonna go home to his empty trophy case, but then he's gonna look at his bank account and he's gonna feel good about it.
Who was that
Y'all
corner that
know.
used to do it all the time?
Who?
There was a corner. He played for the Jets. He played
Revis.
for Tampa. But yeah, Revis. If him and Revis co-authored that book right there, we'd be a Rich's Tepper.
Revis has.
I mean-
didn't Revis get a Defensive Player of the Year? If not, he got many All Pros, and he won a Super Bowl with the
Hey,
Patriots.
I could tell you what's going to be in that book.
That.
That book, first chapter, is just be good enough more than the mediocre quarterbacks in the league, and nobody's going to want to sign you long term, and you can just keep going musical chairs to every team.
Remember, Kirk Cousins' deal with the Vikings was fully guaranteed.
Yeah,
like
the first one was 84 straight out the gate.
So he's just hustling.
The bullshit is like, obviously I hate the Falcons, but I like Penix the player. Like as a quarterback, I think is good, but I just I don't know.
I'm a
Now
Husky
that he's on-
alumni, so I'm torn. Like I love Michael Penix, but as soon as he became a Falcon, it's like
You're dead to me.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, really, you're dead to me, dude. Last year, Brian Brissy, Clemson defensive tackle, went to New Orleans. He's dead to me. You know what I'm saying? He's just after my quarterback. So.
I hope the Falcons draft another quarterback.
When's this draft on? The draft? Was I wrong? Is it?
Speak on it, D. Was what?
Listen,
What time is the draft?
Every
supposed to, at
move
least.
that doesn't improve them, I'm here for it. Okay.
Oh, for the Falcons, yeah.
I have no use for it. They can take Spencer Rattler, and then they can take another dude from the XFL. I don't care. The worse they are, the happier I am. The Saints, I hope the Saints blow it. Tampa Bay, I hope they blow it.
Yep.
Respectfully, I really do. I just want us to hit. I'm being selfish this year. I feel like there's so much meat on the bone for us to get some guys that can at least do something for us this year that I just want us to hit on all of them. And I don't care who if they draft them, I'm believing in Dan until Dan show me different. But I just want all of it. I've gotten greedy now because who could have imagined that like 12 and 18 quarterbacks will get drafted in the first round? I'm just saying. I know it wasn't 12 or 18, but
yeah,
I think it was 6 in the
6,
first
12.
15, which was like the fastest that we've ever got. I think they've had 6 quarterbacks once before, but this was the fastest that 6 quarterbacks went.
It was
so Roger Goodell is on the stage. He's got some players and some kids behind him.
All right,
But,
so that running back thing, wouldn't it be malpractice kind of for the Panthers to do that right now?
Absolutely, especially when you know that you're able to get them in the later rounds and even undrafted.
Or
It-
free.
Yeah,
paying a running back right now.
Hey, also before
Yeah,
I
we're
forget,
already paying one.
let me welcome Anthony to the show. Ant, what's up, dude?
Hey y'all, what's going on? What's going on?
What's up, bro?
What's up, Ant? What do you think we need to do tonight, Ant?
I'm not gonna give my opinion, but this is what I'll say.
No, shut up. Don't
but
get,
it's
what are you
not
talking about?
I won't say
Not
that
gonna
to
give
you,
your
man.
opinion. What does that mean? Give me
All
your
right, so-
opinion.
All right, so okay. The running back thing is ludicrous because we saw Dante Foreman come off the street for us and
I would
basically
love that.
post 1,000 yards.
I would love
Okay?
that. Bring
If
him in.
the offensive line is good, it doesn't matter if we draft someone in the 5th round.
I agree.
My personal pick at pick 39, if these guys are available, are Kool-Aid McKinstry,
Yes.
Cooper DeJean, because he shouldn't even be in this round right now. I would probably go Jackson Powers Johnson.
Okay.
I think
Those are a lot of different options.
yesterday. Cooper Gene,
Hey,
Mr.
hold on, real
Brooklyn.
quick.
Go ahead.
Hey, real quick, for Sticky Kitty with the $4.99, just thank you for what y'all do. I love the show. Keep pounding. Go Tigers, baby. Yeah, there we go. Appreciate you.
Keep pounding.
All right. They're doing some Heisman
They're showing off
ceremony
the
bullshit.
Michigan. They're showing off the Michigan trophy right now. Their championship
Yeah.
trophy.
Who was the player you said, Ant? Tell me about him.
Kool-Aid McKinstry.
He said somebody else too. Something Powers.
He mentioned
Oh,
Cooper
Jackson
DeJean.
Powers Johnson.
Yeah. Well, tell me about this guy, Jackson Powers Johnson. Somebody.
Best center in the draft.
Yeah,
Best
he's
center
from
in the draft.
Oregon. He's a really aggressive, powerful center. He's 6'5", 325, and he had like a 9.99 RAS score for his position. So he's like a freak show athlete. That's kind of who I want.
Anthony came on the show like this.
Marvin, what do you make of all this?
Man, I don't even have an opinion.
Man, I don't even have an opinion.
You got to have an opinion, Marvin.
Yeah. So what about, I use that with my students a lot. When I ask a question and they don't say anything, I'm like, Marvin.
Hey, Cody.
Come on, Marvin.
Yeah, what up, Justin?
I got a question, bro. So say we get the people that you want to get, right? And say we still have a couple picks left, and I know we already drafted receivers. What if we fuck around and find out that Luke McCaffrey is still on the board? Would you want to get him?
Oh, I think that would be awesome. I think he has good athleticism. He was impressive at the Senior Bowl.
Dude, he was a quarterback and transferred to receiver this year and put up ludicrous fucking numbers, dude. Like,
yeah, I think he's really, really good. I think he's a tip off the old block. And so, BT Dubs, the Bills are on the clock. Let's see who has the lowest countdown. Mine is at 6 minutes and 32 seconds.
Mine's at 6:27. So mine's a few seconds ahead.
Yeah, yours is like a second ahead of mine.
The Bills are
now I'm watching the NFL Network. I'm not watching the ESPN draft or the ABC draft.
Me too.
Yeah, it's 6:50.
Yeah, mine's slow. I'm at 6:30.
Slow.
I'm at 6
minutes on the dot.
Right now.
Nice. I'm way behind you guys, but I also have streaming stolen TV.
I'm going.
I'm at 6:34 now.
I'm at 5 minutes, 48, 47, 46.
DK, basically, we're getting a redirect of all their feeds to ours.
I know, dude.
That's why we're 6 seconds behind, because we're watching there.
I don't even have the timer on mine.
Man, I wonder if they're about to trade back again.
It looks like
you
they're taking.
I got you, Kyle. Kyle's in the chat, wants us to call it out. So I'll call it out. I'll be the designated caller.
I feel like the Bills keep trading back, trying to get a deal done with San Francisco.
I'm gonna switch to ESPN.
Were you saying that about? I mean, I guess the Ayuk stuff has still been floating around today.
Right? And
Debo too.
All right, I gotta turn my
it's a either or on those guys.
The Debo and Brandon Ayuk. That's sort of weird.
How about being that is like we have Panther fans go nuts because we're like, we don't keep any of our good players, and San Francisco just takes great players and is like, we don't got enough space for you motherfuckers. Get out of here. I mean, they've let guys walk for years, dude. From Kinlaw, I think. I mean, they've let defensive players go all the time.
They got 11 picks. They can replenish.
Jeez, 11 picks? I guess like 5 of them are from us.
Comp picks, I believe.
What was I was gonna say something else. Oh, where is it? Any sense of where Chris Jenkins' kid might go, or Jerry Rice's kid might go, or some of these other legacy players?
I think they're later rounds.
Yeah,
I think Mike is. We're picking.
No, it's
not these.
Oh, I don't know.
Thought it was. Okay.
I'm surprised it doesn't say the pick is in because I already got it spoiled for me on Twitter. So
yeah, Twitter will ruin a damn draft for you, bro.
Yeah.
Or
That's what I
a
was using
football
yesterday.
game if you're also watching it on delayed stream too.
Oh
It's
yeah.
like, have you ever watched a game where the person in the other room, like you're like we were watching the hockey game, and I think she was like 3 seconds ahead of me, and so every time they scored, she would cheer, and I'd be like, "Oh shit, something's about to happen."
Yeah, I mean, I had that too for like, I was watching the Lakers playoff games recently, and I would sometimes get stuff from their insiders that are at the games, and they would say like this and this happened, and I'd be like, oh shoot, well I haven't even seen that yet.
That's why we can't do live watch-alongs for the games. Like, it would be really fun to do watch-alongs with games. Like, my friends do it at the radio station, but what they do is everybody gets in the same room and you don't look at the comments until stuff happens, you know, or else it's just spoiler if we're all sitting here and one person sees a touchdown or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess, yeah, the Michigan. I mean, Michigan's they're talking about the running backs here. Jalen Wright's is Tennessee. They had the Michigan kid who was real good. They had 2 running backs for Michigan that were real good last year. I just can't see the Panthers picking a running back before like round 5.
Agreed.
I hope not.
I mean, I know this is just me being a homer, but Dylan Johnson out of the University of Washington, he's that big counterback we need to not be that, you know, that dice guy. That he's that. Who are you going to put in on 4th and 1? He's a big dude. He could do it.
Hey, Evan, who are you following? Evan, who are you following that's spoiling the picks? Or that's
Jordan Schultz. He's the guy who I keep seeing notifications from about who the picks are.
Yeah, he did it. Yeah, he did it yesterday.
Yeah.
Spoiled him yesterday.
Jordan Schultz.
Yep. He's like an insider for NBC or Fox. Or he's at least on the Colin Cowherd show.
Oh, okay. Well, how about this? The Bills. Can we? What the heck? The Bills traded with their own enemy. You're on mute.
Yeah,
You're on
that
mute.
made no sense. That made no sense.
They trade with their enemy that they can't ever get. They're the team that they can't get over the hump with, right? So they trade with them. That team then goes and gets a crazy fast wide receiver, something that maybe the Bills could have benefited from themselves. Then they trade with us out of the first. I really don't understand the logic of what they're doing, because I think after like what CK said, I mean, we traded into it was a great benefit for us. It's better to have a 5th-year option on a good player than it is to have a 5th round pick.
You got it, Cody? You got the pick?
So I don't know what.
Yeah, the Buffalo Bills have picked Keon Coleman, wide receiver.
Look at AD Mitchell drop.
Dude, that AD Mitchell stuff is weird.
What about what's now?
How he's dropping.
Oh,
People
yeah,
just don't like his attitude.
One guy said that when his blood sugar's off, he's hard to coach. Like, he's like, well, yeah, man, he's irritable, dude. He feels like shit. Give him some insulin.
Someone needs to
Get
give
him
him
a
Snickers.
Get a Snicker bar.
Yes, yes.
A lot of the
You know what? He'll be doing commercials for Snickers before you know it, dude.
I love it.
Man, I'm shocked they even traded out of the first round.
Yeah, I
You
don't
guys are
really get
watching
the
ESPN?
benefit. I wonder what they accumulated out of this. So what did they get from the Bills trade with?
From us, they got a 5th rounder. They moved. We got their 6th rounder, and we gave them a 5th rounder to move up.
I think it was like 60
Now we have a
spots.
pick in every round.
Yep.
Oh man! Oh, say they got a 3rd round pick from the Chiefs. Is that right?
Yeah, there was like 3 picks. Oh, picks traded. New England's trading the pick with the Chargers.
Ooh.
The Chargers just traded up, probably for a receiver.
Yeah, watch them.
They might be going at
Mitchell.
an eye.
Yeah.
Hey, when
they
they
got
be
rid of
back
everybody.
there,
Dustin Herbert to
Troy
a Mitchell would be pretty cool. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt whoever was talking.
Do you think it's staged when they all be back there high five? And how do they always catch it at the exact moment they make the pick? Everybody starts hugging. Do you think like they really be sitting there quiet and then make the pick and start high fiving and miss?
They have a whole bunch of different cameras, and they pick which one to display.
They
when
just
it
leave
happens.
it. They just leave them running.
Like I think once
Yeah,
they
it's
know the
constant
pick is
feed.
in, that's when they start
Off-brand
congratulating
chart.
each other as a team and stuff like that. I think.
All right, so somebody in the chat said this is why did we pick Liggett over Coleman? You guys tell me what's the difference between these players, or what do you think? How?
Coleman's
Well, I
big,
think, and
and
listen,
he's
I know
slow.
the pickle has been on this. I believe Xavier again is much more athletically gifted than Keon Coleman. He's not necessarily the fastest, isn't necessarily the greatest route runner, Keon Coleman, but he's big, tall, will go up over you. But a lot of people had a lot of doubts about his ability, and people were being reminded of Elvin Benjamin.
Okay.
I think just based on this, I mean, this is just kind of a hunch based off of listening to how the head coach talks about him. He just is so admired by what he thinks he'll be able to do with him and his offense. Because just the way he talks about Xavier, it's like, oh, this is the missing piece. We're going to be able to take this guy and do some amazing things. Not saying like Keon Coleman's not good, but just the way he talks about Xavier, it's like he had this idea before we were going to do this pick, and that's just the coach has a great mind for what he's trying to do.
Well, his 40 time had to really have helped him, right? Alleviate some of the kind of not concerns, but you're looking at a guy who's a larger bodied receiver, 220, 225, I think. He's only not only 6'1", but he's not like 6'5" like Mike Evans.
He's like AJ Brown.
Yeah.
Which is crazy because we're back at that. But I watched a couple of highlights, and I know highlights are not where you get your tape from and stuff like that. He did, though, look like he attacked the ball kind of like a basketball player going up for a rebound, and not letting the rest in peace, Joey. Joey used to always talk about this, how important it was for a receiver to go get the ball, not wait for it to come to him.
Right.
And I felt like that's just kind of started to stand out to me about like Liggett's play or whatever, or when I saw it. Now it was only a handful of clips.
All right, the Chargers pick is in. The Chargers traded up with the Patriots.
Yeah, it is in.
And
it makes sense.
With the 34th pick.
Yeah, it's going to be another receiver.
You got it.
Lad McConkey. Wide receiver from Georgia.
Harbaugh going to love that boy.
Bruce Riddick actually brought up a good point before they announced this pick that Roman Wilson, being familiar with John Harbaugh, could have gone here, but this is also a good pick by them.
Yeah, because didn't they? Well, I guess they got the guy that's supposed to, the Quentin Johnston guy. Didn't we talk a lot about him going up and getting the ball last year and the contested, the athleticism downfield? So this will kind of be a nice underneath piece, like a Hunter Renfrow type player that's, can do a little bit of everything, but it's just getting them the ball in space that really where they get real deadly at.
Yeah. I want to see who they have for the needs of Arizona because they took a couple of their biggest needs. I just hope it's not Kool-Aid.
Dude, him and Justin Herbert, that would be nasty.
Yeah, and I know people were giving up on Quentin Johnston, but he was a good pick last year. I mean, he was one of the best receivers in college football last year, so that was definitely a solid pick.
Yeah, what is it? It's him, and was he the only one that kind of, because there were the other guys, the Josh Downs, Tank Dell, JSN, that you kind of almost forget that they were top players. And I mean, maybe it just taken a little. I don't know how Quentin Johnston did last year, actually.
I mean, one thing is like people dissed on him for his production last year, but also he was still surrounded by. I mean, Keenan Allen, who
Mike Williams.
Keenan Allen takes up a lot of targets.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, and Mike was only there for like 3 weeks, but still, you have Mike Williams there for 3 weeks. I mean, some guys don't translate right away year one to the NFL. So he's maybe just one of those guys that needed a year or two to get the feel for the NFL and then actually be able to produce in the NFL.
They got a fucking baller.
Another trade. This time they have an IHOP trade alert. Weird. The Falcons trading up. Oh God!
Yeah, we could have.
Please don't be for Kool-Aid or Jerzon Newton. It's gonna be for one of those guys. I just got a feeling.
Now here it goes. Spencer Rattler right here.
That'd be so funny.
Running back. What if they took a running back?
Oh yeah, I'm thinking, dude, they're moving up for some offensive weapons here.
God, they gotta go defense, dude.
Ooh,
Yeah,
I
but
wonder if they're trying to get Adonai across from Drake London. Could be trying to get that receiver. Like
As long as they keep
like you
not
just said.
throwing the ball to Kyle Pitts, I'm happy.
Oh, there's a kid of one of them in the
Texas
draft room for the
jersey.
Falcons. Yeah, he's got an Adonai Mitchell jersey on.
Yeah.
He literally has an Adonai Mitchell jersey on.
Well, because you think if you're making that move, you're kind of trying to help Kirk Cousins out a little bit, ease that pain.
Yeah, make up for yesterday.
Yeah.
You're bringing flowers home after going to the strip club.
100 people watching. Hit that like and subscribe. We appreciate y'all for hanging out with us. Falcons are on the clock right now. They've traded up, so they moved ahead of us, ahead of Washington, New England, and Tennessee.
I hope it's Adonai.
Hey, Cody, can you bring up the presentation with the Bet365 link in it, please? Do that read too.
Man, I just hope Jackson Powers Johnson makes it to us.
Clemson, Cody, the pick is in.
Did you
Falcons
see
are
who it
picking.
was?
Yes.
All I heard
I
was
did-
Clemson.
I did not expect that.
Will
Oh
Shipley?
my gosh, I just saw it too.
I did not expect that.
Yeah, that's way earlier than I thought he was going.
That-
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
That,
I like the way this sounds.
Uh-oh. It's
so
getting
far, I
intriguing.
love.
Whoa, really?
I love the Falcons.
That's how
talking,
high
man.
it's going?
How the
Did you just
Absolutely.
we may as well should we just say it anyways?
You might
Yes.
as well.
Oh, row. Defensive tackle from Clemson.
Rook
Going to
or
the
Rook?
Falcons.
His last name sounds like Scooby Doo is saying it.
Scooby Doo.
Rook or
What?
I thought for a second you guys were going to say Will Shipley. That was scaring me.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Thought at first Pickles
Tony,
said it was
is
a
it?
Clemson player.
No, it's in the main present. In like, if you put up the Tuesday presentation,
Oh, yeah,
Or
yeah,
it's already. It's still in there from Tuesday, probably.
They took AJ Terrell a couple years ago. Now they take Rook. They sail off to a rival team.
All right, guys. I want to remind you, North Carolina sports gambling is now legal. And if you are interested in placing some wagers on baseball, hockey, playoff hockey, NBA playoffs, or even who is going to win the NFC South, check out Bet365 sports betting using the promo code C3, or at least, this link right here. You go to Bet365, bit.ly/C365, or you hold your phone up to this QR code right here. Boom, you're in. The link is also in the show description. All you got to do is deposit $10. Place a $5 wager on any game. You don't even have to win that $5 bet, and you'll receive $150 in bonus bets, even if you lose that $5. To be eligible for this sign-up bonus, you must sign up through our link, bit.ly/C365, or that QR code, or the link in the show description. By using that link, you support the show, and you get those bonus bets. That's bit.ly/C365. Applies to new customers 21 and older, only physically present in North Carolina. Please gamble responsibly. All right, so tell us about this.
Bro, I don't know if you guys saw it. It was kind of funny. The guy trying to say his name on stage, he took a pause for a couple of seconds and then
he was
said
having
it.
a hard time.
He was like, "Oh God, I don't want to say this."
Listen, I don't know how much this means to any of you, but he reminds me of Grady Jarrett. another Clemson player who went to Atlanta. Similar body type, similar everything. He's just a strong, aggressive guy that's going to be in the middle of their defense. He's a disruptor. But I guarantee Falcons fans are bitching and moaning right now about drafting him. No one had him
Good.
that.
Good.
Yeah, that makes me feel better right away.
Anything that makes the Falcons fan mad.
Yeah,
that's definitely not a receiver.
Man, I bet you that kid. Oh wait, no, he has a B. John Robinson jersey on. Never mind.
All right.
Oh
what
no,
pick
they're going
is
to
this?
commercial. Washington Commanders.
Yeah,
Number 36.
It should be like reasonably. I think it might be back-to-back receivers here.
We're
John,
getting
I
Yeah.
want to say this real
Someone
quick.
for their new quarterbacks to
A
throw
tackle
to.
or a receiver?
The NFL, your apps suck, man.
Wait, did you see that they gave Michael Penix Jr. dreads in that picture?
I just won't watch it.
Hey, appreciate AU link $2 to Falcons. Must be
All right.
next season of draft.
Man, there's a lot of players that are good. I'm wondering why Cooper's fallen because they see him as a safety. I bet.
Well, I think Tony said something about it yesterday.
The Commanders there.
struggle.
The Commanders there. Pick us in.
But here's the thing with Cooper, man. He would be great in our cover 3 defensive coverage scheme. I'm not vouching for him, but I think that's a fit.
Raw Dog says you guys got the second coming of John Taylor. YouTube.
I know who the
Skill of
Commanders
the
are
wide
taking.
receiver class.
No.
Good job.
I'm surprised this wasn't an offensive tackle.
Commanders are drafting Illinois defensive tackle Johnny Newton.
Wow. And there was some rumor, I think, what was that? Pickle might remember the name of the guy who was claiming that we were going to take him at 39.
Catman.
Catman, that's it. Yeah.
Dan Quinn is who they got to be their head coach.
Yeah.
So do you think he's going to run that same 4-3 that the Seahawks always ran and the Cowboys?
Yep.
Hey, y'all know that Musa Muhammad is going to announce our second pick?
Hey, that's cool.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Rip, man. I wanted him to either fall to us or the Jags would trade up for him.
Who?
It's a rip.
Newton?
Yeah, Johnny Newton.
Dude, I think he's a good player. I just don't think he fits. I was scared we would draft him because I don't think he fits what we kind of need on that defensive line right now.
We still need that true. Well, I don't know. Evero doesn't seem to like having a true nose, a big 350-pound, 360-pound, just stuff up the middle of the hole guy. He likes those like 330, 320 dudes that can move spots throughout the line, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, and that
Johnny
may
Newton
be.
can do that.
Wow, that's such an odd pick for the Commanders, though, yo.
Johnny
Yeah,
Newton.
they actually, now that I think about it, they have
Jonathan
two
Allen.
defensive tackles already. They have
And
Jared
Deron
Allen
Payne.
and Deron Payne.
Right?
Yeah, and
My boy JJ in the building. JJ, what up?
What
And
up,
they just
y'all?
traded their two edge rushers last year.
What pick is it at right now?
Yeah, because they got Deron Payne and Jonathan Allen under contract now.
He can run off the edge. I mean, that's for sure. He can come off the edge because he is that good at pass rushing that he can do that. But it still just surprises me because
it's out. I don't want to say this. It's out of. He could do it, but he wouldn't be lined up in a position for the best of his skill set.
Yeah.
What was the most recent pick?
Johnny Newton, the defensive tackle from Illinois to the Commanders at 36.
3 more
Damn,
picks.
it's kind of annoying. I wish they were going offensive tackle, honestly.
And AD Mitchell keeps falling, and I can't help but think that he has, some of the rumors coming out were not really they were diabetic, but they were also to the fact that he would not part of his issue was he wouldn't take care of his diabetes. And
I mean, that's just kind of like stupid of him, honestly. That's just being super lazy.
Yeah, and the fact that he don't really love football. That was the rumors, but that's just rumors. So
they're having this guy put on a jersey. Just announce the pick.
All right, so
what do I do? I ain't got the link working yet.
The New England Patriots are drafting Jalen Polk, wide receiver from Washington.
Oh, Jalen Polk, let's go. Let's go. I'm fine with that.
I think he's a good player.
Yeah, he's a good player. I'm mostly saying I'm fine with it just because both Jacksonville and Carolina already got receivers. So
right,
as long as it's not a player that we still could use, I'm fine with it.
Feels like we got to go defense. All these offensive players going right now. We should really be looking on the defense.
Cool. Who knows? We might go Kool-Aid, honestly. If he's there at 39, we may just very well go Kool-Aid. I hope it's JPJ, honestly. I really want JPJ to solidify that O-line for the long run. And he could possibly beat out Austin Corbett for the starting role.
Yeah, and Evan, dude, I mean, tell me if I'm crazy here, but I think there's a lot of value. I'm surprised they're still there. These are some pretty damn good centers.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. I think JPJ should have gone before Graham Barton, and I'm surprised he did. But him, Zach Frazier are really good. Those are the only two that I could see going in the second. Maybe Van Pran gets taken in the second, but at this point, those two are the guys that I'm watching here to see where they go, or if they go before us. Because if I'm Dan Morgan and Dave Canales, like, yeah, you think and you really respect Austin Corbett as your current starting center, but why not go into the draft again? Because the last time we drafted a center, it was Ryan Khalil, and he probably won't be a Hall of Famer, but he's still a really good center. And why not go get JPJ, who's possibly the best center in this draft? And even if he doesn't start this year, he'll start next year more than likely.
I just feel like McKinstry's still on the board. That would be the pick to make. We need that depth at the cornerback position. But it could be the case that they already know something about Gilmore that we don't. If they don't take a corner, that may very well be the case. We're bringing in Gilmore later on.
Well, yeah, that's actually a good point, Deez, because like if we don't draft a cornerback in this draft, at least like earlier on here or in the third round, it could just mean that they are expecting to bring in Gilmore, or they're having the mindset of where they're like, we're just going to see how the draft plays out, and if we do sign a corner, then we'll go back and see if we do want to bring in Gilmore or not.
Right, and that's exactly why, as much as I've been pining for a cornerback, I feel like we can get a serviceable development type in the 4th, 5th round, because I'm of the opinion there's a lot of depth in that 2nd to 5th round there, depending how they fall, but they're just a cornucopia of different style of cornerbacks that might fit your scheme. So, yeah, if you got Gilmore in your back pocket, you can focus somewhere else.
I'm just tired of the 5'9" corner. Yes. You know, that era of Dante Jackson, Zach Sanchez. I guess Daryl Worley was a little longer.
Ricky Manning Jr.?
Well, he was great, actually.
Yeah, he was good.
You know, the nickel corner, it's such a difficult position. You know, is you have to play against fast wide receivers. You have to play against big, fast athletic tight ends. You got to get out there and, help in the run game. So it's a difficult, and I think that's, again, why with Jeremy Chin that they don't like that is because I think so many people in the NFL are moving to more wide receiver sets. So you're getting, you're putting Jeremy Chin on a guy like Ladd McConkey.
Yeah. I didn't even realize that Jalen Polk played at Louisville.
They also have the most area to guard out of the slot. You have more area than just playing the outside. Fine.
Right. JJ, what's up, brother?
What's up, Tony? I ain't seen you in a minute.
I know. You been doing all right?
Hell yeah, man.
Good. So the Patriots pick is in. Have we heard who they got yet? Have you guys broke it yet?
Jalen Polk.
Okay.
Are we up or are we next?
We're just after the
like
Titans
we got
here.
10 at the Titans and then us.
Polk's a dog, but honestly, I watch a lot of Husky football, obviously. But out of the 3 Husky receivers that get drafted this year, he's not going to be the best.
So the Tennessee Titans are drafting Tavondre Sweat.
Wow.
That's really early. So they don't care about those DUI. I mean, I'm fine with that too, because honestly, they can have him since they're a division rival of the Jags. So if he does continue to have problems with the DUI, they can have him.
Well, gentlemen, we're on the clock, right?
Yes, we are indeed.
And
Yes,
Wilson.
the Panthers are on the clock.
No
in
spoils
a few
from
minutes,
anybody.
we will know
Is JPJ still
who
on the board?
is
All
the
of our
Carolina
people are
Panthers.
still
on the
there,
board.
Kool-Aid's still there. JPJ's still there. AD Mitchell's still there.
Dude, we have every
All right,
fucking
call your
everybody
shot.
one.
Whole
I
four.
said Jackson Power Johnson.
Yep.
Dude,
Cody, I'm with you. JPJ.
I think they're gonna
JPJ.
trade down.
JPJ.
I think they're
Cody,
trading down.
are you gonna announce the pick, Cody?
Yeah, you want me to? Yeah, I will.
Sure. It just rolls off the tongue better coming from you, Cody.
I hear you.
Here comes the commercial.
Yeah, bro, this is so annoying. Like it's on commercial right now before the Titans. They're gonna go right back to commercial though when we pick. So another 5 minutes until we get our pick announced. So.
Shit, we're full up.
Daniel Jeremiah had that Peyton Wilson rated at number 41, and we're drafting here at 39. So if Peyton Wilson's the pick, I'll be really happy about that.
Jared, hang on, brother. I
That's
see you.
two
We're full
spots
up
too
for a
early.
minute.
I'm just
My
kidding.
NFL.
No,
app
but what's
right
up, brother?
now,
We see you.
and I can't get nothing to pull up on my computer, on my tablet.
Ooh, this is gonna be interesting.
Is it gonna be lit?
Man, I'm hoping it's JPJ too. JPJ prayer circle, guys. JPJ prayer circle.
Hard to say.
Everybody who remembers Dragon Ball Z, we got to put our hands up, start giving the power so we can. The JPJ. Give it that spirit
Give
bomb.
me your energy for the spirit bomb.
Absolutely.
Hey, Chase, we're going to call it out. So you're going to have to mute us. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, especially if you're behind us.
Yeah, well, you're probably, if you're ahead or behind us. Yeah, I don't know.
It amazes me why it amazes me why so many people still want us to go to 80. I just don't understand.
Yeah, no. If we were gonna double dip at receiver, it would have to be more of a slot type guy.
Complimentary.
Like
we don't need.
Yeah,
I would have loved.
I would 100% rather go tight end.
Oh yeah, I'd rather go tight end too.
I'd just go tight end.
If we were to go another receiver, I would have loved Ladd if he would have fallen.
Because I mean, honestly, then we could be cool with just slow bringing him along. Adam Thielen with one more year. That would be pretty nasty having him and Thielen on opposite sides of the slot.
Yeah, another wide receiver would probably cut Mingo off the team, would it not?
I mean, that's pretty much what I'm getting from. Chase.
Well, I think though is that Mingo and I don't know if this is true or not. A lot of people, or I saw some people, should I say, that his skill set translates to this as a slot receiver better. than an outside receiver, and it was just
So
kind
is
of
that-
problematic because
Thielen.
Adam Thielen is there, and you're not going to supplant him in that
you
role.
might.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
it's the Kevin White pick again because you're drafting a player solely on traits, not on tape. Tape always outplays traits, and Mingo didn't have the tape.
really, is
I'm
that
sh-
what it comes down to? You think?
I'm seeing that the Rams are on the clock at 39. Am I seeing this right?
I don't know what you're
I'm
looking at.
delayed. You might be ahead. Who's got the?
Yep, you're seeing it right. Panthers trade back to 52 with the Rams.
Wow.
Wow, that's way far back.
That's
I wonder.
way down.
What?
Yeah,
Not
that's
that bad.
I
Not
thought
that
we were getting a
bad.
third.
Let's
We
get
had
like
no
a
gotten a
70.
Well, let's see what we got though.
You
Is
had
that
to have
real?
a second.
Where are you seeing
Yep.
that from?
Here,
Cody's
Aaron
like,
Wilson.
I'm from
Here, Aaron
Missouri,
Wilson.
Is the
bitch.
Here's
trade
Tell
in
me.
the room with us right
Here's
now?
the trade
That shit
deets.
not real.
The trade deets is number. So we're trading number 39. They're giving us 52. What the heck even is this?
We're trading down.
Wait,
13.
this is weird. It's like a 3-team trade or something.
What?
Or wait.
Are
No.
This is
Pittsburgh. Oh, they're giving us Pittsburgh's second round pick for.
Where are you reading
2025.
this from?
It's from
Evan.
Aaron
Oh.
Wilson.
Oh, okay.
It's like
okay.
he has it like
so
weird.
we're getting a second round pick for next year back.
Yeah.
And 52?
That's actually a pretty good trade, to be honest.
Yeah, if we get in the second round next year,
You're
Yeah,
trading
so the
down
deets
13 spots.
are-
That tells me
This is,
that
like, weird.
that tells
So
me
the
that
Rams
they
are getting 39. We're getting 52. Fifth round pick this year, number 155, and a Pittsburgh choice round 2 from 2025.
That's a good trade.
that tells me that they are confident in their board.
Whoa, man,
Oh yeah,
that's a
here's
long
a better
way to kind
description
of fall
of it from Mike
back.
Garofolo. It's
Yeah,
it's what I said, but it explains it better.
White Chocolate's got the point. We have no second next year, so this is about
Yeah,
trying
it's a
to
really good
repair
trade.
what we have going on right now.
All right.
Now we have a pick in every single round next year.
Now, I don't mind trading back. That was a good deal, but I don't like going all the way farther than that.
Kobe, what's
Yeah,
up?
that's pretty
I
far
think
back.
that's
What up, brother? How far did we just trade back?
52.
13 spots.
52.
13, right?
Suck my
But
fucking
wait.
dick,
But we
13
Well,
spots.
sir,
Are you
got a
kidding
second
me?
round pick back from next or for next year.
Yeah.
Hey, I can live with that.
Yeah,
And that's
we
the
moved back
Steelers.
13 spots, and we
So
have our
trade-
second next year
we
now.
do have an extra fifth round pick, so that replaced the fifth round pick that we lost yesterday.
I
That's
kind
not
of wish
bad
we got a
news,
third this
honestly.
year, though. In a
Well,
way,
now
think
you
so,
know
man.
the Rams are going to have a good season next year, and we'll be at the ass end of all their picks, I'm sure.
Well,
What,
no,
the,
it's
the second
Steelers.
round pick is the Pittsburgh pick.
No, it's
And
it's
let's be real, the Pittsburgh Steelers aren't about to be.
Right.
Yeah,
So
that's
the
gonna be a
Rams,
middle
the
of
So they
Rams,
got, okay, I didn't know that.
the
Y'all were
Rams are
schooling me
on
right
the
now.
clock,
All right.
and they just drafted Braden Fisk out of Florida State, the defensive tackle.
But also know too, guys, it's not just about the trade. It's also about how the board's falling. There's a lot of players there.
Oh yeah.
Bro, if you look at, you're moving back 13, you're looking at the next 12 teams on the board. I mean, dude, if you traded back to 13 spots and you were able to pick up any of these linebackers that everybody's, I mean, how do you not look at that as like a crazy win for Dan Morgan?
I agree. I like
In
it.
a way,
Dan
too,
Morgan
like
is making moves. I mean, he's really trying to fix everything
this
that was left to him.
Think about this. We came in here with what, 5 draft picks, and we didn't have one in the first. We didn't have a few. We have now traded enough to where we had a pick in every single round in the draft, which was wild to think about. And then now he's getting us back another pick that we're missing for next year.
Yep.
Like, I mean, look, this is this dude's trying to build consistency, it feels like.
Absolutely. But hey, by
So
the way,
it's the
Nearby
Steelers
with
second?
$5. Nearby for the $5 says really, really good trade. Second rounder in 2025 is huge. We just need a solid player with our pick in round 2. Appreciate you, Nearby. Go ahead, JJ.
Honestly, I love this because number one, it keeps us a little bit more active to what's going to be happening over the next 13 picks. You know, it's you have a little bit more of the sitting on the edge of your seat type of feeling with what's going on right now.
And shout out to Musa Muhammad, who's still waiting in the green room to make the pick.
Yeah, Musa Muhammad's
He's
making
used
the
to
pick.
it. He's cool.
And I don't know if you guys want to hear
Now the
the
Eagles
points.
have traded up.
Peyton Wilson,
Number
damn it,
40.
let's get it.
The Eagles traded up with Washington?
Yep, they traded with the Commanders
division?
for pick,
Wow.
pick 40.
They're going after that linebacker.
I hope
They
not.
got to replace. They got to replace Reddick, dude.
No, they're going after
Are you talking
JPJ.
about Wilson, CK? Or are you talking about?
Yeah, I bet the Eagles are going to get JPJ.
Oh, you're right.
Oh,
They
you're
might
right.
be going
Kelsey's
JPJ.
replacement.
Kelsey's gone.
Or
I forgot
Zach
about
Frazier.
that.
Yep.
JPJ or Zach Frazier.
I mean, they have a lot of holes right now. They let a lot of people walk.
Damn, that's crazy to see a trade within the division.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
the division is pretty wild.
The pick is already in, too. That was quick.
Yeah,
It's
they
either
gotta
Zach
go
Frazier or JPJ. Damn,
Yeah,
Well,
man.
that other center from Duke is there still, right?
No, he went to the Bucks.
Oh, never
Oh, he
mind.
went to the Bucks. Okay.
It's Cooper DeJean. Cooper DeJean to the
Okay,
Eagles.
okay.
Oh.
Okay.
That's all right.
So they got
Good
another
deal.
cornerback.
So
possibly
Kool-Aid's still
safety.
there, or did he go,
He's
Kool-Aid's
still
still there.
Kool-Aid's
Yep.
still there.
bro? And you have all the centers, and you have the linebackers. What the
Yep.
hell is happening?
And all the tight ends, too, other than
Dude,
Bowers.
this feels like that DJ Moore draft when we were just sitting there waiting for a wide receiver, and we were like, "There's no way anyone's falling to us," and all of a sudden there wasn't a single wide receiver taken until we were the ones to take DJ Moore.
So if you guys
Another
want to
commercial
hear,
break.
if you guys want to hear the points on this trade, so 39 was valued at 510 points, and then at 50, let's see, where were they at? 52 is 380 points. So you have to make up, that difference there. And what is that, 260? And even if the Steelers win the Super Bowl next year and they're picking 64, that's still a win because that's valued at 270 points. Plus we get a 5th round pick. So I think we won this trade.
Oh, yeah, for
decently.
sure.
I know it's not all about the numbers, but again, you look at that board, the draft board currently, I'm liking it.
Yeah.
I'm feeling good.
You
I
wanna
don't
know-
disagree.
That is a big time
I wonder
drop.
how many times that they would be willing to trade down if the board keeps falling to where there's still multiple guys that they like. I wonder if we trade down again.
If the board provides.
Probably not from 52. Maybe at 65, but not at 52. There's if there's still like some players like JPJ on the board at 52, I wouldn't trade back. I would just stick the pick and take JPJ.
Who was reading off the points?
That was Christian.
Me right here.
I just saw this tweet from Jason from Over the Cap. And to follow up on that, he said Rams give up 2,334 points to get 39, which is worth 1,400 points per the FS chart. That trade equates to giving up the 35th pick in the draft. Home run trade for the Panthers, it says.
Yeah, we must be using a different point system.
Right. But I
Similar.
mean, but again, like
a win.
Yeah, he called it a home run, and he's like a pretty conservative, an analyst that, he's not a guy, I don't think, using that lightly. So again, just another model. I don't really understand that. I guess so. What he's saying is that we basically moved up 5 spots theoretically when you add in the other pick, I guess. I don't know. Interesting.
Yeah, like the total value of all the picks that we got adds up to the value of pick 35.
Well,
which is
if
pretty
you
good.
are the person that is moving back, you should win.
Oh yeah.
On like a point system, right? Is because you have the leverage. I mean, it would be crazy for you to trade back and the other team somehow get better value out of it, other than
Now the Saints went
immediate
up.
returns.
The
Tony, I'm
Saints
sure there's
traded
been
up.
a dumbass that's happened to though.
But
It's
who did
going-
the
it's
Rams
big.
pick?
The Saints the Rams picked Braden Fisk, I believe.
Okay. I mean,
I wouldn't be shocked if New Orleans goes edge rusher.
I hope it's not Kool-Aid. That's all I hope it is.
No, or
Is
they
it?
might go after one of the linebackers because Demario Davis, he's getting up there in age.
Yeah. So many trades here, though. Holy cow!
I love
do they
it.
have-
I am here for it.
Or they wouldn't be pushing up for a center, would they?
They could be. I mean, think about they got to play Derek Brown
Yeah,
twice a year.
they have a crap load of injuries on their offensive line. Any help's better than what they got. I'm sure they could be going for center. I don't know who their starting center is, but
Want to shout out the people in the chat. What's up, G Baby? G Baby's happy about the trade. He's been very happy and support. Well, he's been very supportive of Dan Morgan from the beginning, but throughout his off season and the draft, G Baby has been happy. So he's says we win that trade. What's up, Brandon Malone? We're here for the picks, man, and I'm with CK. Is that moving back actually helps the show a little bit?
Yeah.
Right. Because now we get to talk and watch these picks with a little bit more interest in not getting that lull before 65 or whatever it is, 64. So, as those goes. Now, what's the final pick in tonight's draft? Would that be
end of 3?
Which is what? 90, 33, 66. 99.
Since there's compensatory picks,
100?
it ends at like 100, I believe.
Okay. And so we have 2 picks tonight, and that's it.
Yep.
Okay.
Currently,
unless we trade back and get, which I don't think.
Can we talk
we
about
would get
something?
back more.
Yeah, that's
the
why we're here.
Brian Burns trade has now turned into 2 second-round draft picks and a 5th round.
Wow, damn.
I mean, you're making the most out of it, right? I don't know how always. I guess futures. They kind of suck for now, right? Is getting a future second sucks for today in this show. But you do have to make up some ground from what you lost in the. You don't want to go into every draft with just like 4 picks.
Yeah.
You need to be able to have those picks so you can couple them, package them together, and then be able to move up aggressively, like maybe like the Rams are just doing there in a sense, is like, hey, but the Panthers with 2 impact players we're going to try to get in these rounds. I think you guys made a great point. If you guys want to continue to elaborate on it, is like being able to move back probably says something about the guys that they valued. So they're probably saying there are guys that we think are going to be there at 52. Is that what it was? 52? That we kind of would have thought about taking at 39, honestly. That's what I think that's what that trade ultimately says is there's going to be a guy there at 52 that we honestly would have felt comfortable with taking at 39.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Damn it,
Kool-Aid
the Saints are
Saints.
taking Kool-Aid McKinstry.
That's
Damn it, Jags, why didn't you trade up?
shit happens, man.
Skunk Ape Mysteries. He said he missed yesterday's show. He's curious to see how the panel feels about Xavier Leggett. We'll go around and talk about that real briefly. The Carolina Panthers at the last moment traded from 33 to 32, got a strong-bodied receiver, not the tallest guy in the world, but fast, and it really seems to be an aggressive attack the ball type of receiver. For me, I guess the real benefit is like I just see the beauty in that 5th-year option, regardless of who the player is that, because we could argue about who is the better person at 32, and that's so subjective. But I think the win for the Carolina Panthers is whoever they got, they also got with the added value of a 5th-year option. And that 5th-year option comes valuable in some different ways, right? It becomes valuable when the player does well. And to be honest, with J.C. Horn picking up his 5th-year option, I think that was the right move for the team. Yeah, it kind of stinks that you got to guarantee that you're going to pay him whatever, $12 million or whatever that number is. But if he plays well this year, we don't have a great sample set to just sign him to a 4-year deal or something after that. And you could say we need to see a little bit more. So there's different ways to use that 5th-year option. Anybody want to jump in and just talk about maybe the player or some of if you guys were happy? Is there anybody that wasn't particularly happy about the player that they selected in Xavier Leggett?
I think Saints, that man. If I think the Xavier trade, the Xavier pick, the thing I like about it is that they had confidence in their pick. That part I like. I get why people might be a little bit perturbed, if you will, by the fact that they went with him, because there were players that many would consider have been better at that spot. But I think that this is a prime example of a guy who fits Canales' system more than the others.
Kool-Aid. My man's real name is Kool-Aid. Did he change it to that, or did his parents name him Kool-Aid?
I mean, it's almost as good as Ha Ha Clinton Dix.
Yeah, I mean, this one, feels even more sticky than haha.
Yeah, no pun intended, right?
That worked out well, and I didn't even plan it. Kool-Aid,
Kamari
man.
Lassiter
Busted through the wall.
to the Texans.
Who is it?
Kamari Lassiter, cornerback from Georgia, to the Texans.
So we're
I
seeing
wonder
the
if they were
corners
trying to
go.
get ahead of the Texans, so they couldn't get him.
Yeah.
I'm actually fine with. Well, actually, I mean, either way, he's going to a division rival for one of my favorite teams. So, what the hell?
It's about to be a run on corners.
Yeah.
2 in a row right now.
Yeah, that's like 3 in a row actually.
Is it?
Because of Cooper DeJean, yeah.
Oh wow.
And then there was one earlier.
Is
2,
that the
I
white
think.
guy?
Yeah, Cooper DeJean's the white guy from Iowa.
Where did he go?
He went to
Eagles.
Iowa.
To the Eagles?
Or he went to the Eagles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's 3 in a row already.
Wow. Does anybody up here feel bad that we cheer, like, to be a white guy and cheer for this guy to be pretty good at corner? Is that like?
I don't know.
It's an anomaly, Tony. There's nothing wrong with that. Jesus Christ, when is the next white corner you're going to see?
I know, it just feels like we're not allowed to root for, like, that's not allowed for this side of the aisle.
It's from my side. I'll root for anybody. I don't give a damn.
Hey, I would root for them the same as I would root for a minority in hockey. I mean, I want them to succeed too.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. I tell you this is, man, playing corner is hard, dude. That
it's a run.
backpedaling.
That is a tough position.
It's a run on cornerbacks. Arizona goes Max Melton, cornerback from Rutgers.
I feel like this is good news for us.
It is. Let him go.
Yes, the draft is falling perfectly.
Well,
Not for the Jags, man.
this is good for us, CK. If what some of the guys on the panel were talking about with, like, hey, we don't feel hooked to getting a corner this year. We can make do with.
I mean, you have
Gilmore or somebody like
either
that.
way, if you can get a center in the draft, great. We can go get Stephon Gilmore in the in free agency. If you can't get a center, go after a corner. We could have Austin Corbett hold the candle for now until that comes around. I think.
Yeah, linebacker. Are there any edge play? I mean, you got to think this team has got to be interested in some defensive linemen at some point too.
I think linebacker has to be a priority.
What is this? Just a weak draft for the defensive front?
For the front seven, yeah.
It has to be, because how many years in the past have we had 4 defensive tackles go in the first round? Edge players going crazy. And you think about, like, just 2 years ago, Georgia had something like 7 defensive players drafted in the first round or some crap, or first 2 rounds.
5 of them went to Philadelphia.
They all raced there in that car.
Oh, shit.
Oh, zing. Yo.
Man, the amount of picks they're doing
Too
right
soon,
now,
Tony.
and then going to commercials
Too
is
soon. It's been like
ridiculous.
4 years, 3 years.
You're right. To hell with it. Let him have it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel bad. What is the guy's name? Jordan something? No, Jordan was the good guy. Was the good dude from Georgia. Who was the guy that got in the car accident? He played real well. He played pretty well last year.
I thought it was
Jalen Carter.
Jalen
Carter. Yeah. I almost felt like, oh man, are we just using this and this terrible story and stuff? But man, when those tweets came out about him telling that offensive lineman that he was like going to murder his family and stuff. I mean, I guess you do get in the zone on the field, but I think he was like tweeting him after the game and stuff. Do you guys remember who was the guy? There was a dude that died for the Saints. I think was it Will Smith?
Will Smith.
Was he the one that passed away?
Yeah.
Wasn't he the one that beat some dude on the beach with a belt?
No, that was Junior Gillette.
Oh, okay. That video.
Tony, he
is-
really whipped somebody's ass with a belt on the beach.
Dude, yeah. I mean, he whipped him like he was an overseer.
Yeah.
I mean, it was bad. It's wild, dude. I mean, and it's like, gosh, he was wearing a belt at the beach like that. And he just,
Yeah, like, why do you
like, he's like Indiana Jones out there, dude.
Junior Gillette. You know what? He's real lucky somebody didn't take their helmet off and crack him upside the head or crack him in the kneecap.
Like what Myles Garrett did.
If I'm on the field playing and you take your belt off and come after me,
you don't do it on the belt. It was at the beach, Pickle. Not
Pickle,
in the
that would
game.
be way more cool if somebody got their ass whipped with a belt in the middle of the game, though. I'm not gonna lie.
He bend over Matt Ryan and just whip his ass with a stick.
He deserves it, Tony.
Pootie
He's
Tang.
retired
Somebody
now.
said Pootie Tang in the chat. It's pretty crazy. Maybe see if I can find it. It's funny.
He would go flat broke. I guarantee you. There wouldn't be enough money the Saints have to buy him out of the lawsuits I would put on him and his family. I would sue his mama for giving birth to him.
Cody Lack, who you want, buddy?
I don't know, man. I'm thinking, like I said, I still want us to go center. I think center would probably be the best thing to do right now. But it just depends, man. If Peyton Wilson's available, I would love to just bring him here because of that connection with Luke and that linebacker position. Yeah.
Luke.
NFL, your app sucks and it's crashed. And right now,
They made supposedly all those improvements with the NFL Plus or whatever. And Cody, do you like the all 22 more or less? I like it less because you can't look for individual plays as easily.
No, I like it more. What you mean? How they have it now on NFL Network?
No, when you do the film reviews.
I love the all 22 because it lets you see the receivers if they're open or not.
Right. No, I like that. But I used to have on the side, it would say 4th and 1 and who did the play. So you didn't have to look at the whole damn game. You could say, oh, this was the 13-yard catch I was looking for from this player. I think they took that away, at least.
Hey, when y'all drink Fireball whiskey, what y'all mix with it?
Nothing. You just take it straight.
Nothing, my friend.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Nothing at all. You drink that shit straight, my friend.
Hell yeah,
It's
brother.
funny you said that. Literally, just
Vomit,
said that at the
typically.
gas station.
No, my
Nothing.
wife is like gagging because she ate
Nothing.
Fireball.
Because I would never drink that shit.
It's not that bad.
Oh, Christian, get some hot cinnamon in your life. For
Super
God's
cheap
sake.
shot around here.
Just bourbon, baby.
That is one thing I'll admit about living in Seahawks country is they drink Fireball by the gallon out here.
Really?
Wait, what part of Washington are you at, buddy?
I'm just south of Seattle in Puyallup.
Oh, in Puyallup? I lived in Port Orchard.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I lived in Port Orchard. That's where my daughter was born.
It's beautiful, beautiful state.
Tony, these men haven't lived until you take a hot Jaeger bomb shot downtown Greenville, my friend.
Oh God, I can't. I haven't taken a Jaeger since my 21st birthday.
Oh, got bad news. Jackson Powers Johnson is getting picked by the Raiders.
Of course.
Who did?
Son of a bitch, Raiders. The Raiders are taking JPJ.
I like Zach Frazier more anyway, even though he might not be.
That sucks a lot.
Give me the wrestling state champion if you're going to get a center. Let him throw some damn people around.
Hey, have y'all ever had a cider whiskey?
Hell yes, delicious.
That right there.
One of the things to do there's two things about this. If you like to drink and you can handle your drink because it's deadly, they call it fire cider, whatever you want to do. You get the shot of Fireball inside the cider glass in the pint glass. My goodness, it tastes like a caramel apple cider, but you're gone pretty quick.
It's like a Irish car bomb.
I can't drink at all. I refuse to drink.
Exactly what I was going to say.
Edgar and Cooper to the Packers now.
Let's go. That's what I wanted to see. I'm sorry.
Oh wait, no, we're trading up for Edgar and Cooper. Actually, no, I'm just
Jesus
kidding.
Christ, Evan.
They used to do these shots. You can't do them in North Carolina anymore. They're illegal. Is you're not allowed to have open flames at the bar. But they would do. They're called Flamin' Dr. Peppers.
Flamin' Dr. Pepper. Hell
And you
yeah.
take I guess it's.
Remember that?
I don't know if it's a shot with then 151 on top, or if it's just a shot of 151, and then they light it on fire, and then you drop it in like, I think it's a Guinness or something.
Who am I taking a shot for?
Ooh.
Depends.
Joe Riolano.
Yeah. I'll drink the whole bottle.
Oh, Joe Riolano.
That's what they make me want to do.
We traded back. I like that we got a second rounder, but like,
Y'all know who we're going
This
to
hurts.
trade. Who
This
we're gonna
definitely
get.
hurts.
I think we're targeting Sandrell. He would fit at
I hope-
850.
oh, I hope not.
In Michigan
That's too
corner, is
early.
that who you're talking about?
That's too early for Sandstrel.
We need see, we didn't get any of the Seahawks defensive guys, but like we want one of those big corners who can play outside with JC.
You're back in,
because
JJ.
Kyrie
We
Jackson.
already got Dane Jackson to play slot.
I'm taking a shot for JJ.
How about this?
Hell yeah, Chad.
You cannot get the Junior Gillette video without getting it from one news site. That's crazy. He also may have hit a girl too.
Damn.
Chad, your next shot.
Panthers are on the clock now. We just traded back up.
Whoa!
Whoa.
Up on
Here we
the
go.
In the
clock.
center.
Panthers
Got
trading
the-
back up.
in the center.
Peyton Wilson.
Zach Frazier,
Traded up with the
Oh
Bulls.
yeah, they're going Peyton Wilson.
Come
I
on,
saw
Peyton.
Cooper go.
I need to take
Zach Frazier, Peyton Wilson.
If we get it, no, I'm. You know I don't drink, bro. But if they
Yeah,
get Peyton
Chad,
Wilson,
Chad, you were supposed to hold that whiskey bottle up a little longer, man.
I wonder what
Tony,
we had to
if they
give up
draft
in this
Peyton
trade,
Wilson,
though.
you'll hear me yelling
I
from down the
can't
street.
drink, bro. I can't. I hate it.
Hey, y'all know Adrian Cooper went to the Packers.
Nah,
right?
I'm with you, Chad. I hate that shit too.
Yeah, I don't. You know what it is? You know what it is? I don't like the way people
Check the
act
trade detail first.
when they're drunk. I can't
Well, I
stand
mean,
it.
it's
I
literally
know.
poison.
Drives
It's
me
Yeah.
fucking
poisonous to
nuts.
humans.
I like my little.
Well, I've been
my little-
poisoning myself for the last 25 years.
Welcome to
Builds
Green.
character.
Yeah, I've been
Tony.
poisoning myself for forever. Sounding like you injected needles or something, man.
I had
Chad,
my
you're
daughter.
poisonous.
I had my daughter when I was
It's only
20
on
years old,
Tuesdays,
so I
JJ.
never got into like the party stage of my life.
Yeah. You know, is that drunk people are annoying when you're sober. They seem normal though when you're drunk.
Yes, they are.
Yes.
You know,
They're
it's
quite
like
relatable.
You're a wonderful
I swear,
influence,
if
bro.
we
like you don't realize how annoying drunk people are until you're actually sober. But when you're drinking, you're like everybody's having a great time.
Okay, so are we thinking that this is going to be Peyton Wilson here?
Peyton
Oh,
Wilson or
God.
I
Zach
hope
Frazier.
so.
I'm gonna have a heart attack right on this show if it is.
Nah,
I want to hear.
gonna be
I want to
interesting.
hear a
We
big.
not trying to
If
lose
we get
Colby
Peyton
on
Wilson,
Sunday.
I want to hear 2 claps and a Ric Flair. Let's do it right.
Hey, whoever wants on the show, tell me now. I got
I think Anthony wants to come in. I don't know if he's in the waiting room. but-
Anthony's not
I'm
in.
cooking. I'm cooking chicken wings, Cody. So you can rotate me out if you need to.
All right, appreciate you, Nick.
Slapping
I
wings.
was making
Yes,
bacon.
same here, Cody. I'm eating, but I'm available if you need me.
All right, cool.
Oh.
And by the way,
This is
whoever I
gonna
do
be-
put in the
Nick is
background,
in.
just let me know when you want back in the private chat, and I'll let you back.
Oh, thank God! I finally got
Cody?
it.
Oh God! Oh God! Oh God! Oh God!
He's
Oh
back
God!
in.
Oh God.
Pick is in.
The
All
pick
right.
is in.
I swear, if they go to commercial here,
I'm nervous.
They're going.
I
we're
am
gonna go
too.
to
I'm nervous,
commercial.
Steve.
We're all nervous.
They will because they do.
Don't
they
look at
used
the
to do it
chat. I'm
every-
not looking at the chat.
Yeah, I'm not
cutting it
looking
off.
at
Put
the
any
chat
new
either.
chats
Tony.
No
on.
chat cheating.
Oh,
So
gracious.
to go up from
Oh,
52 to
gracious.
46.
Y'all,
They listed GM Scott Fitter as a key departure.
you know who it is?
Y'all,
And Frank Wright.
some of y'all about to be
Evan,
mad as fuck.
Hey,
You know who it is?
I
Yeah,
think
I know
CK's
who
trying
it
to
is.
get back
Y'all
in.
gonna be madder than hell.
Is it
Some of
the
y'all
other
about to
linebacker?
be mad.
Rumor was
What? It's gonna
Why
be
you
the
guys
other
looking at
linebacker.
it?
Some of y'all
The
about to
rumor-
be mad.
Oh
the
no!
rumor was true. We talked.
Wow. All
Who
right.
is it?
You want me
Hurry
to
up,
say it?
Moose! God damn, I got anxiety like a
Running
bitch.
back Jonathan Brooks.
Who did we take?
Told you.
Wow. We took the
Jonathan
running
Brooks.
back, Jonathan Brooks, out of Texas.
Why did we take him?
Hey,
Why
wait
didn't
a
we
minute,
take
are you
Trey
serious?
Benson?
The
Out of
Panthers
all of them,
moved
why
up
didn't
to
we?
take a running back,
Why did
Jonathan
we not
Brooks.
just take Trey Benson too?
He's not
if we were going to
trolling.
take a
Now,
running back.
what did we give up?
I
What
like
did we
it.
give up?
Wait, is that G Baby in here?
What,
Nah, but if
Nah,
you
that's
could probably hear him screaming though.
what did we give up?
Yeah, I'm trying to find the
we
deets,
gave
but there's
up-
no deets out yet.
Moose, I love you, but
Yeah,
damn,
We
just
could have
shut up and
stayed
say
at
it, man.
52 and gotten Jonathan Brooks.
No,
Are you
wait a
kidding
minute.
me?
I'm all confused.
And then Tyler Newman, safety from Minnesota, is going to the Giants. No spoils for the Jags, though, either. No
How the
spoils
fuck
for the
are you
Jags.
so far ahead?
He's on Twitter.
It's Twitter. It's Twitter that I.
So if we picked a running back,
Holy shit!
like are the Panthers
Holy
trying to just
shit.
put together like a fucking explosive offense this year? And
Yeah,
saying,
to
like,
validate all the shit we threw away for Bryce Young.
Offense
here
this
it
year,
is.
defense
All
next
day.
year.
Here it
Offense
is.
this year,
The
defense
Colts-
next year.
The Colts set pick 46. I don't want to believe this. The Panthers set 52, 142, and 155.
Ow.
What did we send?
152. No, we sent 52, 142, and 155.
Cody, cycle
lot.
CKM for me, so he can have a say about this too. My point, my just thought is this is just feels rich for a running back, but if the guy can be a playmaker early on, I can see the value of like, hey, we're putting weapons all around. We're gonna get this offense excited. You know, that's the first running back.
Yeah.
Yep. That's not. If I were them, I would have gone Trey Benson. I mean, it's like Jonathan Brooks is explosive, but Trey Benson can do it. Like he's almost a do-it-all running back.
No, we need.
And this is an indictment on our backfield, is what that pick is. That is how shitty our backfield is right now.
Yes,
with
yeah,
Miles and Chuba. I'm not even going to be mad.
I mean, he'll still
We're
be
that
good.
bad in the backfield.
He's like the second best running back in the draft. But
Honestly, we could have waited.
And it
till
looked like
65.
Kamara vibes.
Bryce needs a running back, man.
I truly believe we could have waited until 52 and got him.
Probably.
Oh yeah, we could have. We definitely could have. And if he was
Yeah.
gone, we visited with Trey Benson too.
I love
And
this.
he's a
fucking
beast
guy.
as well.
Hey, I'm
I
not
think
gonna
it's gonna
sit
work
here
out.
and
It's gonna
pretend
work
I
out.
love that pick.
But hey,
I
Well,
just
you hate it.
y'all know that I'm big on
I'm gonna
position
deal with it,
value,
you know?
and I just don't think that you take running backs that high, man.
Hold on,
Like
No,
I would
yeah.
have much rather
I
have
guess-
taken a
I guess I
center.
gotta be the
Cody,
adult
we're
and
chasing
defend
McCaffrey's ghost still, dude.
They had
Man.
Benson and
His
Brooks
running
slated
back
at
having
98,
someone
99.
having some to
Dang,
rely on your
man.
offense, it just helps our identity on who we're becoming of running the team or running the football team. So, I mean, like,
Yeah, that is true. Canales said they're gonna run the ball.
sometimes you got to throw the position out the window and just be like, who's the best player? And if he helps us win more games, then to hell with what we gave up.
That makes
If he
that
puts
makes
out-
having $150 million
Yeah,
guard look a little smarter.
If he starts producing at a high level, we ain't going to give it, and we start
No.
winning games.
Exactly.
We ain't going to care what we gave.
Let
up.
him get 1,000 yards rushing, Pickle, and about 10, 15
I'm good
touchdowns.
with that. Yeah. You won't.
But a
you will
running
not-
back,
and
man.
I guarantee you,
It's
you
gonna be
will
okay,
not-
Cody.
You will not hear
bro.
me complain about how many touches.
That's
he
Miles Sanders' fault. You can blame him.
Nah,
And
but it's like, dude, there were
better
so many other needs still that are
It was-
bigger
yeah.
than that, man.
Oh,
Corner,
100%.
linebacker, center,
It is what it is.
and a running back. Bro, that every year there's an undrafted running back that fucking runs for over 1,000 yards.
Yeah.
I have to say, I know I pushed the level hard for a need for a center early, but I'm starting to wonder now. I don't think they consider center a need. I doubt we go center at all in this draft.
Oh, we Pickle. You can
I'm
still
still
do
gonna
it.
until like we see us not draft a center. I'm still gonna be cheering for us to get one. Like at 65, if we still have that, I'm gonna cheer for us to pick Van Pran, or if Frazier
that's what
falls
I
all
was
the way
gonna say.
down
Amen.
there, I'm gonna be cheering for us to pick them there.
Is
And I do
anybody else
think it does
besides
tell
me
you,
okay with Florida's center, Kingsley or whatever his name is? I think he's a monster, and he's going to be
maybe
really
so.
late.
But I do think it tells you what type of offense they want to be. They want to run the football down your throat, and they want to be able to throw it across the middle on those more dink and dunk kind of plays and get their wide receivers to be able to get yards after the catch and take it, the rest of the way. And that's a punishing style of offense. Like opposing defenses are going to be tired after having to fucking tackle our asses and how big and strong
Tire
everyone
them out
is.
with the run and
Look
then
at the
throw it
private
deep
chat.
on them.
This is a post by Jason from over the
Nick,
chat.
you're back in, bro.
He said Panthers gave up 1,930 points on the FS trade chart. Pick 52, pick 142, pick 55 for 1,060 points. Pick 46, implied value is 66. Pick in the draft. By taking a running back, they totally got clobbered in the value chart.
So, hey, real quick, Mike Hollinger with the 199 says we got a big running back for those 4th and 1s that Bryce cannot get. Appreciate you, Mike.
Real shit.
$5 from Nirvash says, why would you trade up for a running back? Horrible value for the pick. And then Ken Blakely says a lot of people are going to like it. He's a great player. Bye Sanders.
Shout out, kid.
So I can speak to that
Hey,
a little
I'm
bit.
all
So
right
you all
with
remember
bye-bye
when we
Sanders,
drafted Jonathan Stewart?
But I don't think they're going to cut Sanders.
Oh, and that tells you what Canales thinks about our running back room.
Absolutely,
Thank you,
that's what I'm glad he acknowledged.
And I don't deny that at all. I said it. I think the other day in the spaces. I said in reality, Chuba Hubbard is a starting running back on a poor quality football team, but you don't move forward. Chuba's on a contract year. Miles Sanders is very easily cap savings cut next year. I don't see anybody currently on our roster not under contract that's under contract as back here next year.
Oh,
None of them.
thank you, Cody. Yeah, I think Jonathan Brooks is going to be a great player. I didn't watch him because I was busy watching Jalen Wright, who was a speed demon. But Abby, you said Jonathan Brooks is explosive, right?
Yep.
Well, when we broke down film pickle on Brooks, if you remember, like he had a lot of inside zone runs, and we spent $150 million at guard. That seems to be the game plan. When Cody said run it down their throat, it's a literal meaning we're going to run the ball up the middle of the field with Jonathan Brooks. He can find those small creases and holes that Miles Sanders wasn't able to find, even though we paid him $10 million a year to do it. So I'm not totally out on Dan Morgan on this, but I do feel like we got a little nervous. We might have panicked right here. But I'm glad to have him on the team. He very well could rush for 1,000 yards. I can see it.
Right.
Hey, D's, I think that we did panic a little bit because Dallas is probably looking at running backs. So I think that's why we jumped them.
I would understand that, and there may be intel that we're not privy to.
Right.
The Panthers may have intel that says Dallas is going after that.
They got a whiff of something they didn't like, Pickle.
Here
we go.
There's always draft a running back when we don't.
They taken Mason Smith, defensive tackle from LSU.
Don't spoil it, bro.
My fault.
Night. Okay, that's too early.
Cody, if
Why
it
the
makes you
fuck are
feel
we
better,
taking
this is a
Mason Smith
vintage
this early,
Panthers
man?
move to get back
Are
to
you
our roots.
kidding me, Trent Baalke? What is he doing?
It is. I mean, it really does sort of make me think that that they are putting a high importance on running the football. And dude, Brooks can do it all. He's a pass catching back. He can run through the middles. He's good at finding the crease. He seems to be a very patient runner,
Bro,
which
what
is
a
very
reach.
important.
Yes, sir.
What a reach,
Especially in the
bro.
zone scheme, Cody. You can't stress the importance of that. Sorry.
Chad, you're good, bro. Honestly, I don't even care that you spoiled it. That's like
that is such a reach.
fucking
He would have been there in the
stupid,
fourth round.
Like he's
Wait, who are you talking about?
He has a lot of
Defensive tackle from
potential.
LSU.
He has a
Mason
lot of potential, but bro, this is a guy
And he's
that
coming
Trent
off a
Baalke
season-ending
could've gotten at pick
injury.
96. What
Week
are
one,
we
he was
doing?
knocked out for the year.
Yo, you got to hear this guy making the Jags pick. I don't know who he is. He said his baby sister passed away last night.
That's
but
a
he still
damn
had to
shame.
make this pick. I wouldn't make that pick.
No, I wouldn't be there.
Has Troy Franklin been picked yet?
Nope.
Nope.
Wow.
Well, son of a bitch, man. This.
How you feeling, Evan? Not good.
But it annoys me because they could have gotten Mason Smith in the 3rd or 4th round.
You know what this draft is making me think? This draft is making me think that the value charts are outdated to today's NFL.
Could be.
The value charts have to be outdated in today's NFL because teams are clearly ignoring these value charts.
Yeah.
They are flat out ignoring them. They're just doing what they want to do regardless of the value charts.
My thinking, look at who builds our team, right? Dan Morgan, he was here for, the origin of keep pounding. And when we came up, every time we get a stud running back, we always get another one either as a compliment or coming right after. We drafted Jonathan Stewart when we already had D'Angelo Williams. We drafted C-Mac when we still had Jonathan Stewart. It's just, Dan Morgan knows what keep pounding means and what the foundation of our team has always been. I mean, you can always adapt to the new NFL, but even like Coach Canales has said, we're going to run the ball. It's on brand the way I see it.
We've been horrible in short yardage situations. I just want to throw that in there really quickly.
Since Cam left, we've been horrible in short yardage.
Yeah, he's according to Jordan Schultz, Texas running back Jonathan Brooks is he's a physical guy with speed. Do they make him a physical guy with speed? Are they allowed to do that?
There he goes. There goes Chris Jenkins. Everybody was wondering. Bengals.
That's the Michigan D tackle, ain't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's our Chris Jenkins' son. It's a good pick.
Yep.
Who picked
That's
that?
who Trent Baalke should have taken. Why is he taking Mason Smith?
Bengals got him. My roommate, or not
Oh
my
my
roommate,
gosh,
my friends
bro.
will be happy about that shit.
Back-to-back picks by my favorite teams.
I got
Fumbling the bag.
Hey, Cody.
Running back in the 2nd, bro.
When is our next pick, y'all?
Yeah, I was about to say, what happened to our draft right then?
Nirvash says this is a panic pick. Let the bizarre move up for DJ Johnson. The running back is going to have to be what Kamara was for the Saints in 2017 to validate this move.
Why not?
The where I'm looking at right here, it said he's a mid-second round pick. So I'm not.
It's going to be all right.
I've seen him make worse picks.
It's good. It's going to be all right. I promise y'all it's going to be all right. I got a good feeling about
Anthony said he not fucking with the running back pick.
Yeah, Anthony.
I mean, I don't really blame him.
And Anthony didn't like the first pick, and he ain't like this pick, and he ain't like the only pick that Anthony's liked in the recent memory. And shout out to Anthony, man. I argued with you earlier, and everybody knows it. And the last pick Anthony liked was a Bryce Young pick. That's the last pick he liked.
Yeah, that shit was wrong.
Well, he's had good reason because they've all been pretty ass.
So.
My fault. I forgot I was believing in Bryce Young still.
You are believing him.
Oh boy.
Wait,
I believe in Bryce Young
he's still there. I mean,
There goes your boy Pickles.
Mike
Sandstrill
Sandstrill to the Commanders. Mike Sandstrill to the Commanders. So we're not going to go Mike
but I'm
Sandstrill.
telling y'all, the value chart is clearly outdated in today's NFL. It has to be.
Yeah, coaches are picking the guys they like. They're saying, "Screw this value chart. I'm gonna take the guys I like."
You know, one thing is we didn't even need to trade up either. If they're worried about the Cowboys, like the thing is the Cowboys aren't before pick 52.
Are they
could've
just
stuck
getting
at
Zeke
52.
back or no?
They brought him in. They haven't signed him yet.
I thought it was the done deal.
Do y'all think that Stephon Gilmore could still make a comeback to?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Hey, Tony, you there? Hey, cover me for a minute. I gotta write some stuff.
All right, yeah, I'm here.
Tony, did you see Chris Jenkins go?
He did. Did he go to the Bengals?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Yeah, man. Michigan guy. Yeah, if he plays like his dad, dude, they're gonna get a player for sure.
I think the Commanders
He's not as
are
big
having
as
a
his
nice
dad,
draft.
but he's a big
The
boy.
Commanders
I
are
remember
going
he was
straight.
rapping before the national championship, and that's when I knew he was about business.
How you like that shit?
Now, I told you guys as
232
soon as they started putting highlights up of that Texas running back, what's his name that we got?
Brooks.
Jonathan Brooks.
Jonathan Brooks. Is that the first thing I did say is that he has Alvin Kamara vibes, but Alvin Kamara is thick. Joey would say this. He got an ass on him. You know what I'm saying? Is that he used to always say that Alvin Kamara was Christian McCaffrey with an ass on him. But I think I mean, you got to be durable too. After those first 3 years of you having that crazy explosiveness, right? So you got to be able to evolve as a player, to where you're not just a home run hitter, and you become a more dynamic, I guess, or well-rounded running back. That pick right there, like any pick, it will be cemented in his success, right? Is that if you do get a player that all of a sudden is a round one caliber running back down the, after 2 years in a redraft, then it's fantastic, right? But if he doesn't pan out, then it feels like because you moved up. And again, I feel like, and somebody was bringing this up, is it's always interesting to me when they move up for people that you don't think they have to move up for. I remember us moving up for Devin Funchess.
Can I give you a good example?
Yeah, go ahead.
Last year, everyone bitched at the Lions trading up for Jahmyr Gibbs, and I bet you no one complained. None of them fans complaining now.
Right.
That's what we're looking for. We're looking for some shit just like that.
That's
true.
That's very true.
And Jahmyr Gibbs,
We just triple dipped.
He went
triple dip though. Jahmyr Gibbs is a great compliment for David Montgomery. You have your big hammer, and then you have your swift slide guy. We just drafted a third running back who plays almost the exact same way as the other two we already have.
Well, I feel like Chuba is more of a downhill runner, right? Miles Sanders is kind of he can run between the tackles outside, catch the ball, or at least that's what you hope he could do. I think, though, so you guys said it earlier, this is a referendum, though, on what they think about those running backs. Is like, hey, is they're not that impressed? And look, we might not be happy. I'm actually very happy, not necessarily with the pick, but Dan Morgan and Dave Canales executing what their vision is. And their vision this entire offseason has been, we got to get this offense better so we can evaluate Bryce Young. And that's really what it's going to be. The truth is that now you're going to have a guy that maybe throughout midseason becomes like all of a sudden a guy that's shooting up fantasy football boards. And it really is, it's clear that they need to know if this offense can work with Bryce Young, and they're doing every single thing they can. And I think this was probably better than picking, say, a wide receiver. They're double dipping at wide receiver. I think this makes, there's easier to feed this player than it would be to put another receiver in and trying to figure out how to develop these all at the same time. But we got to continue to ask, what the hell is up with the tight end room?
Steelers take center from Zach Frazier.
Right.
Steelers are taking Zach Frazier.
Yeah, I'm not surprised about that. What's
JPJ
the name of that running back or that center?
No, JPJ got taken to the Raiders.
Van Pran's pretty good.
He's still there, and Tony, we can't get a tight end that's good late.
Yeah, I'd love to get Van Pran at 65. I mean, Van Pran's absolutely huge. He's a mauler, and he's a guy that could use a year sitting behind Corbett and really emerge in the 2025 season for the Panthers. I mean, I think we looked at his breakdown, and one of the things that he needed to work on was his footwork. And I think we're dependent on Corbett to call those slides and the blocking scheme for Bryce this year. So it is important that we do have Corbett and he does stay healthy. But then next year we can let Corbett move on. Van Pran could be a guy that come in and really maul for us as center pickle.
Adonai Mitchell to the Colts for pick 52.
Frazier went 51. That's a hell of a pick.
AD Mitchell finally goes off the board.
Yep, AD Mitchell to the Colts at 52.
Oh my God, McAfee showed.
That makes sense. The Colts don't mind drafting bad wide receivers.
He failed at 50.
Well, they got a good one last year in Josh Downs, right? Isn't that his name?
Yeah, they did.
They're gonna have some serious speed out there with those two, Tony. Good God.
They still got
And they got Michael Pittman.
Josh Downs is not slow.
What'd you say, JJ?
I said they still got Pittman too.
Yeah,
that's a very true statement.
I'm trying to find out how our picks are now.
Yeah, I'm lost now. Like,
So are the Panthers are they not at? They weren't at the draft, were they? If Tepper was in Charlotte.
No, they they don't ever really have any of their teams at the.
So they're all war rooms are all like
Yeah,
at Bank of America and stuff like that right now.
Yeah. We lost. We are at 65, 101. I believe we're going to have pick 200 and 240. I think.
That's not horrible. They didn't value of 141 and 142. That's all that says to me. Dan Morgan and Dave Canales, they didn't value those two picks. They traded them away to make sure they got the running back they wanted. And maybe the guy's going to be a bell cow pickle. Go ahead.
So we don't pick for like 100 picks after 101 tomorrow. Oh, geez.
Yeah.
Make it count, baby.
So what do we got next? We got what 60 what?
65.
We got 65 and then 101.
Okay, 101. So we get the last pick, like one of the last picks of the third round.
101 will be the first pick tomorrow in the fourth
Oh, it will be?
Yeah, 100 is the last pick today.
Okay. So first pick of round 4.
You all hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
How would y'all rank Xavier's like game-breaking big play ability versus the top end receivers? Because the reason I'm saying that is I know we probably got the best running back for that, but if you can say that Leggett will be in the top 5 or top 3 as a playmaker and touchdowns and shit, dude, you give him 2 instantly injected into the offense, and that's huge. And Bryce is going to eventually run out of excuses. He's going to have to start playing because he has talent.
Here's what I was thinking about that pick, Cole. Look back 2 years ago to what Laviska Shenault was able to do for the Panthers, catching a ball 1 yard behind the ball of scrimmage and taking it to the house for a touchdown, or what he did against the Lions, breaking all those tackles on like a 5-yard route, taking it up the field for 50 yards. I imagine that's what Dave Canales has in mind for Xavier Leggett and what he might be able to accomplish for this team. But it's not only that, but he's got the breakaway speed that Shenault never had. This guy runs a 4.39. He's a legitimate deep threat down the field, and he's not little at almost 230 pounds. Should he catch the ball on one of these 175-pound cornerbacks deep downfield, he's taking it to the house. I like the idea. I know he's got some growth left to do to be on that level, but the entire team does. So it's okay. We don't have to put that much pressure on him this season. But looking at 2025 and what he could be, I think it's a great pick. I'm really excited about it.
He could be a game breaker. So can Brooks.
Yeah, I think he's going to complement Deontay Johnson in a way too, right? As
Absolutely.
Kind of, as you got the bigger, stronger, physical receiver, that you got the kind of the more finesse
route runner.
In Deontay Johnson, and then you can see what this is. I mean, Thielen continue to be productive.
Right.
Will Mingo find a way to survive? I mean, we shouldn't just completely throw Mingo out just yet. I understand people being disappointed. I understand they're going to continue to show that one clip where he's like running out of bounds and Bryce is throwing it back and he's he's got his body momentum going the wrong way. But everything was such a mess last year. I don't know if you could just go, you know what, Mingo is going to stink.
I'm being horrible about Mingo, Tony, but it's just not one touchdown. It's just sitting so raw with me, dude. I can't.
I know. Yeah. I mean, how about having Mingo bingo and you He never even got a
I
damn
forgot all
touchdown.
about Mingo Bingo. Shout out to it.
Yeah.
Well, the way I look at it, guys, is we don't have to depend on Mingo to be on the outside now. You know,
Yes.
Legette's on the outside now with better speed than Mingo ever had and great size along with it. And I know Mingo's got good size and break tackle ability as well, but now he's training underneath Thielen, I hope, and preparing for Thielen to retire and leave this team and him take over that position. This is almost harkens back to like a Ricky Prohl type situation with Thielen. And I don't know, I kind of like it. And the fact that he can help us develop Mingo at the slot, which is more of his natural position. It may not be a great play for 2024, and I understand that. And we may not have the best season this year. But for next year, 2025, it might really make a difference, Tony.
Yeah, man, and that's and I felt like maybe we put too much on Mingo, or not. I won't say put too much, because if you're in the NFL, you should, you got to rise to the occasion. It just seemed like they trotted him out right away. And
Commanders are taking Ben Sinnott, tight end from Kansas State.
That's the Northwestern tight end, right?
No, the Kansas State tight end.
Whoops.
One of the top tight ends. I wonder if they go Jatavian Sanders at 65 if he's there.
Hey, if there are any people that are trying to get into the show, we're sort of at capacity. I know a few people. I saw Strats was trying to get in, but as we get some more spots,
are you done writing?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, here. Well, move me out. Do I need to leave the green room for a little while? I mean, I want people to be able to get in.
It's up to you. Yeah.
All right. Well, look, I'll come back in what pick are we at right now?
4.
All right. I'll try to jump back in around the pick. All right.
All right. Yeah. So if you would like to get some more room, if you would like to jump into the show and let us know what you think about the Panthers moving up for both Xavier Legette and Jonathan Brooks, jump into the show. I have it pinned to the top of the chat. Let us know. White Chocolate Espresso. Kev, what up? Don't make me look dumb, man. I'm calling you, bro. All right.
That's all right. I'm here for you, Cody.
I watched the strip back yesterday.
Commanders took the tight end.
You hear me? Can now, what's up?
What's up?
How are you feeling about that shit? Are you on my side? I feel like everybody's sad and upset. I don't want it to suck the life out of this shit for y'all. I'm telling you, it's gonna work, and it's a smart move.
Yep,
I love it.
If it hits, it hits. You know, who cares?
If he hits, he fucking hits. Kev, fuck that number.
I mean,
He could be our Rashard White. Remember what how Tampa used their running back?
The valued NFL teams have said, like the Rams did a few years ago, and everybody loved it. The NFL coaches have said, fuck the value chart.
I mean, look how White was really used with Tampa this year or last year.
I was saying
He was a solid back for them, dude. I'm not even gonna lie.
I was saying in Pickle Space earlier that their top priority needs to be to surround Bryce with weapons.
Did y'all read the latest pick? Commanders draft Kansas State tight end Ben Sinnott.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's all right. I want Stover.
Yes, I was just going to say, I want Stover from Ohio State. Tight ends from Ohio State, tight ends from Iowa. They do well.
Oh, Ben Slover. Isn't that right, JJ? Ben Slover is his name.
If you remember, Greg Olson was slow as hell. Like, his routes were clean, but you watch those feet lumbering, he wasn't a quick man.
He had a good 40.
Okay.
Yeah, but he wasn't no spring chicken when we got
Hey, Jared Bosch with another 5. Says Jonathan Brooks, draft player. Profile Jamal Charles. Jamal Charles has the highest yards per carry average in NFL history, higher than Jim Brown. Well, let's hope he lives up to the comp.
I just want a power back though. But What does it say about Miles Sanders? We paid him a lot of money. Can we even get rid of him?
I really think Miles Sanders is he's gonna eat this year because last year the scheme he was in with the lack of power we had in the interior of the offensive line. I think Miles Sanders, especially because we just drafted a running back, so he's gonna be getting 10 touches a game at the most. I think he could do okay with not the expectations on his shoulders,
Yeah, you're back in the room.
65.
I'm back.
Yeah, but do we really give Miles Sanders 10 touches a game?
All right.
If we're paying him, you might as well see what you can get. If we're paying him, run him into the ground.
Hey,
that's what running back.
That's the right thing to do, but I hate
Who's got the Crisco? Because I'm about to fucking cook.
Do what you got to say, out, brother.
This fucking pisses me off, dude. Every time, just let me rant. I'm gonna try to get it out so I can be positive. Because here's the thing, is he better than Chuba? Yes, Chuba can then go to his more natural position as a backup running back. But no one's gonna be able to tell me all year that we couldn't find a running back similar later in the draft. I think it's fucking lazy to take the first guy you can think of at running back for Christ's sake, who have short shelf lives. We all know this. And if you're going to tell me we're getting back to our roots, that we're going to be stubborn running the ball, all I fucking know when it comes to the Panthers running the ball is 3 yards in a cloud of fucking dust. So I'm going to need to see something a little bit more than that. Because being stubborn running the ball sounds good. But if all you're doing is 3 yards in a cloud of dust and you're stubborn, you all know we're all going to be bitching about the play calling. So I'm going to need to see something from this pick to prove to me that he was worth anybody else later in the draft that can do something when we have all these other needs and players on the board we could have taken.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Michael Hall.
I hear the frustration. I hear the frustration. And I think that, to me, what this is all going to depend on is those two big guards that we just paid. If they're able to do their job, then Trey or Jonathan Brooks should be able to look good running behind this offensive line. So again, if we're able to start running the ball effectively and not getting those 3 yards per carry, like you were talking about, Christian, then yeah, I'm down for it. But we have to see a considerable upgrade running the football than what we've been looking at the past few years.
Right. And my point is also, if they can do their job up front and create lanes and block, who's to say we couldn't have gotten that with a guy in the 5th round or someone already on our roster?
Chuba. Yeah, I agree. I would not have taken a running back right there.
How good of a play?
But that's not his guys.
If I can say, I myself would not have drafted a running back at that spot. I wouldn't have traded up. If they wanted to draft a running back, I think they could have got him sitting there at 52. All that being said, I do like the running back himself. Okay, I think he's an upgrade to every running back on our roster. I think that you have. I think if all you do is rely on who you got or somebody in the 5th, no thank you. I'm sorry. I know some people like him. For too many damn years, the Carolina Panthers have drafted running backs in the 4th, 5th, 6th round, 7th round. What the fuck that give us? A bunch of no name bullshit players who get cut after a couple of years or don't even or can't pass block or they don't even work out. So there's no. I mean,
how was
my
Peebles?
personal opinion is it is what it is.
How's Peebles doing?
I myself personally, I would have took Jalen Wright, but it is what it is.
Dave Callis has his fingerprints all over this, Christian. I'll hand it right over to you. You can tell we went after wide receivers, and we immediately turned and went after a running back. Dave Callis is all in Dan's ear. That's what it feels like to me, Christian. Go ahead.
Just again, I'll reiterate. I find it very hard to believe he's going to be able to produce at a second round value above what we're going to see somewhere else. Because I could pretty much guarantee it. It's like clockwork. We're going to see a couple guys who were taken late in the round. They're going to surprise the NFL. And I agree, Pickle. We haven't had success outside of the early rounds with running backs. But I just think it's fucking lazy. Like, how could you not find good running backs, and I've always attributed it to the offensive line not being able to create space. So
wasn't Chuba a 5th-round pick?
But if
he was a 4th rounder.
If it's all about not finding one, every team would only draft running backs in the 5th round. Every single team. There would never be a running back in the 1st round in the history of running backs.
And they
haven't.
That's
just about laziness. The bottom line is you have talent, you have evaluation.
Thank you.
Not everybody's board is the same board. David Canales said that a few days ago, and apparently he ain't a motherfucker on this goddamn panel or C3 or Panther fans watched it. Not everybody's board is the same. You have a player rated one way, another guy has it right away. We have sat and argued repeatedly on which wide receivers we like better or which running back. Coaches in these teams are the same damn way. I myself wouldn't have did it. They did it. I'm not going to be hard about it because I haven't seen him play yet. Until I see him play and know. A few years ago, we was all hyped about every player we drafted. I've learned since then it ain't bullshit. I'm not going to be overhyped. I'm not going to be down over anybody we draft. They could draft a fucking long snapper, and I'd say, all right.
No, you wouldn't. But can I agree with that? You know, that's fine and all, but there's also a context of history to this that adds to the frustration because I'm all for giving everyone a chance. And I've got nothing personal against him. I have an issue with valuing a running back in the 2nd round when you have a lot of other needs and the board was falling the way it was falling, and you have Miles Sanders under contract, Chuba Hubbard still on the roster, and we've never been able to maximize our 3rd-string running backs and make them stars. I've seen running backs in preseason that look amazing, and then they cut them. I just.
The last 3rd-string running back, that looked like he was worth a shit.
You can make
was
the same argument for any of those other positions, like a cornerback, a linebacker. You could. It's the same thing with like a running back.
No, you can't. How could you say that? How? Look, try to justify that to me.
You can.
Try to justify that to me. Running backs have a lower shelf life, a way shorter shelf life.
Despite the 2nd round value, man. We're just trying to address a big need, and maybe Jonathan Brooks was just rated higher than some of these other positions.
Well, it's obviously they rated him high enough to trade up for him. My complaint is with the running back position as a whole. And you know, Pickle, you mentioned the running backs in the 1st round. Is there not a reason why the NFL doesn't value them nearly as much anymore?
That's not true.
I don't think.
Oh, sure.
There was 2 running backs taken in the top 12 last year. There's plenty of running backs who get paid. There was 4 of them.
They're receivers
didn't
now.
4 running backs get paid $10+ million this past offseason? Okay.
I can't,
you run the ball with your running back. You use your running back in the receiving game. They value them. They just try and not pay them.
The old fashioned
they value them. They value the hell out of
running backs is no longer there. It's like people say the fullback don't exist. That's bullshit. He doesn't exist. Only now they call him a blocking tight end. It's bullshit. The value chart that people want to refer to is apparently old and garbage, and no coach wants to use it. And I don't blame him. If you throw shit out that's old, that's something you need to trade out. Let the coach make the decision. Because trust me, all me and you are going to do is scream whether he's good or bad. If he goes out, breaks his leg, 3 years straight and sucks, all we're going to say it was a bad pick. The head coach and the GM lose their fucking job. As a whole, I understand where you say that you don't need to draft a running back to the 5th round or whatever. People say that all the time, but every single time that somebody needs a high quality running back, who's the best running back in the NFL right now?
You tell me, because I don't think it's a crapshoot.
Well, okay. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask an old man question to another old man. What's your definition of running back?
Currently, it's
Ooh.
the definition is by committee. That's my definition of running back position.
That's not what I asked.
Jesus
I
Christ,
said
Grayson.
what is the job duty of a running back?
What do you mean?
That cool.
What JJ? What
I'm not
the
even
job
gonna
duty of a
clap it,
running back?
dude.
Run the football.
He said running back.
All right, not anymore though. It's running the football and catching out of the backfield and pass blocking. 90% of the running backs we've brought in can't pass block. The best pass blocking running back we brought in the last 10 years or 12 years was Christian McCaffrey. The rest of them ain't worth their shit pass blocking. That's why they didn't get activated. That's why they stayed their ass months. Tony's man, I can't remember his name now. Late round pick we had a few years ago in cut.
Cameron Artis-Payne.
He was active his rookie year because Ron Rivera and because David Gettleman demanded it. But as soon as Ron Rivera had his way, he was inactivated because he couldn't hold on to the football correctly and he couldn't pass block.
Hey, Cody.
Nowadays, running backs has to do a whole lot more than just run the football for 2
Cody.
yards.
Hey, Cody.
Yeah, Kev.
No, Will Shipley.
Fuck you, Kev.
I knew he was going to say that. I knew he was going to say that.
Walked him right into it, man. You got to stop that shit.
Well, I get what you guys are saying. He's an upgrade, but at the end of the day, I don't see the value. I don't see the value there.
Right, I understand entirely. I don't see the value in having these big, tall, huge wide receivers that people say can catch in all the traffic in the world, and they still fucking suck each year and each year out.
Why are you talking like that?
Because it's entertaining. Why do you always put down Clemson, even though South Carolina ain't no fucking better than Clemson?
Yeah, bye, Kevin. Yeah.
Because I enjoy making
Keep talking,
Cody cry.
Kevin. Keep talking.
Yeah, Kevin.
I love hearing
Big
this.
dumbass.
Hey, my
There's a lot of
person
positions
kicks my
in
balls.
the NFL that are overrated and overvalued.
Well, like, look,
Fans
I
are
mean,
the
but
worst
hold on,
value.
Pickle. Can we say that it's okay to be in the middle with this pick? Like, as like the player himself, Jonathan Brooks, I like the player. I think he's a good running back. I think that for someone who's above 200 pounds, that he's shifty and he is very physically athletic. He can do a lot of cool shit. That still doesn't mean to me that I have to love the value when there were no running backs picked as of yet. And I still feel like he could have been there a little later when you could have had a JPJ. Another thing is if some of these guys that we could have had end up still being there, and they end up playing really good football for whatever team they were drafted, then we're gonna end up looking back on it like, well, fuck, we took the running back over the good old lineman. So I don't know. I like the player. I think he can be good, but I just don't love the process. I think.
What happens if he's CMC?
I understand because I'll be honest with you. I think half the picks last year were overvalued and overdrafted. But I still defend him. I think Bryce Young, including Bryce Young, should not have been the first overall pick. I don't think he was a correct quarterback. I didn't before we drafted him. I didn't before we traded up for him. You know that. But yet today I'll defend him because he is a Panther quarterback.
My quarterback.
And I can go on back to each and every draft class that way. But bottom line is, it is what it is. We fans have to remember we can bitch and complain, but David Tepper and all his little minions ain't going to call the fans up and ask them what they think. Well, David Tepper might if you put a sign up in Charlotte bitching about it. He might come in and ask you what you think.
All right, let me get some other people in. Go ahead, JJ. What were you just talking about this? JJ.
Yo.
What do you think about this Jonathan Brooks thing?
No, I like the pick. I haven't watched his highlights yet because that's what I go off of course, his highlights. Yeah, I still gotta watch his highlights, but I was vouching for running back. A lot of people know in the mock drafts simulators, you as well, Cody. I was vouching for like Blake Corum at 65 and shit. So, if he was rated our best running back on the board, and it was our second round pick. And they're like, you know what? We're gonna make sure we get our guy because what we want out of this draft, y'all gotta think their mindset could be, all right. Well, we just got a number one wide receiver. We just got our franchise wide receiver. We just got our franchise running back. Don't y'all think a franchise wide receiver and a franchise running back is gonna put wins on the stat sheet? Like it's
Yes.
just gonna naturally impact the game better. So you got to think like that. Impact players over anything. So a running back impacts the game a lot more than people give it credit for. So whether y'all value it and say, oh well, we could have held out to the fourth round and gotten this guy. He could have put up whatever amount of yards. Well, he may have not impacted the game as much as a Jonathan Brooks. So, we have to wait and find out and see how much it really holds up to be. I like the running back pick. So that's how I've always been. I always fuck with a good ass running back. And I'm tired of these bums. Let's get a game changing running back. And like Pickles said,
How's Jamie Robinson doing right now?
Like
For last year, 5th round pick.
Jamie?
It'd be nice if Bryce could just hand the rock off and we feel confident. Hold on,
Jamie.
this guy can really get 6-8 yards right now. He might break a tackle too, fuck one defender up. He might, he really might take it 20 yards or even to the house. So it's about time game changer up in here.
It's all about putting weapons around Bryce. You invested so much into Bryce Young, and you had nothing around him last year. This draft, you have to put shit around him for him to succeed.
Okay. I have a question for you then. Justify running back over a tight end at that pick.
There's no justification.
Well, would a tight end not have been a better weapon?
No, it wouldn't produce in 3 years. So.
James Allen Panther, we are 8 picks away.
That's going fast.
All right.
A tight end gets more production early. I mean, a running back does. Sorry.
But again, you could take a running back later. We have two.
Was the only tight end. He's really a difference maker.
Hey, by the way, we are 9 picks away. We are
it's coming, Cody.
Yeah, we're 9 picks away from being back on the clock again.
Oh,
Peyton Wilson is still available.
If we get a running back and get Wilson, I'm going crazy.
I'll say this. I will eat if I could see an actual good running game, then my soul will be healed. But it's this PTSD of 3 yards in a cloud of dust for decades. With some short spurts. With some of the running backs we've had, I've been very pleased. But
who's those running backs? You mean
Jonathan Stewart, D'Angelo Williams, Bianca Butaka, CMC. We don't need a history lesson.
Stephen Davis, don't forget him.
Why not? Stephen Davis was nasty.
The point is, I get
my friend. Not all late round running backs are worth a shit. 99% of late round running backs are late round for a reason.
But how many early running backs pan out though?
And have a long shot.
Not as many that should. I'm just saying, if I'm going to make a gamble, I'm going to go with talent above whatever.
Okay.
And I view this running back has more talent than any running back we've had since Christian McCaffrey.
Okay, and
absolutely.
I've said my 2 cents. I'm gonna get over it. I'm gonna root for the Panthers. Hopefully he works out. But if you guys ever need someone to listen to bitch about it, I'm here for you.
You're not gonna be the only one, bro.
One of these days, me, you, and Dees are going to do a podcast, and we're going to call it the Old Man Bitchin' Podcast.
What's the age limit?
Christian, real quick, just. I want to give you an example that I think of that justifies this. In the Jets, they did what I was explaining, what we potentially could have done, getting a franchise receiver and running back. The Jets got the number 1 receiver and corner in the draft and traded up in the second round to get the best running back in the draft, which was Breece Hall. So, that's how they just kept it simple, man. Whoever's highly ranked for their position, they're going to take that player who's going to impact the game, man.
And I
Even if
get
it
it,
is a running back.
but for some reason, I don't know what's wrong in Carolina, but I never see it work out in Carolina outside of CMC, and then they just overuse them.
Look at the play calling.
That's a valid feeling.
Well, we haven't really had the draft to running back high until CMC.
Because I understand your skepticism when it comes to drafting a running back. That's not really what you want to do, and that's totally understandable. And I totally, you're being totally transparent. But I think play calling with Rule and Joe Brady, and then last year was just abysmal. Let's just see how this pans out. Let's hope that it isn't what it has been in years past, and we'll see what happens. But I can understand why you're skeptical, because you see teams like Tennessee and you see teams like Kansas City have dominant running games in Baltimore, and you want to see your team also have that same, like, oh shit, Carolina's running game is fucking legit. So I get why you're questioning the pick, but all we can do
And
is
remember, and Bryce Young, when his last year in college, he was always dumping off the Jameer Gibbs.
Braswell
back in days.
Like he was always dumping the ball off the Jamar Gibbs.
Hey,
Yeah,
I'm not
he could be
saying
Jamar
there
Gibbs.
isn't positives. I just don't like the value. I don't like the history. That's all.
Yeah, I'm with you.
But I mean, fingers crossed here. Maybe if we get.
I mean, I said if it was me, I would not have done this, but they did.
I know.
I'm
You just love arguing with me.
He likes arguing. Period.
That's what it is.
He likes
He likes arguing. People
He
will
doesn't
argue
hear
with the
anymore, so
wall.
you
if
can't
you let
dish
them.
him, buddy.
Well, sometimes I do. It's entertaining. I win more of those.
Yeah.
Sometimes I just get tired of. Well, this is the way we've always done it, and this is the way we always need to do it, and we haven't won jack shit because we've always done it this way. There's a point if you beat your head up against a brick wall long enough to poke a hole in the wall, eventually you're going to poke a hole in something, not the wall.
Jesus.
You're going to run out of head to beat up against that wall.
In your brain.
And to me, that's exactly what the Panthers are doing. The last great running back we had, we drafted early. The fact is, so far as I can remember, every running back the Panthers have ever drafted that's been very successful, we've drafted early.
That's a good way of looking at it.
Why not try now? I mean, let's be real. At least we didn't draft a first round. At least we didn't use a first round pick on this gentleman. At least we didn't use a first round pick and then trade back in and surrender another first round pick.
And it was a mid-second too.
Who was a bust.
Well, and also think about how we in the last 2 years we were able to get our franchise receiver, franchise quarterback, franchise running back, like JJ was alluding to earlier.
Yeah,
that's a core. Like you've got a foundation. Now let's see what we add also at 65, and this might pan out.
I think it's gonna pan out, Chad.
I think it's gonna pan out.
If I can get in here, one thing I agree with is I agree with Cody on the process of how he did this. It wasn't a very good process. I don't mind the player, and as I sit here, it's growing on me a bit. But also, I'm starting to become more optimistic, just because we have to see them on the field first to really know how they're going to be as a player in the NFL. So it's just optimism and just assumptions at this point. Maybe it was early in this draft to take him, but I also feel like what we did, at this point, even the Cowboys didn't take running back. We could have stayed at 52, or we could have taken another position and gotten him probably at 65. That's my problem with this, is not waiting until a later. It's just like what the Jags did. The Jags took a guy who they could have gotten in the third round with their 48th overall pick. You can wait for certain positions like running back until the 65th pick. I feel like you could have waited until 65 to get him.
You say that, but you never know.
At least we didn't draft a backup quarterback.
At this point, we do know.
Jesus.
Did you know that Florida was going to be a first-round receiver?
No, I did not think Ricky was going when he did. Nobody did. If you did, you're
Well,
lying
obviously
your ass
nobody did
off.
for that.
But here's what David Newton
I don't
said.
think
He
that's
said,
related really at all.
well, no, you don't know when people are going to go.
Well, yeah, but at this point, if you're looking at it right now, you do know he probably wouldn't have gone. At this point, he probably wouldn't have gone.
Hey, just to put a bow on my rant there, it's just, guys, please understand, I'm someone who's been bitching about having the same argument for many, many, many years. So it's not just this year, it's not just today. It's just something that I've just grown tired of it, and you guys have no clue how frustrated I get hearing people talk about the vaunted Carolina run game over the years, and I'm watching, and it's just to me it's just been meh. But for the most part, I'm not saying every year, but that's it. It's not. I'm not pinpointing the player. I'm the type of guy where I start to vent off when I feel like I'm going to get pissed later. So I'm venting now when I see the plays later, and I see the fucking post-game interviews with Canales talking about, yeah, we talked about this. We said we were going to be stubborn running the ball, and so that I don't blow a complete gasket then and get hemorrhoids out of it. I'm blowing some fuses right now. So I just hopefully they can prove me wrong here.
Here's
You might still blow a
David
gasket
Newton
then
Hook
too,
of horns
anyways.
right now. What are you doing?
But David Newton put this out. He said the Panthers' second-round pick Jonathan Brooks had 11 rushes of 20-plus yards last season, including 4 touchdowns.
Huge.
As a team, the Panthers combined for 9 rushes of 20-plus yards and only 1 touchdown.
Exactly.
People keep saying he tore his ACL this past year. It wasn't this past year, I don't believe. It was the year before that
I
where
didn't
he
even
tore
know
his
that
ACL.
happened. That ain't cool though.
All right. Other than that, keep pounding. I had to liven it up a little bit, gentlemen. It wouldn't be a free for all without me yelling.
Hey, Christensen, I ask you,
Cody, you like my post?
a simple one. How many of these current fans, how would they handle the John Fox comments like a punt's a good play?
They wouldn't be a Panthers fan.
You're right, exactly. John Fox would end more Panther fans than Matt Rule and Frank Reich combined.
I don't know, man. I feel like it's a different world, a different life.
Christian, you don't like Bryce. Like, I ain't trying to sound like that, but you don't like Bryce. You don't think he's going to work out, do you?
Correct. Correct.
All right, let me put it to you like this. They gave him those 2 big-ass guards. I know you know that. They gave him Leggett, whatever the fuck his name is, and
Leggett.
then Deontay Johnson, and now you give him Brooks. You have surrounded him with legit talent. Like, he can have this year maybe, but time is like not on his side when you're talking about years.
Yeah,
like, he really has to show up.
If he fails this year and it's clearly his fault, there's no more excuses.
Hey, I get it. And again, it's more of an argument about where we took him and that we traded up to get him. There's a little bit of that. It's just I just don't. I can be stubborn in the running game too, Canales. I think we could value running backs later in the draft and run by committee. So, but no, I get it. I've been on some of these cat calls talking about how we need to surround Bryce if he's going to succeed, even though I don't like him. I think we need to give him a running game. I think that's where he's going to be successful off the play action, and not be. He's not the guy who's going to win us the game a lot of times. So. I agree with all of it. I disagree. I just don't. I don't.
Traditionally, you're right. I feel you. I'm right there with you. But for what we did to get his ass, like, we have to do irrational shit like this right now. That's how I feel.
And like
not gonna lie, I wouldn't be against taking another running back right here.
I wouldn't be against taking another wide receiver.
Stop while you're ahead, please, man. You're gonna give me a heart attack, bro.
Wait,
how about a tight end?
If we took Blake
the Lions just took Ennis Rakestraw Jr.
Quorum's raw, dude. He really is.
I think right now you have to seriously consider trading up if you're the Panthers to go after somebody like Peyton Willis.
Yeah, you got TJ Tampa on the board still too, and he's a second-round talent at cornerback who could fall here.
Yeah, he's a Roman Wilson, the receiver from
Buffalo's going to take TJ Tampa. You never know who's going to fall, man. Look at AD.
Dave Canales said he was going to be stubborn, bro. He picked it, bro. If he picks another running back right here, oh my God.
Please, come on, man.
Christian's gonna have a heart attack.
I'd really, I'd be
I mean, Sanders is still there too.
No, okay. Yeah, we're just being negligent at that point. Come on.
What about Sanders?
And what's sad is I'm almost believing it's a possibility.
What do you think about Sanders?
I don't know why. I just had a draft crush on Blake Corn.
Who they
That
getting?
was the running back I really wanted.
You would have got him in the 4th or the 3rd too. Who you really wanted, Blake Corum.
But no jokes. I mean, why not just go for a tight end here too? I mean, let's just
load up on weapons
If
for
you're
Bryce.
gonna get a tight end, you want like a good tight end. You want a great tight end.
Jatavian Sanders he's a good receiving tight end.
If you want a good one, you want a good one. You want a great one.
That's who I want. Draft Sanders.
Dude,
Yeah.
that's gonna be a solid ass offensive draft.
I would take a guard. Bebe. What was his name? BB? Whatever. Cooper
It's too early to get a backup.
No, Pickle explained the.
I wouldn't get a
Or guards.
No guard.
Pickle explained the guard situation earlier in his.
Damn things.
Dude, our guard only played 10 games last year.
One of his early ones.
Kevin, you're only keeping 9. You're only keeping 9.
And Corbett went down.
You're only
Hey,
keeping
let
9
Pickle explain something real quick.
You're only keeping 9 offensive linemen on your roster at most.
Okay.
You got your 4 starters. If you have Brady Christensen and the swing tackle you got, and you hypothetically draft a center, you have one other position. Who you keeping?
Cutting Cade Mays.
You cut Cade Mays. So you're going to cut Cade Mays to sign a guard that you get in the late rounds that you know nothing about.
Yes, because Cade Mays has done nothing for the last 3 years.
You don't know that he's any better than Chandler Zavala.
Cade Mays is going to be a free agent after this year.
In the 3rd
You
round,
also
and
don't know
everybody
any
said he
worse.
was going to be a stud because he came from North Carolina, and he wasn't.
Mays is going to be a free agent after this year. What's the point of keeping him? He's probably going to leave next year.
Well, okay, in that
Go ahead and
case,
get a rookie.
in that case, so is Austin Corbett. Cut Austin
Yeah.
Corbett, cut Brady, cut everybody. Fuck it.
Corbett's a starter, man.
Well, no. Cade Mays.
Cade Mays and Corbett are 2 different people, bro. They're not on the same level.
Cade Mays isn't going to be a free agent yet, so we'll just put him as a starter. So we're cutting everybody who's going to be a free agent next year. We just might as well cut the running.
Cade Mays is a
wide
nobody,
receivers
though.
that we have now.
Cade Mays is nothing.
I don't. You know what? I know that. If he was something, he'd already played something.
He's the third stringer. He hasn't done anything.
I'm just saying, if you draft a guard just to
There's a
draft
South
a guard,
Carolina fan
it's
at
a
the
wasted
draft.
It would be better off drafting a center who you actually may have a future. What are you going to do? Draft a career guard?
Well, it also might be labeled as a guard, but he can play guard.
He's a pro bowler.
A career backup guard.
If he's great, who cares?
He want a great backup guard. That makes a lot of sense. He'll be a
Our
better
guards are not that.
We're not gonna
Look
draft
at our
a guard
guards
in
and
the
look at their
fourth
age.
round.
Look at their
We're not
health.
gonna draft a guard in the 4th round and then take one of these
I don't want
high-paying
him.
guards and put him on the bench.
Hunt only
So
played 10 games last year.
Waste a pick and sign a guard to be a career depth guy. That makes a lot
He's
of
going
sense.
to start
Yeah.
eventually.
That's what I agree with.
So who are we benching?
None of them.
Who are they going to bench to start your guard?
Hey, Kevin, you're the one arguing for a guard right now?
Yes.
I mean,
Did you want a running back?
Who are they going
No,
to
not really.
bench?
Oh, because I was
What
about to
guard
say.
are they going to bench to start your guard?
I'm saying keep him as the backup for right now for year one because you know you're drafting for a career, right? You're not just 1 year.
way
Isn't that
you
1 year draft?
But both your free agent guards are under 4-year contracts. You
And
draft
one
a
is
guy now
injured. One only played 10 games. Pickle.
But
And
they're
he's the
still
most
under
expensive.
contract for 4 years. They're still under contract for 4 years. And by the time they become a free agent, your backup guard's going to become a free agent.
Contracts are movable.
Yeah, all of them are movable.
Hey, Cody,
Technically,
how
they're
many
all
more
2-year
picks
contracts,
until we're up?
including your
3
big
more.
money man you drafted.
Yeah, 3 more.
99% of the contracts they signed this year are technically 2-year contracts. People rave hell about laughed about Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins' contract is technically a 2-year deal. So
yeah, but he's also got $90 million guaranteed. That's different.
But in 2 years, if they cut Kirk Cousins in 2 years, they will save $35 million. Because
What do you fucking do? You still owe him 90.
No, you don't, because in 2 years you have that 90 already paid off. If you look at the contract, that's how the contract wrote.
And are we
Drew,
sure
Drew, hey, my bad, Drew, I didn't even introduce you yet. Vegas Drew, welcome to the show, man.
Hey guys, how's it going? I've been sick.
What's happening?
Are you
Chiefs
sure that
just
ain't
traded up one spot?
Who?
It looks like Ryan
The Chiefs
Khalil to
just
me.
traded up one spot.
Man, Cody, I'm pissed. I'm just disappointed
I
in
hear
this
you.
whole draft.
Yeah, I need to get Kyle in. Does anyone mind going in the background for a minute? Any
Yeah, I don't mind.
volunteers or okay? Appreciate you, Christian.
Sure.
Yeah, just stay in the background, Christian.
Just
My
lay in the
boy
bushes.
Kyle. I know
Yeah.
Kyle's been ready to get on the show.
Oh,
Hey.
watching for
That man
hours.
got
Let's
off
go.
of work. That man is feeling
Fucking
good.
Brooks, dude. I don't know how much I like the pick, but I definitely don't hate it. I mean, like Pickle was saying, dude, the only time we have running backs that actually perform, we took them early. And someone has said on this panel before, and it's the truest statement in the world. If the player comes in and produces, you didn't take him early.
Exactly.
And if he comes in and is shit, you took him way too early.
You're right. Absolutely right. And that's what we do. We finger point and we say, hey, man, you sucked. You're shit.
Everybody likes to be right. No one likes to point out when they're wrong. That's all.
Right. But if it's an early pick that we may have definitely he would have been available at 52, I think. But still,
that's my whole complaint is like, really, even if you drafted this dude, whatever, like, why, if you trade down and you shit your pants about, oh God, the guy we wanted might get picked, then why the fuck did you trade down in the first place? You basically just got a 5th round pick and just pissed it away. We're just like, oh, okay,
we
you got
got
an
a
extra
second
one.
next year. We got a second next year too. So.
yeah, we got the second.
But I'm just saying.
I classify that as a win.
I think the 5th was just a throwing, probably.
That's what I mean. You just threw it away. You just like had an extra, like you gave 2 5th away. You're like, okay, we'll move up. Here's 2 5th round picks.
We took those 2 5ths and turned them to a second.
Yeah, but you did 2 5ths and a second. You moved up like 4 spots or 5 spots, whatever it was.
13. Well, whatever. Yeah.
13? It's 52 to what?
13.
We picked that 40. It was 46. Pick 46.
46.
So it was 6 picks.
6 picks.
Yeah.
13 was the other one. That was the
Right
one back the
overpay.
first time.
We moved.
I'm just saying, like,
We moved back.
the point of like I'm saying, when you trade it down, yeah, we get the second pick next year. I get it. I mean, you don't know what that's going to be. Could be something good. I'm just saying, why trade down to just trade back up, and then it just doesn't make any sense. We could have stayed. We didn't even have to trade back into the first. I understand the argument for the 5th year option or 4th year option on the first round picks, but man, I feel like we're taking some weird. Like we could have had Powers Johnson. We could have had Cooper DeJean. That dude dropped.
The reason they
Like,
traded back
I think he would have been a stud.
39 is because that would have been too early for him. That
We
would
could have had Cody's boy. We could have had the dude from Clemson.
I
I'll
think
be
what
right
you're
back.
saying
I'm
is,
going to take a shot.
I think what you're saying basically is, why trade to 52 if we were going to trade back to 46? Why not just
and
trade?
Not only doing that, but for that player. Like that.
I mean,
no one,
if
no
you
one's
have
jumping
conviction,
up.
you have conviction. If you have conviction, you have conviction. Yeah,
We
we
know,
can't
if you're
say
gonna
that.
go-
We can't.
Yeah, if you're gonna go out and lose, you might as well go out on your picks, I guess. You know,
Panther Pickle, you still in this bitch?
When you're the guy in the room making the pick, you know.
Yeah,
it's the guy you
I need to
want.
say something to you before we pick.
that's true. You don't want to sit there with your dick in your hands and being like, "Oh, I let the guy go by that."
Well, Mel Kiper says I should take this guy.
Yeah.
No, fuck
Well, I'm
that.
not. I
I
don't.
need to tell you before we pick right now.
The only guys I see I like are guys that I've
We
actually
can't
watched.
Van Brand, we're here and miss out on Wilson. I'm okay.
Peyton fucking Wilson. Let's go.
If we
Like
take Van Pran, I'm okay.
Peyton
Like that
Wilson
made me laugh. It was
or
like Sam
Cedric Van
Francisco
Pran
jumping up to get Ricky Pearsall. Like,
or TJ Tampa.
I think if we take
Tampa's
Van
still
Pran
here,
right
actually.
here, I'm not going to be upset.
I'll
Van
be
Pran,
honest.
Tampa,
I
or
think we're going to take somebody that we have no idea that we're interested
Probably.
in.
I'm with Pickle on this one. I think we're gonna pick up like
Here goes the what the fuck for me.
It's going to be Trey Benson, running back from Carolina.
No, Evan.
no. Who's someone that we have already like a ton of? It'll be Roman Wilson, the wide receiver from Michigan.
Oh my god!
I don't think we're.
It'll be a left tackle. It'll be that Rosengarten. Or he got picked already.
That may not be depending on how Icky plays. That may not be a bad.
Cody Lack, if it's Van
Yeah, I was
Pran,
about to
we'll
say a
cry
left
about
tackle
Wilson.
wouldn't be.
Why are you going to draft the backup?
Well, same reason you're going to draft a backup guard.
That's why I was.
That's what
know
I
what
was
you do?
saying earlier. Why would you
No,
draft a
Pickle.
backup guard?
Pickle, you know who it is?
Tackle.
It's gonna be Spencer Rattler. We're infatuated
yeah.
with South Carolina. We're gonna get Spencer Rattler right here.
Kevin would like that. My point is not. My point
Kevin
is,
would not hate that.
If
I would not.
there's a
Put it on the
certain
board.
limited number of linemen that you're going to carry. If you're going to draft 5 linemen, you're just wasting picks.
Ooh,
It's no different than.
Dude,
It's
the
no
third
different
string
than
running back is a wasted pick.
It's no different than drafting another
who's the third
wide
string
receiver
running
that you're
back?
not going to use.
No,
Peyton
are they
Wilson,
gonna?
Cedric
They're gonna
Van Pran,
promote the
I
running
think
back.
offensive line gets hurt.
Our starting running back when he's coming off of ACL. No, he's probably gonna start third string running back.
Well,
He's not
Oh, he
coming
better
off.
not be third.
He had the
Who's
ACL
third
tear
string
in
running back?
2022.
Guaranteed he's starting.
Jonathan Brooks will probably be the starter.
Jonathan
Listen,
Brooks is RB1 day one. What the fuck are we talking about?
You
CMC
guys
was
are thinking they're gonna give him the keys to the kingdom. I don't think so.
That whole shit about Chuba's a start running back, you can forget that damn shit, bud. It's over
I'm not
with.
saying he's a star running back. I'm just saying he might give him
They
the
looked
start.
at Chuba Hubbard and Miles Sanders and say, "Yeah, give me Jonathan Brooks, please."
Yeah,
Yeah,
Brooks
like-
I mean, you
first
remember
carry of the year,
CMC didn't start until like I think his second season. He was
We have a
behind,
crowded running field, but like saying you have a crowded offensive lineman, we have a shit ton of running backs.
Well, yeah, but none of them are on contract next year, except for
None of
Brooks.
them are any good either.
All right, the 49ers.
Well, that's why we got them.
The 49ers
I know,
are
because
and the
he's not
Panthers
even-
are on the clock.
Who's the pick for the 49? There hasn't been anything about who they. Oh, dang it! They took Renardo Green. That's such a good pick for the Niners. Oh my
Peyton
god!
Wilson, let's go.
I don't even know who that is.
God, it's there.
They picked Ricardo Montalban.
Good cornerback from FSU.
I'm gonna give it the Dan CTE eyes.
What did you say, Bagel?
According to Ian Rappaport an hour ago, the Panthers' new running back, Jonathan Brooks, should be recovered by training camp after tearing his ACL last season. That means that if
Should be.
he recovered, that means he won't have to be a backup. If he shows he's better, then he'll be the starter. Because
Let's
remember,
go.
the current
There's a lot of
set
ifs in there.
running backs hold no value to Dave Canales.
0. And to me either.
Yeah, but there's a lot of ifs in there. If he's ready in time, if he could
Even
take
if
that
he
spot.
isn't number one, he'll be in the
There's ifs in
rotation.
the whole world. If the U.S. survives by then, if
Cody
the
Lapp,
world
we got a new
ain't
RB1
completely
day one.
clusterfuck, if the zombie apocalypse don't
I hope so,
if
man.
he ain't
It's
invaded
gonna
by
happen.
aliens,
It's gonna happen.
Work out. He's going to be running down
if
behind those
crazy
big
man-
fucking hog
Well, you're
mollies,
saying it like it's a foregone thought. Oh, he's gonna be all healthy and he's gonna take that number one spot. Like you don't know it just as much as I don't know.
I mean, they could die of a heart attack tomorrow. There's ifs and everything. There's ifs and
Don't say that shit. Nigga, we're the Panthers. We can easily lose somebody. Stop.
Well, I mean, there's ifs and everything.
Yeah, but they probably die of something stupid like a hangnail.
Up all down these stairs.
I
right now.
understand what you're saying. I
Yeah.
understand that you're mad because you didn't get who you want. I understand you're mad because they didn't hire who you wanted. But the bottom line is, I would rather try my best to be some sort of positive. Because if all I'm going to be is negative, they ain't no use to watch the Panthers. There's no use to watch football. There's no use to participate in this group. There's no use to have C3 spaces. If all I'm going to do is negative, fuck everything.
Yo,
Hell yeah.
Well, let's
Fuck
get ready.
everything.
That's what you would have got.
Let's
nigga.
get ready
Fuck
to see who we take with their
everything.
third rounders.
Because if all I'm going to do is being negative about everything in my world. There's no use to be here.
We traded our pick to the Jets.
We traded back.
Oh, did we?
Again, Jesus.
We traded back.
We're getting our 5th round pick back.
We could do that same thing with you. Just because I don't agree with what you're saying doesn't mean I'm being negative.
Over again.
We're getting our 5th round pick.
Yeah, the Jets traded up with the Panthers.
They're taking Malachi Corley, Western Kentucky receiver.
Okay, now wait.
How far did we move
How many
back?
picks did we go down?
I honestly don't even know what pick the Jets have.
Let me see.
Let's see
So
if
hold
Tom
on.
takes it.
We
wait.
moved down 1, 2, 3, 4,
That's
5, 6, 7. The Panthers moved down 8 spots.
What the
That's
fuck,
not
dude?
much.
Goodbye,
What did
Peyton
we
Wilson.
get?
Yep.
What
We
did
got
wonder what- hey,
77.
When I find what we got in return, I'll let you know.
I've
By
seen
the way, if anyone
got
is in the
70
background that wants to say something, Deez or Christian, just let me know, man.
We got 72 and 157 from the Jets. So we got back a 5th rounder.
Whoopee.
See?
I don't like
Yo,
that.
It's not a
Oh,
total
this
loss.
one, that might be a little bit
draft
crazy, but I don't
another
like this
running
pick.
back. We can draft another running back or a career backup offensive lineman or maybe even a career backup long snapper.
We can still get Peyton Willis, right?
Higher in the next
Or
50
maybe
years.
a franchise kicker. Who
Tez
knows?
Walker or Sanders is going to
Maybe.
be the pick.
We can still get Wilson, right?
Yes. And that's what I'm
Wilson's
kind of
not-
worried about. I
Wilson
didn't
ain't
really
gonna-
want to trade
I don't
back
think he'll
there.
be-
There's not been a running back. To answer Christian's question, there's not been a running back that has been taken since Jonathan Brooks. Not a single one.
Almost like there was no rush. Almost like there was no rush to pick a running back.
Exactly.
Or maybe he was
they
better than
misread the
everyone else.
situation.
That's what I
They
was
just
saying.
panicked.
Only running back worth taking.
That,
Exactly.
Thank you.
Trey Benson was worth taking in the 2nd round too. If you're
Clearly
going to
he
take a running
wasn't.
back.
Clearly he wasn't.
According to
So we
somebody,
got our 5th
I
back,
don't know about
so
that.
according to somebody in the chat earlier, Jerry Jones had let it slip the other day that he really liked to take Brooks. But if Brooks isn't there, then he don't need to take anything. But
I bet you
just
that
what
would have been
somebody
their
in the
pick
chat
if we
said.
didn't trade up for him.
Well, I don't know. I
Probably.
just-
well, maybe they were working on the trade.
That's some Dallas shit. That is definitely some Dallas shit.
I mean, Dallas could have been trading up.
Dallas would have took CJ or and since
What
They
I
took a
know
really
is
good
he
edge
got
rusher though.
our
and
guy.
so
We sure did, Christian.
I'm not happy about this trade down. I don't understand it.
I just hope Peyton Wilson's still there.
If we get Peyton Willis, it'll be worth it.
Peyton
So
Wilson
does
or
anybody
Cedric
know off the
Van
top?
Pran?
What did we pick up in return?
Just a
Basically a
72
5th
and
rounder.
157.
A 5th rounder?
We
Yep.
got our 5th rounder back.
Jesus.
Hey, man, if we get the same guy we got it, we would get at like 65. Who cares?
You're right. You're right. I'm gonna wait for these picks. I'm not gonna be salty yet.
Positive.
This is the first time I've got salty this draft. I've been cool as hell.
I flipped out a little bit, but it's all right.
Who
Just
cares
keep
about a
swimming. Just keep
to get a better
swimming.
story?
I've been
Dude,
pissed off way before now.
this
So I'll take it.
broadcast is fucking nauseating, dude.
Which one you watching, bro?
I'm on NFL Network.
On ABC.
Yeah,
I know. But they keep cutting to these.
I'm not
Well,
even watching. I'm looking at my sleeper
they're
app. My
singing
sleeper app goes
songs
before
and
them.
shit.
If y'all have sleeper, it'll come up like
Okay.
before they even go out.
Really, Kev?
Wait,
You really,
what?
really watching it on Sleeper?
I'm not even watching the thing. Well, I mean, what are they going to tell me different?
You don't want to watch somebody look cool and get overhyped with highlights?
No.
Are they gonna go to commercial here? They do like a whole thing, and now they're gonna go back to commercial at the start of the 3rd round.
Yeah, I can get the cheaper that way. Or
Man,
next.
they've gone to commercial way too much tonight. Like every 2 or 3 picks they go to commercial.
Are we
This
just
is
going to abandon the
a
defense?
CK, that's actually unnecessary bluntness. Just tweeted out. Panthers must have a lot of folks on their board still available. It's a good.
I could believe that.
Hey, Cody, check the private chat.
Man, I guess that's not necessarily a bad thing to have.
It's not. I mean, that's my only explanation for them trading back constantly.
They either have a bunch on their board or they don't know what to do.
Well, let's hope that it's the first.
I can't find it in Sleeper, Kev. I don't know what you're doing.
It just automatically pops up. Like it just.
Yeah,
looks
it's in
like a
Grindr.
notification.
Yeah, I hope
I
it's
might
the
be getting
first
ahead
thing
of
you
myself,
said.
but I think we got
It's
the
just
second
us
best
having
running back
too many
in the
people.
division right now.
Hey, how about that? We stole Jonathan Brooks from Jerry Jones and the Cowboys.
Yeah, I'm with it.
Is there a report about it or something?
Yep,
Yeah.
you just read it.
Yep, there's a link in both chat, the private chat and the.
Is that what
YouTube
they were
chat.
going to go for if we didn't take him?
Yes.
Yeah.
See? Never
Does that
know.
ease it a little bit for you, Cody, or no?
There ain't no guarantee though they were going to trade up.
Does that make you feel a little bit better, or no?
I don't know.
You
Not
just gonna
really.
need to see something. That's gonna be all.
Come on,
Yeah,
don't
that's
get
what I'm saying.
your heels out
I
on the
mean,
ground.
I don't know. I want to see what he does.
Yeah, if
Apparently
breathe a little
everybody
better.
loved him. Apparently there was a bunch of people that really thought that
yeah,
he was the man.
he did it. He's got a small interview on Carolina Blitz on YouTube that he talks about the Panthers and when he on his visit when he was here on a visit.
Malachi Corley?
I think you're validating signing the guards
Brooks.
even
Brooks.
more about drafting a running back.
Yeah, I didn't really. I tried to listen to it, but everybody was talking.
Evan Corley went to the Jets, right?
That's
Yeah.
a good
Yep,
ass
he
place
just
for
went to
him.
the Jets with the pick that we traded with them.
I tell you what, I'm kind of aggravated because, Tim Tizzy said something on the chat. And let's be honest, you went down this road before. Gettleman liked to trade up and down the draft, and he always fucked everything up. And
Look at G, man.
Scott Fitterer traded up and down the draft and fucked everything up. And so far, my fanship for Dan don't look too good because he's trading up and down his draft, and I don't fucking like it, really.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Scott Fitterer did.
I
his
don't
first
like
Call him baby Scotty.
Hey, Deez, you're on the show if you want in, bro.
Yeah, no, it's the same. It's exactly the same thing that we saw before. I just want you guys to think about the 5 receiver mock drafts we've done on the Friday Free for All before this, and how bad we got flamed for some small mistakes we made.
Yo, Deez, you're breaking up real bad, brother. You're cutting in and out, man. Real bad.
Next running back is just gone. Trey Benson is going to the Arizona Cardinals here at this pick.
All right.
Good. Get him off the board. We don't
In
want him.
reality, I'm just going to speak up, and Cody may feel the same way. I wanted a running. I wouldn't cared for a running back, but I had my own particular rathers. I thought the Tennessee guy, Jalen Wright, was a lot better than people give him credit for. Cody wanted Will Shipley, so if
We all knew
Cowboys
that
wanted
wasn't going to
Doug
happen.
Brooks, we would have made up an excuse to get somebody else.
They just showed that Trey Benson has had an MCL and an ACL in 2020.
Oh my God!
They both.
He is raw as hell, though. It didn't fuck him up too bad. He ran a 4.39 at the combine. I think he's okay.
With a bunch of injuries, what the hell are we going to do?
Hey, yo, my man, my man Ant, finally in the show. About time. I'm happy to get you in, bro. What's up?
Hey,
Anthony.
Yo,
I'm not arguing with everybody today.
I'm not here to
No,
argue.
bro.
I'm just here to state my opinion.
Wonderful.
Do you hear
Go
me?
ahead.
Yeah.
Yep.
You will be argued. It will be argued.
All right. All right.
I'll try to shut up.
All right. So this is what I gotta say. Okay. All right. Just hear me out. Jonathan Brooks. I think he's got some home run hitting ability. With that said, the best thing that Dan Morgan did was recoup the 2nd round pick from the BY9 trade. So that trade is finally in the past in terms of losing out on the draft capital. But Jesus fuck, why did he take a running back in the top 50? I told you, fuck.
Thank you.
All you needed to do was get a good offensive line, and you can have Joe Schmo fucking running through tackles.
Cook.
What the fuck? Seriously, we could have taken a running back in the 5th round. There were tons of great players sitting there. I'm sorry, I'm not down with this pick. I don't get it. I don't get the pick at all, man. They really don't. I'm
It
sorry.
is very frustrating.
They liked him, and the Cowboys were going to pick him.
The Cowboys weren't even on the board, though.
They can trade up.
Oh my God, the Cowboys were picking like 10 picks later than that.
They probably offered a trade.
How dare you, Anthony?
dumb.
How dare you question a running back pick? I'm
I'm hoping
disappointed.
that New England doesn't take Peyton Wilson right here. I am really hoping they don't.
Don't start that shit because that can
How
happen.
many picks until we're
Where you at, Cole? What are you doing?
We are on
If it's not fucking
64
Peyton,
picks, JJ.
then it needs to be a
Oh
center.
my God, dude.
You just gonna be no picture, Cole?
Oh, I was on Cam a little while ago. I'll hop back on there.
There he
I'm
is.
here, brother.
Jonathan Brooks is better than
Let's go. We fucking need this
If
shit.
he can beat Jamar Chase,
We're in
I
this
don't care.
together, buddy. Let's get
God
it.
damn it.
Ladies and gentlemen, G Baby in the motherfucking hit.
Let's go, G Baby. You got a
G-Baby.
motherfucking Texas player on this roster.
G Baby,
Hey,
what
what's
up?
Gucci with my motherfucking dogs? My bad, y'all.
Baby, what's up?
Do you feel better now, bro?
I'm up here defending this pick. Get
We're
up
chilling,
Yeah.
bro.
We
Man,
took
feel
the
better?
wrong Texas motherfucker. That's what we did.
No, we didn't.
Defend this Longhorn.
Gee, look, the running backs are flying off the board right now, dog. Dan Morgan is cooking. They got the guy who wanted, and they got the best running back in the draft. G, like I told y'all this months ago. There were a couple of backs that fit Dave Canales' system. Bucky Brooks was one, and Jonathan Brooks was another, bro. And they got the guy they wanted, man. Like, this is perfect for the fucking Carolina Panthers. I wasn't high on fucking Xavier Legette. I'm not gonna lie. But I dove a little bit more into his personal life. I found out that he lost both of his parents, bro. He had to overcome adversity, bro. So you know what? I'm all in on Xavier Legette, bro. The best two weapons that we got for fucking Bryce Young, y'all. Dan Morgan's cooking, and we got the fifth rounder back, and we got a future 2nd rounder for next year's draft. We still have to build for the fucking future. Dan Morgan is fucking cooking. Y'all are tripping.
He got a whole plan set together.
It's gonna work. Shit really might work.
And that's really what it is, G Baby. We got, in our eyes, the best running back in the draft class. I think people overlooking that.
Overlooking it. Don't let Jatavion Sanders fall to pick 72.
Hey, man, he might be my next pick.
Yeah.
Don't let that motherfucker fall, because if he falls to 72, he came in on a visit. We brought him in on that 30-30 visit, whatever. Hey, holla at me, man. Hook 'em horns, baby. You already know.
All right. Well, G Baby's pumped.
24 hours can change a lot of shit on G Baby.
It was more like 3 hours.
Right.
Hey, Cody, what are your thoughts on what we did? Like, what do you think?
I mean, I like the player. I'm not a fan of taking a running back before the 4th round. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Like, I'm just, I think the player is good. He probably is the best running back in the draft. And listen, when you consider that they're spending so much on guards, Dave Canales has talked about wanting to be stubborn, running the football. I mean, I think that they have a vision in mind. I would have gone center.
Hey, G, who did Bryce Young throw the ball to a lot in college?
He's tight end, brother.
Him and the Gibbs.
What was that?
And Gibbs.
Oh, yeah, the running back. Yeah, the running back coming out of the back.
Be real. The fact that he's coming off of a 2-1 ACL, that's tough too, man.
He threw it to Jace McClellan too, though.
To Brian Robinson.
We could have drafted Jace McClellan in the 7th round, boys. Like,
No, dude, you're tripping. Chase McClown and fucking Jonathan Brooks are like night and day, bro. You're tripping, dog.
Bro,
There's levels to this shit, and
Because all the other 5th, 6th, and 7th round running backs the Panthers have drafted in their entire history have worked out. The only running backs in the history of the Carolina Panthers
Jordan
that has
Scarlett.
ever been worth a shit was drafted in the 1st or 2nd round.
Hey, I need you. I'm gonna send you some homework, bro. I'm gonna send you everything I have on Jonathan Brooks. You sleep it hard, my boy. I promise you, dog. Like, what you got to understand is Jonathan Brooks was still producing, and he was behind Roshan Johnson and Bijan Robinson, dog. Like, you're tripping, G. You're tripping, dog. He's a
What if he
fucking
ends up
alien.
being
He's
better
never
than
been injured
Bijan?
in his
That really
entire
would
life. He just
fuck
had a
that would
freak
be wild.
accident, bro.
What was that last part, G?
What was he saying?
Injury?
Oh, the last he just had a freak injury. He's never been injured in his entire career. He just had a freak injury, man. And I'm telling y'all right now, Jonathan Brooks has home run speed. He has home run speed. If he would have ran that 40, I'm projecting that 40 to be a little bit under 4.40. I'm telling you, he's electric.
That's shaking.
Pick 72, is that what it is now?
Not to mention, he's got a nasty jump cut.
CJ, hey, even some of the best running teams in the NFL didn't take their running backs at the top, 2-3 rounds in the draft, man. Like, that's, I'm not saying
Cody, it's about getting the back that fits your system, brother. It's about getting the back that fits your system, G. And they got the back that fits their system that they fucking love, dog.
I got you, Real Life.
McCaffrey and Alvin Kamara.
But
were
I just don't understand this
two
logic.
running backs that fit Sean Payton's systems back then. Christian McCaffrey we took, and Alvin Kamara from Tennessee fit the other one. And people didn't draft him because, well, they ignored the scouts, but because Tennessee didn't use him all that much. But nonetheless, those were the only two running backs that fit Sean Payton's system. It's all about system fits.
It's all about system fits. And Jonathan Brooks, I'm telling y'all, man, he's him, dog. He's him, man. And this is my thing. This is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, of course, they're going to keep Chuba. Jonathan Brooks, I'm telling you, he's going to win that number one spot over Chuba fucking Hubbard. But Miles Sanders is going to get cut that post June 1st.
Is there like a pay fee or whatever, or like a money we owe if we cut him?
I thought we got more money if we cut Miles Sanders.
Is there a financial gain by cutting him?
No.
Yeah.
You'll hurt yourself cutting Miles Sanders this year.
What
Miles Sanders will be on your. Yeah, you'll hurt your cap cutting him this year.
Well, you might not cut him this year, but they'll do a Bozeman if they want to.
Next year, you can save cap. Now, and listen, we hurt our cap cutting everybody else. So if they really wanted to cut him, they will cut him.
Yeah.
That's regardless of the whole 2 + 2 is 85.
Yeah, like we just gave Bozeman money, and then it was just like, nah.
Yeah, if they want to cut him, they will cut him. Regardless.
Chargers take Junior Colson.
This is all I'm saying, man.
Michigan.
I just thought Chuba was not the issue. I just thought
we
could get another pass catcher, man. A tight end or something.
Brother, Jonathan Brooks is a pass catching back, G. That motherfucker, man, y'all. And I'm gonna send you some shit, bro.
You might just get your guy, Cole.
I think it had more to do with the fact
is he gone? I'm not gonna be surprised if he's gone.
Then the Michigan linebacker just went to the Chargers
and they
at 69.
wasn't going to pay Miles Sanders any more than they had
Blake
to.
Was he ranked higher
Drafting a
than
running back that fits
Colson?
their system now was better off to do it this year because if there was a guy sitting there that actually fit their system, there was no guarantee they'd find that guy.
The Giants have selected Kentucky cornerback at 70.
Y'all realize that Troy Franklin's still on the board?
Arthur Phillips.
You said
that's what I'm saying, Shab. We need to take him.
The Chargers take Colson, Junior Colson, Michigan, and Giants just took cornerback Arthur Phillips.
Wait, who did Chargers take? Who did the Chargers take?
Junior Colson, the linebacker.
Is Jatavion Sanders still on the board?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my
So is
God.
Peyton Willis.
It's either gonna be him or Peyton.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Either one. I'm cool with either one. Let's go.
No, we don't have a tight end that can stretch the
Cedric
field
Van Pran's
vertically.
that's the big three for me. I'm not gonna be upset if it's any one of those three.
I'm shocked that Troy Franklin's still on the board.
Oh my God, Angel.
Yeah.
Hey, yes. Listen, we have Troy Franklin, we have Peyton Wilson, we have Jatavion fucking Sanders. That were all three of them we brought in on a visit. Is that correct?
Yes,
You got it.
Peyton on like 7
Jatavion
visits.
Sanders. They need to take Sanders.
I don't think they're going to draft another receiver for this draft.
You need one of those three.
Oh
and I
wait, a
think we're good.
linebacker just went. That's something key to look at.
Oh, yep. Out of
We're just waiting
Michigan.
on the.
Hey, and you know what? We didn't take any corners and so far, so that tells me I think Stephon Gilmore's definitely in play, y'all.
I think so too.
I think Stephon Gilmore is definitely still in play.
Depending on what the Cardinals do right here.
See, if earlier today we was in a small space. Cole, I don't know that you were there, but I made a statement. Some of y'all might have heard me. I said, don't be surprised if Wilson doesn't slide because of his injuries in college, because it appears that the people aren't valuing the trades, but that if D Money had said something about we don't hear a lot of red flags, and I said that there are red flags on some of these players, but
I have a
unlike
red
years
flag on
ago,
Peyton Wilson.
people don't talk about it. Draft analysts, the national media don't talk about it.
Let's go on back.
But they don't talk.
The number 0 is available, y'all.
Peyton
Please
Wilson
take
used to have
Jatavion
character.
Sanders.
It's just that we've never
Actually,
talked
the
about
picks
it.
too.
We'll talk about it later.
I can tell you the
Anywhere
picks right
different
now.
number, it just looks wrong for a player to wear the
I'm
number
not
0.
gonna lie.
It just
I
looks
don't
weird.
want Jadavion Sanders.
Maybe I'm old. I don't
You're
know.
tripping, JJ.
I may be.
Right now, they all make it there.
I'm on the board with
Guys that
Peyton
we're looking
Wilson
at
and
are right
George
at our pick.
Jatavion Sanders had 0 drops last season, my boy. He don't drop the ball,
This
dude.
whole draft might be
You know
about
what?
Bryce
If he
Young.
does
Like, if you're
that,
pissed about what
I
happens, you
like
need to
his
rewire your brain like I have to just deal with it. Because everything right now that's going on is about fucking Bryce Young up until
Well, yeah,
this
they're
point.
trying to test if he's
The
the
whole
guy.
offseason,
I mean, that's what it
everything.
seems like they're trying to do is really
Go
figure
ahead.
out if
We're
he's
going
gonna be the
all
guy.
That's what I'm saying.
Statistically,
You
I'm
just took a
pissed as
Texas
hell with
running
the
back.
running back, but
You
what
just
you
took a
did for Bryce
Texas
Young,
back. You got Jonathan Brooks. Jonathan Brooks. Bring Jatavion Sanders home, G.
I wouldn't mind it. I would not mind it at all.
Sanders or Wilson?
Arizona selected
if they
offensive
do, you're
tackle
giving this
Isaiah
offense a
Adams.
major
Yeah, so
fucking
we get a pick
overhaul
of the litter of
in one
our
offseason.
top ones.
If we keep the pick.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Oh,
I swear, if
God.
we
Give me
trade
a
down
beer.
again,
The
bro, I'm gonna be
Panthers
shaking
have
my head.
taken a linebacker. The Panthers have drafted Kentucky linebacker Trevin Wallace.
Wow.
You're joking, right?
No, Jordan Schultz just broke it.
Ouch.
Damn.
I don't even know who the fuck that dude is.
Yeah, I
Now
don't know
that
who that
hurts.
is either.
Now that hurts.
They
I don't
taking
know
a
who the
lot
I
of
fuck
think he's
that
like the
is.
4th ranked linebacker right now on the.
Jatavion in our hands.
The Panthers
No,
take
no.
Trayvon Wallace or Trayvon Wallace.
Yeah.
What the
That's-
fuck? Who is that?
What
I'm
the
gonna look his
fuck
ass
Yeah,
is
you could have
that?
taken Peyton Will. I'd rather have Peyton Wilson than
Oh,
that's
whoever
who
this
we
guy
took.
not
is.
sitting well.
Is there something
Dude,
going on with Peyton Wilson?
we took Trevin Wallace over Peyton Wilson, bro.
Not sitting
Dude
well.
is the
You
dude is
gotta
6'1".
be
The
bullshit.
dude is 6'1", 237.
Trayvon Wallace didn't even get promoted. Like, he didn't even get endorsed by Luke Kuechly, and they take him.
Yeah, Luke Kuechly's endorsed players before, and we don't take them.
I mean,
he's not
but like
the only.
Dan too, though. Like, he's got to
Yeah,
be like. There's got to be something
I
about
don't
him that they
understand
like
it either.
better
I
if they're
agree.
taking him.
It says the height, weight, speed prospect with explosive physical traits, but major issues with consistency.
Bro.
Wow.
I don't understand how you take that shit over.
This is all about Ejiro Rivero.
Well, he's a fuckhead. If that's the case, Pickle, I'll repeat it one more time. He is a fuckhead.
I'm starting not to like that dude.
You're starting to not like.
Yeah, I didn't like
And
it.
we get
Yeah, and you're back in, bro.
What's up? And we get our annual third round nobody, bro.
Yeah, it says Wallace
You have
looks
got to
the
be
part,
bullshit.
can run and hit when he's locked in. However,
He's 29th on the big board on ESPN.
he struggles to diagnose plays and execute responsibilities at standard NFL level. Teams
Overall
will
ranked
like the
95.
traits and his potential to play special teams, but he will need to improve. You know what, dude? This is.
So we took a special teams guy in the third round.
That's some crock of fucking
Oh, God.
shit.
He's ranked 5th at position rank on
When's our
ESPN.
next pick?
And we didn't have,
100.
bro, man.
Bro, I'm saying the best thing Dan Morgan's done this draft hasn't even been a pick. It's the second round pick next year. That
No, he did with Xavier.
Fuck not even getting
well, I
Peyton
know in
Wilson.
your
That's
opinion,
horrible.
but I mean, this draft is very underwhelming for me, man. I'm sorry.
AD dropped like low blood sugar.
Bro, you keep talking about AD Mitchell. Keep shitting on him, Kev. Him and AR about to do big things. I'm telling you.
He's gonna be like the fourth receiver on that team.
No, he's the third guy.
I
He's the
disagree.
third guy. He's the
And we
third or
just took
second
a-
receiver on that team.
You got Pittman and
Josh
Downs.
Downs is the slot. Pittman
all
will
right,
be across from
so,
him.
so please, someone tell me this. Why can't we ever draft a new tight end? Like, why? Like, why? We need a new
We got
tight
Ian
end.
Thomas.
We need a new tight end,
Somebody
man.
needs to shoot that son of a bitch.
I
We
like
could still get
Stover,
Sanders
man.
at 101. Sanders could
I
still
like
make
Stover,
it through this
too.
round.
He shows the ability to read a quarterback and pluck the ball out of the air underneath coverage too. So I'm reading some of the stuff for him.
Oh no!
So I mean, he's a coverage linebacker. So I like that.
Cole, I don't blame you for being so upset, man. I'd rather have gotten Peyton Wilson.
And it's not even fucking Peyton at this point.
He could run with the tight
There's
ends.
other players
This
that
is
are
so much
better
worse
value
than
here
just
at this
losing
point.
Peyton.
I do agree on this one, y'all.
He runs a 4.5 in the 40.
This is
Somebody at that
well,
press
man.
conference, he's asked him,
Julian
"What the
Council,
fuck are you doing?"
Julian Council loves this pick. You know it sucks now.
Fucking sure.
Oh, it sucks now, and it's because I was saying this. Listen, Dan's done good. He's better than Scott Fitter is, but they need to fire the scouting department eventually, man. Because these
I mean, we don't know anything about these guys.
Well, they were probably
guy-
going to
bro,
what
we
they were
just
probably going to do
drafted-
is fire the scouting department after this draft.
We just
Or
drafted
maybe
a
wait till
special
the season.
teamer in the third round,
How do you
bro.
know that?
Like, that's insane, man.
How do you know? I don't know what this guy's going to be. He could be great.
Is he a dog though?
It says he's good in coverage. I mean, I like a coverage linebacker, especially in today's NFL.
And in fairness, I said I wasn't going to highly criticize these guys, and I'm not going to. I'll
Just like
wait
that,
and see.
Pickles already.
I will
Oh
just
wait,
wait
never
and
mind.
see.
Never mind.
I'll just have
You
to
said
wait.
you weren't going to criticize him. Never mind.
Well, I will not hard. Not hard.
I mean, he's run
Pickle,
good
you
for
should
tight
go
ends, which is
Criticized
something
him
you
already.
need.
I can't take back that. I could, but
He's a good coverage for tight ends, and look at our division with all the tight ends.
we'll see. We'll see. I mean, I remember we took others.
Man,
We took
TJ
other
Tampa
guys
was
in
on
the
the
fifth
board,
round
bro.
that I hated that turned out to be pretty good backups. So,
You should have just drafted Spencer Rattler.
Shit, better off. That's just what
There has to be something.
There's so many better BPAs that
Or like Trey.
better
I-
players. bro.
those injuries to Peyton Wilson, they have to be coming into play here. Whether we like
they
it or
have to.
not, they have to be coming into play with him sliding all the way back to these places like this.
He's the third best
He's getting
linebacker
ready
on
to
the
go to
board.
fucking Dallas, and then I'm going to be really heated.
He was the third best linebacker on the board.
He's gonna cook in Dallas if he does. Him next to
The
Michael.
only one they had
That's
was
all right.
Peyton Willis and
Peyton wants to
Cedric
start
Gray.
cranking out 100 tackles a fucking year, and our dude's getting like 40 of them. Okay. That's what's probably getting ready to happen. I don't know who the fuck this is.
Hey, listen, and if
It
he
ain't
hits,
even Peyton.
he gives
I'm
a
more
shit.
pissed that I know nobody knows who the fuck this is, so that automatically tells me it's not gonna work. I'm sorry.
I've never even heard of him, and I'm an SEC guy.
You know what I'm saying? Like, who the fuck is this?
Yeah, this came out
You
of
know what?
nowhere.
To be honest, he's from Kentucky, so let's be real here. He can't be all that good.
I mean, they got him
I
as
mean,
the third
Josh
best
Allen was
linebacker
good
on the
coming out
board.
of Kentucky.
Troy Franklin, like,
Well, that was 20 years
Yeah,
ago.
listening to y'all justify these nobodies, bro. I'm not falling for this shit again. There's proven guys on the
Nobody's
board.
justifying this one.
No,
Everybody's
not
against
no.
it.
I'm giving you reasons.
I'm just trying to be optimistic.
Exactly.
This one, I have a hard time. Like
Sorry,
again, this
that's
one.
not right. Not this one. Not
Right,
this
to come-
CK, this one hurts.
Yeah, I mean,
This
this one
one's
hurts.
wild.
I can understand going. I mean, it's hard to pass up the best running back in a draft late in the second round, right?
Right.
But to give up on Wilson in the third round. I mean, even if you drafted him right now, that's worthy of the injury history. You know, he was projected to be a high second round draft pick, if not in the first round. And I don't watch film. I'm not the person to ask about how these guys do in college. I can only base it off what I'm reading. And everywhere, Peyton Wilson was going in the early, within 10 picks in the second round, if not in the late of the first round. And so no matter what, I'm not understanding the reasoning behind just passing on him when the draft fell to you in every possible way you could have asked for. And he's there in the third round, and you're like, you just passed. I just don't understand that.
Not only that, but JPJ falling right to you at 39 if you stay there.
Right.
It wasn't just them. It was Kool-Aid McKinstry too, and Cooper DeJean. Yep. Like, those are quality players. So the bold move to, listen, the Rams trade, I like it. Like, I like how we have all our picks now for next year. But they must have
ran 4-5.
Stephon Gilmore must be a Panther, man.
Being able to,
in my opinion, y'all.
He ranked top 10 in the SEC with tackles per game.
What's Dallas?
Damn, I wish Barrow would hurry up and get a head coach job. Get that son of a bitch off his team. It's got to be between the Peyton Wilsons or the DJ Johnsons last year and the Robinson dude and this year. Nobody. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. Nobody's going to convince me it has anything to do with Ejiro was pulling these shots on defense. They're just asking him who he wants.
34 and QB pressures.
That's just.
Yeah, I'm watching film on him right now.
Hey, there's a lot of picks over the years I haven't liked, and some of them I've been really messed up on. So this could be one of them.
If this looks DJ's pick, he cannot pick anymore. He picked DJ Johnson last year too.
I agree. 100%.
Ejiro Evero cannot make the picks if this is one of his guys.
This brings up a good point.
Like DJ Johnson, bro.
This brings up a good point. EJ shouldn't be, having all this draft control when we know this is probably his last year in Carolina. If the defense does solid, he'll probably get a head coaching. He got head coaching interviews this year. He'll probably get more.
I hope like hell he gets a job. I don't give a damn who he goes with.
That was loud.
No, and I agree, Pickle. I think, and we get picks too for it. So,
yeah, exactly.
Hey guys, I'm gonna pop off now since we've gotten that pick out of the way. So you guys have a good one. We'll let some people rotate in. I'm out, guys.
Are we done? Is there no?
Hey, peace out, CK.
Have a good one. Are we picking again tonight, or is that the rest tomorrow?
No, I think the rest of it's tomorrow, man.
Yeah, unless we trade up.
Just to put this in perspective for y'all, Trevin Wallace has 148 career tackles. Peyton Wilson had 138 his fucking senior year.
Right.
But let's also remember, Frank.
Fuck that medical report. Who is this?
Frank,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying,
Frank,
dude.
I agree.
To me, that's drafting scared. What's that defensive lineman that or the offensive lineman that plays for the Chiefs that we passed on? Trey Smith, whatever.
He had character issues.
Same thing. No, he had a heart condition that caused everyone to pass on him.
Right.
And then he ends up being a badass player. I feel like it's the
Or
same.
maybe it's Derek Brown and Isaiah Simmons.
I'm curious to see what they say in their press conference tonight. I'm very curious to see what they say because
this dude. Here's something I didn't know.
Braylon Trice is a great pick.
I'm sorry, I'm not the biggest Peyton Wilson guy, but my fault.
This dude had 34 QB pressures since 2021, 7th among SEC linebackers.
They must see a lot in him.
But
yeah, he's top 10 in tackles.
Yeah, we have AU Link on the show.
Yes,
AU, what's up, dude?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Awesome. So the one thing I'm wondering, did everyone forget that Peyton Wilson is still on the board? Did someone accidentally check him off?
We haven't forgotten, but we're not
I
running.
just don't. If you're gonna draft that guy, I just imagine that Peyton Wilson's off your board.
I would imagine. And he's slipped by so many teams at this point. As much I know people hate it, and I don't blame him because it's wrong, but they've got to be black marketing because of those injuries. Or maybe there's something detailed in the X-rays that they took that teams don't like. Because it was his back. That could be a possibility. It may be something that maybe him and his agent don't want let out, but NFL team, one or two NFL teams found out about it.
Kyle,
I
they
got
found
a
out
bad
that
news,
Peyton got
Pickles.
arrested. That's what it was.
Yeah.
I guess
You didn't know Peyton got arrested before, did you?
No.
Hey, Pickle, I got a.
That's a lot.
We got something in common then.
Passing up on Peyton.
What happened, Kevin?
Pickle, I got some bad news.
What is it?
Season likes the linebacker choice.
Who?
Seasons.
Oh, the
likes
season guy. Yeah, the guy that
He likes it.
Oh, you know it's bad now. Bad now.
I mean, the only good thing I can see coming out of this is he's more. I guess he'll sit behind Josie Jewell and Shaq for a year to develop, but
yeah.
I don't even think that can still justify that over Peyton Wilson.
There's like a 0%
Well,
chance.
not even just over Peyton Wilson. Look at all the other players that were still there that were much higher ranked and much more talented.
I mean, his RAS score is 934.
If it's a test, I don't give a fuck.
Yo, I'm just gonna say this real quick.
What the fucking RAS score is?
I'm gonna say this real quick.
It's a fucking number on the top.
Predictability, I think. It is, right?
Let Anthony go. Let Anthony say
I
what he wants to
commend
say.
Dan Morgan for getting his guys or whatever. But this year, I'm not trying to. I'm just giving you my opinion here. All right. This year, I feel like he made a lot of interesting decisions with a lot of guys that probably should have really been in consideration to be the pick at wherever we were. Now, forget the Leggett. I'm talking more about the second round pick. I get it. If the running back turns out to be great, that's okay. But they must have had him as a top 30 dude to take him over some really talented defensive backs, or maybe Stephon Gilmore's coming. But then this pick, I mean, this is also why mock drafts are very hard to predict, because you got wide receivers on the board that were getting picked in the top 40.
Yep.
So
True.
So I don't know, man. Do we take a flyer on a guy that was supposed to be a second round pick and with our next pick? I know people are we don't need more receivers. Well, it's if Troy Franklin,
what if Peyton Wilson's still there?
Troy Franklin's on the board.
I would have got him right there.
Honestly, it's annoying all the people on Twitter and in the chat that are
people on Twitter are always annoyed.
Just whining about the fucking picks. But it's dude, when you go through this draft process and you're going through who the best players at each position is, and then when your team drafts a guy that you don't even know, and your team has a history of drafting bad in later rounds, why should we be jumping for joy right now? Nobody knows who the linebacker was. It's give me a break, man. Nobody even knows who this dude is. But just because they picked him,
by that pick,
it's great. Hey, maybe it will be great, but it's we're allowed to be disappointed in the lack of name value that the Panthers are getting for all these trades that they're doing.
Right, just like Stephen Bailey says.
They didn't listen to Luke Kuechly because
DJ Johnson.
Okay, so he's young. That's fine. Pickle, I don't care. I'm happy he's young. All we're saying is that first off, they must have not listened to Luke Kuechly.
I agree 100%.
Yeah.
I stand with y'all on this pick.
Hey, take your advice, Anthony.
And I think the biggest thing for a linebacker to have is be able to diagnose play. And that was one of this guy's number one weaknesses. He could not diagnose plays. I'm sorry, if you're in the middle of the defense, your job is to point people in the right position. And that's the only
he's gonna be a weak side.
I'm an Auburn grad, so I'm in the SEC. And I didn't see this guy play all that often. Granted, I don't watch Kentucky football all that often, but I like seeing a leader in that defense. And we don't have one right now who's a true leader. And
on the board.
I was like,
Right,
but
and-
if he turns out well, awesome. If we're going to move Shaq to middle linebacker and then move this one out, that makes a little bit more sense because I just don't see him being a middle linebacker, be able to not diagnose plays as his number one weakness on multiple websites I'm checking.
Yeah.
we
This
played
guy
a
is going to be a
3-4,
weak side
we played a
linebacker.
3-4. We
Like
played
he's
a
not going to be
3-4,
stronger.
Our linebackers about to be fucking ass. We're going to let y'all know right now.
He'll be a middle linebacker, period. Because
Oh, yeah, we're in
as an
3-4.
inside linebacker. We're a 3-4.
That whole
Yeah,
linebacker
but
boards will suck next year.
I'm not gonna lie. Listen,
He's
I
just
think,
not going to be the Mike.
Yes,
think-
as long as he's not the mic,
Yeah.
I think this might work.
But
I'm low key jealous of the draft.
I don't
Washington.
think Ivero wants his linebacker smart. I think
But,
Ivero
like-
wants to be the guy standing up there telling everybody what to do.
You guys also have to remember, like we said it in the space earlier, their base defense is a 3-4. 28% they actually line up in it.
Oh,
right.
The Texans are trading up. Wow.
Probably getting Peyton Wilson.
I hope he goes somewhere great and gets defensive rookie of the year.
Right.
Yo, you know who I think? I think Washington's had the best draft so far. They took the.
They have
said
had
that
a good
earlier.
draft.
They're having a nice day today too.
They took Newton, Strack, the Michigan cornerback, and who else did they take? They took someone else that was good. Peters is cooking.
Oh,
Well,
Johnny
they took
Newton.
that
They
tight
took
end.
Johnny Newton.
That Michigan.
Hey, what is the hold on.
Huh? Yeah, no, JJ. They took Mike Strackle. They took Ben Sinnott, right?
Yeah, they took
Cody-
Ben Sinnott, Johnny Newton, the defensive tackle from
Yes.
Illinois.
Yeah,
And the
I was
private
surprised
chat
they took
there's
that.
some film of this
Jerzon Newton,
linebacker.
yeah.
There's a what?
In the private chat, there's a clip of this linebacker if anybody wants to see it.
I saw it.
I watched like a whole
Oh, Falcons got
15
Trice.
minute video on him.
Falcons
Yeah,
got Trice.
Jaden Daniels, Jerzon Newton, Max Sandstrill.
The Falcons got who?
Brandon
Trice.
Coleman.
Washington. Yeah.
Jonah
Broncos
Ellis
just
just
got
went to
Ellis.
the Broncos. Yep.
Yeah. All right here, Spencer Rattler, Raiders. Come on.
I think this guy replaces Frankie Luvu.
Yeah, and the Eagles just traded.
I think
up to
he's a
number
bigger
78.
Jeremy Chin.
Or they traded back from 78, I should say.
Dude, there are so
We
many.
would
good
just
picks
draft
on
the
the
guy that
board.
we let go.
Well, I'm saying
What
like
else?
20 pounds, maybe a little bit bigger frame, can actually play linebacker Jeremy Chin, basically, Because he's good in coverage, but he's a ball hawk.
I mean, this guy's good at tackling and running toward the football. I mean, he's
Right,
really,
right.
I mean,
How much
Hey,
longer?
he obliterated that linebacker, that running back. That running back's still down.
Hey,
It's been 3
JJ.
years, he's still down.
Hold on, real quick. Did anyone else realize that Kool-Aid McKinstry went to the Saints?
I was about
Yeah.
to bring that up.
Yeah.
Dan Morgan and
I was
Dave
pissed.
Morales is
I wanted
wild.
the Jags
I
again.
just realized that shit.
Oh, never
Hey,
mind.
two things. Cody, if you could pull up their press conference, that'd
it's
be
on
great.
right now.
Oh, yeah, Dan Morgan's
And-
talking right now.
It's on right
Right
now.
now?
Yeah, and then JJ, because I know you were a big Keon fan. I think he's gonna do some good things with
Oh,
Josh Allen.
Dan's face is pissing me off today. I don't like it.
Red Sun, I hope so, man. Red Sun, I hope so.
Man,
Hey, man, Dan Morgan was a linebacker, too, so that's his vision for linebacker.
I'm going to
Trevor
All right.
Wallace
I'm-
is a
I'm gonna-
menace in all three phases of the
I'm
game.
gonna
They
try
don't
to
never
make
heard
this
of
thing
it.
that
Allen
happens.
was there.
Anonymous is asking to watch the press conference.
Raiders draft tackle DeMar Glaze, Maryland. Lame.
Cole, I'm sorry, brother. I actually wanted us to draft Peyton Wilson here. I didn't
Yeah.
think he was gonna fall.
It's worse than just not getting him, Anthony. There's way too much here to do this shit right here.
If he
I ain't
falls
tri-
to
I'm not-
100, do we
I'm
double?
tripping
We
over
can
the
double
other
that.
shit way more than
We
Bateman.
had, and we ain't even trading up either because they're in the press conference, so we're done for the night. So sadly, we'll have to hope
I
Peyton
wouldn't-
Wilson maybe falls to us at 101. Or
I wouldn't say
yeah,
we're
101.
done.
No, there's.
I don't think he
I wouldn't-
does, but
Not only do I not not think that he does, but I don't think that they're going to get another linebacker.
Couldn't say it better. Okay, with Wallace, you know, I guess from a read and react standpoint, he seemed to fit what you guys kind of were looking for. How much did Peter kind of play a role in that? How much did you kind of, I mean, you're a former linebacker, how much did you kind of zone in on him?
Yeah, you know, I think obviously we're going to take the input of the coaches. They do a tremendous job. They put a ton of work in on this class. So obviously, like, you know, we value what all the coaches say. Obviously, like Trevin a lot too. We had him in here on a 30 visit. Really impressive young man. You know, just the way he carries himself, just kind of talking to us in the room, like, you know, he kind of fell in love with the kid in there. So those 30 visits, I do think they mean a lot. And that's just the case right there. We just drafted him, you know, in the 3rd round, and we're really excited about him.
Brooks said that all indications are he'll be ready for training camp coming off the ACL. What did your medical say? You feel confident about that?
Yeah, they feel good about it. Obviously, we felt good about it, and yeah, I think he's right on schedule. And again, super excited to have him.
Either of you guys could address this, but you take Trevin, and you mentioned Dan, looking toward the future with some of these picks and moves tonight. Is that a guy you see as a Shaq successor?
You know, I don't know if it's like a Shaq successor. You know, Shaq's played at a high level for a long time. Obviously, you know, we think a lot of Shaq. We think a lot of Josie. We're really excited about those guys. You know, I just want Trevin to come in here, and I think Dave would say the same thing. Come in here, learn, compete, earn the respect of these veterans out there. I think that's the main thing, just coming in as a rookie, is just kind of growing, get behind the right veteran leadership, and, you know, just kind of find his way. And we have some really good bets in this locker room.
Dan, with these trades, have you been the aggressor, or have other teams been the aggressor, or has it been a mix of both?
I think it's like a little bit of mix of both. It definitely wasn't like on purpose, like to try to trade before every single pick, but kind of turned out that way. I didn't even realize it until afterwards. But, you know, it just really presented itself, to be honest with you. And, you know, again, when you're going through the draft board and you're kind of counting your numbers, you know, you find those opportunities to trade back and acquire more picks, whether for now or whether for the future. So we just took that opportunity and took advantage of it.
That said, is this kind of the ultimate like fantasy fun draft for you, where you're just wheeling and dealing?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I think there's a little more pressure than that, but no, it's definitely fun. It's fun. We really enjoy ourselves in there, and, you know, to sit alongside Dave and Bran and Mr. Tepper and just the whole crew in there, like, we have a blast in there. We have fun, and, you know, this is just part of it.
Going off of that with all these trades, I know the goal of every trade is to, you know, improve value and make the team better, but I'm curious, how do you make kind of those snap-second decisions on, you know, acquiring capital or making those decisions versus guys that are on the board that you might like that might not be there when you trade back?
Yeah, I think, you know, to my point earlier is, you know, these picks, you know, we obviously like some of these players on the board, but when, you know, you're counting numbers and you maybe feel like guys are similar to each other, or you know, they're around the same talent level, you know, you feel like you can trade back and, you know, just acquire more picks and more draft capital to set us up for the future.
And you talked, I believe it was in Orlando, about how important hanging on to those draft assets were. Having that 2 next year, what does that do just for the long-range planning of this thing?
I mean, it's obviously great, you know, acquiring that 2. You know, we didn't have one, and, you know, to have 2 2s this year and to go in the next year with no 2s, I don't know what I would have done. You know, it was great having those 2 2s. So to get that 2 back, it definitely feels good, and, you know, see where it goes from there.
Dave, what does Jonathan do? What's his skill set that you think really fit well with you like to do in the run game?
Yeah, versatility. First and foremost, you know, our system calls for a back that can be used, of course, just in a traditional way, hand it to him. Then how can we get this player in space, being able to get him in perimeter screens, check downs. We got a really cool empty package where we use the backs, flex them out to get matchups, things like that. You know, he's a bigger back. He's got range. There's so much that he brings from a versatility standpoint. That's probably the biggest thing that stood out. And then just vision, patience, contact balance. acceleration. Like, he's got it all. He's the best back in this class, and we were so fired up to just be able to bring him in and create that competition that Dan talked about.
Anything in his visit or any games that jumped out at you, and did the injury give you any pause?
For sure. I think anytime you're dealing with an injury like that, we have to do our homework and we have to have the full workup and all that. And we had great help with that information to say we feel like this is a guy who's on track, with this type of injury. And so that part aside, I think just looking at Jonathan, meeting with him in person, you feel the depth of character of this guy, a guy who's had to overcome. Here's a guy who went into Texas at 185 pounds as a running back, and worked his way into the guy that he is today, so a guy that's overcome the challenges of playing behind two really, really good players at Texas. He was able to tell that story, bring it to life, and really with the humility and respect for those guys that he was there. He's like, I learned so much from them, and it was whether it was the most genuine answer, it was a great answer, to just hear him say that and to tell a story like I've talked about before. So putting all those things and then plus the ability, it's really cool to have him here.
And overall, coming into this draft, when you talk to everybody, you say, I want to commit, I want to walk away with this, not necessarily position-wise, but this type of group. And was it the draft capital too? Also, what were your goals coming in, and you feel like you've accomplished those?
I think the goals were just to draft really good football players, and I said it earlier, and some of the press conferences, like, we're going to draft best player available, and I feel like we've done that so far. We've kind of followed our board. Our board's kind of led the way, for us to acquire what we acquired, and then, in terms of gathering the capital, that's been something that I really didn't plan on doing, but it just kind of happened, and glad it did.
With 4 picks left tomorrow, how do you kind of view pairing those up with specific needs on the roster? Are you willing to stray a little bit from best player available on day 3?
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, when you have some holes, we identified some holes coming into the draft, coming into free agency, and listen, you can't fill every single hole all at once. Whether free agency, whether the draft, you wish you could, but we're still building this thing. It's a process, and we're just going to follow that, and we're just going to acquire some really good talent, some really good people, and keep building this thing the right way.
Dan, you picked up the 5th-year option on JC. You had time to do that. There was time to potentially negotiate a contract extension, whatever. Why make that decision now in the middle of the draft? Why was that important?
Yeah, I just felt like it was one of those things. You see JC around here, the work that he's putting in, the dedication, just being here every single day, busting his ass. He deserved it. I think obviously he's had some tough stretches with injuries, and but it's not due to a lack of work or a lack of commitment from JC. So we're excited about him. We're excited about his future, and just really excited for him.
I'd like to come at it tomorrow with another corner.
Yeah, I think corner-wise, I think that's definitely an area that
Bengals took Burton.
Like whether now or whether post-draft, there's still some people out there that we would consider, and we're
Burton
just
who?
Again,
Jermaine Burton.
The right way.
Over Troy Franklin. That is great.
You mentioned
There
versatility.
must be something wrong with Franklin, just like Wilson.
Did you feel like that was something that was maybe missing from this team a little bit, and you needed to have that, or just kind of how does that fit into your philosophy?
It really is just a part of our philosophy. So it wasn't necessarily something that we were trying to fill there. It's just the type of players we're looking for. How much can they bring? What can they do? I kind of talk about this a lot. It's just like we're really concerned about what our players can do, not what they can't do. And so the more they can do, the more ways we can, attack the defense and really have to make them cover all 53 and a third wide, and Jonathan, and Xavier are definitely players that can do that. Even Trevin, just looking at the versatility with his athleticism, the things we're going to be able to do with him defensively is really exciting as well.
Dave, you've said that you want to bring in competition, push the roster, make guys uncomfortable. specialist that's kind of easy to do, bring in one guy to compete. Do you look at kicker, punter as a position where you guys want to have a competition there and bring in maybe somebody younger, even just to keep guys fresh heading into summer, I guess?
Yeah, I think that's an annual thing. You try to bring in at every position multiple people, and it just elevates the play. It just does. There's an empty basketball court without a ball bouncing around, then all of a sudden you roll the ball out there and the whole environment, the whole energy changes in the room. And so I think, just having that is great, and we'll create those in training camp. We'll create those competitive moments and say, okay, hey, let's stop the drill. Everyone's watching right now. We got kicks, and put them in those types of situations. It's really fun, to elevate it that way.
I only ask is you brought his name up, but Mr. Tepper was in there. What was his involvement tonight? And I know it was your first time being in charge of working with him, but what was it like working with him in this situation?
Oh, it's great. It's great working with him. Mr. Tepper, he's into it so much, and I think him and Mrs. Tepper, they just enjoy being in there, seeing us get to work. Just having fun in there, picking great players, and I think they just love kind of like being involved and seeing these players and getting to know these players and just like the little details about them. So working side by side has been great, and looking forward to many more years.
For a couple more years. Couple more questions.
We've got the time.
A couple more.
Yes, please. For both of you, so Brooks goes off the board at 46, and he's the first running back. Does it speak to, I don't want to say how devalued running backs become, but there isn't as much importance placed on running backs. Over the years, you've probably seen that change. I mean, is it surprising to you, or is it just the way the league has gone?
I mean, I think for us, we value the running backs. We value the run game. And I think, again, to have a guy like Jonathan Brooks there, he was a guy that we loved, we identified. And hey, listen, as long as we're happy with who we're picking, and value wise, they're valuable to us, because we're going to be running the ball, we're going to be a physical team, and I know Dave will speak more on that.
Yeah, I think we do have to just kind of trust. What does the league say? What do we feel like the whole thing? Where does everybody see the value of the running back? And we have to play off of that too, and just be aware of it. But for us, certainly, just knowing the style of football we're going to play, that position is so important. And just to kind of touch on the question earlier, just about the running back room, like all these guys are going to play. Let's look at the history of the league, and every team that I've been on, we use all of our running backs at different points because it's just such a violent position. We look for those players who can handle that, but also just knowing we have good, solid players because we are going to run the ball, and it's going to be a non-negotiable for us, and this gives us a real chance to just add another good runner to the mix.
Going off of that, I mean, Brooks comes in just a little over 230 touches in 3 years. Best bet you still has that much tread on the tires.
Yeah, it's amazing, right? And so you do all the analytics, and you study all the the history of running backs and the amount of carries and all that. And this is a really amazing opportunity for us. Best back in the class to have this type of year, this type of production, and to see his future, to see where he can become. It's really exciting.
I'm sorry. Dave, Okay. You spoke about Jonathan's story, about him coming into Texas, 185 pounds, whatever. Is there any part of Trevin's story that stuck out to you, whether that be on the football field or whether that be personal, that kind of resonated with you and made you want to select him?
Yeah, I'll keep the personal side just kind of, between us. That was pretty private talk, but just in terms of his athletic story, the profile of his athletic background as a track athlete, as a state champion long jumper, some of the things that he's done that way. He's 237 pounds, with that kind of explosiveness. Sky's the limit potential wise from an athletic standpoint, and like Dan said, now it's just about development. Now it's about him learning the system and becoming part of us. And special teams is going to be a huge part of his future. We're counting on him to come in and be a war daddy for us that way too.
the relationship between you and Dane Jackson is well documented. Do you have? You're probably not going to tell us who it is, but is there a Dane Jackson on your draft board right now? Say, hey, when we get to that 6th round, I want that guy, sort of thing.
Yeah, I think there's like in those later rounds that have qualities, the same type of qualities that Dane has. Like diamonds in the rough that we're looking for, and that our scouts are looking for, that our coaches are looking for. So, yeah, we're gonna over stone. Yeah,
Thank you.
See you guys.
Have a good night.
All right, there you have it. Did you hear Dan Morgan and Dave Canales giving their justifications for Jonathan Brooks and Trevin Wallace? I mean, listen, they like them. They say that they got the best running back in the class, and they called Trevin Wallace a war daddy. So I don't know. I feel like we were feeling good after night 1, not so great after night 2. Gentlemen, what do y'all think?
I feel good. I'll speak for me.
I just looked up his stats, Trevin Wallace's stats. He only had 45 solo tackles last year as a linebacker.
What?
Bro,
he's a special teamer.
Right. And why would
That's
you
just
draft
what
a
we need in
special
the
teamer
fucking
in
third
the
round on a
round,
2-win
man?
team. Let's worry about special teams.
Yeah, I'm just
Real
looking at his
fun.
stats from Draft Buzz because they have the
Yeah, but
prettiest
that's also like
graph.
Not bad, Christian.
45 tackles,
don't know what
1
they have.
fumble, 6 sacks, and 1 interception. Well, 6 sacks is actually pretty good. I mean, you're averaging a sack 1 out of 8 tackles. You're getting a sack. So I guess that's not bad if you look at it like that.
So I'd rather
here-
have a fucking linebacker than 138 tackles.
Mr. Elevation with a $5 says, "Where's our center?"
Good question.
That's where I was about to mention too. Like
Apparently our backup center. Apparently our backup center is Cade Mays.
Hey, I hope y'all put a lot of trust and faith in your boy.
Austin Corbett.
Yeah, Austin Corbett being able to hold down center.
Well,
yeah, like one thing that
Christian, you're back
frustrates
in
me
too, man.
Yeah, man. I was just gonna say that I'm a big proponent of trusting the system. We don't know what goes on in these interviews. We're not in that film room with the crew and studying against our scheme. So I totally understand that they're going to value players differently than what the media does, what we do, what the mock drafts do. However, I have to question this linebacker pick because even though I thought it's a need, we need to fill some role there, but that value there just isn't there. You could have gone with an edge guy. You could have gone with a cornerback, like a center, even like Van Prant. A tight end for Christ's sake. So I don't know, man. I think I want to trust them, but this could look ugly next year when these fuckers are sitting on the bench.
At least we got a first round pick next year, so if we're number 1 again, we'll actually have it.
The one thing I'll say is I did not realize that they had this guy in on a visit.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
Yeah, that surprised me too. What do I know? I mean, who knows?
Frankie Louvu went undrafted, and so who knows what until it happens.
You're back,
By the
Dave.
way, the Rams
We'll
just
just have
took
to
Blake
wait.
for him.
Yeah.
So, I'm not going to hate on the guy until he gives me a reason to hate on him. I don't know nothing about him, so I can't. I mean,
I don't think anyone's hating on any of them.
Like Christensen and Cole, I would have took somebody else if it was me. But
I'm just highly disappointed.
You know what would change my mind?
Yeah, I am
if I could see that these guys are dogs. The problem is right now I don't know anything about this linebacker guy.
All the opportunity we have is, you can go to YouTube and Google them, and we'll call it watching film. But let's be real. The majority of those are highlight reels where they show you all the good plays.
Yep, you got to watch a game.
Our linebacking crew
And
is
when
not
you,
that
when,
good.
when you
so
go, when you
he
do
is
that,
trash.
you can tell, and you'll see the amount of time it took at the bottom to play that video. If you find a bunch of 6-7 minute videos, the guy's probably a special team.
You know, this is my Christmas of the NFL year, but I'm disappointed on Christmas, boys.
So what does Nervash mean? Like, y'all better not say shit if Corbett gets injured. It's not like we didn't want a center, man.
Roman
Like,
Wilson.
we didn't.
Yeah,
still get
I was going to say, Nervash, we definitely wanted a center. I wanted a
Yeah.
center.
I mean,
We didn't make
contrary
the
to
pick.
popular belief, we are not doing the drafting.
Yeah.
Drafting.
Yeah.
So I don't know anybody on who kicked and screamed that we shouldn't take a center. You know, you want to, you know, you ought to text
Roman Wilson?
the
Blake Corum.
GM and ask him about it.
Oh, yeah. Well, Roman Wilson's next.
Hey, and I wish they asked him the question. Like, I feel like these interviewers in the press conference, they're kind of pussyfooting around the question. The question should be, what made you feel justified to trade up for Jonathan Brooks? What was your plan there? Why did you trade back and then trade up to get him? And then what did you see in the Kentucky linebacker over the other players? But I'm just not hearing it.
Peyton Wilson.
Yeah, maybe there's an injury thing
wouldn't
there.
answer those questions.
Adisa Isaac was still there at edge.
It would be a smart ass answer because
Yeah, I mean, you know, like Pickles said, there's obviously something wrong with Peyton Wilson. He's fallen this far, so I get that. But there's DJ Tampa there. You know, there's Jadavian Sanders at tight end there. There's
Cedric Van Pran.
Cedric Van Pran's there. You know, like there's the
Troy
Utah edge rusher
Franklin.
was there.
Troy Franklin's still on the board. That's crazy.
That is crazy. We probably wouldn't have taken him, but yeah, he's still on the board too.
He might be there when we the first pick tomorrow.
They have.
Yeah, see, that's the nice thing. If one of these guys drop there, we get the first pick. As long as you don't trade back, we get the first pick of the litter tomorrow as well.
Do y'all want to hear the what's left over from our top 30 visits? Who's still on the board?
Sure.
Yeah, do it.
Troy Franklin, Peyton Wilson, Sanders, Isaac from I guess Penn State.
Adisa Isaac.
Yeah,
Adisa
Jalen
Isaac would be
McMahon.
good.
Des Walker, Austin Booker, Cedric Gray, Brendan Rice, Aline Carson, Austin Esme, Will Shipley, Malik Mustafa. I can't even say that. I can't even say these cornerbacks' name. It's just Richardson, Dylan Johnson, Devin Cobb.
Do y'all know if the Van Pran dude went off the board? The Georgia.
No, he's still on the board.
That's why I'm
He's still
pissed.
there.
And
Nah,
he's not
he's not
out
there
there.
yet.
Did we not visit?
Man, I hope he falls. If he makes it to the 101, we gotta even if you want Corbett as your starter, get a guy for the future.
I agree.
Get
You
a
need
better backup. Get a better backup than Cade Mays.
Oh, you could have
Quite
done
a
better
few
than
surprising
that.
players left on the big board. There's quite a few. My word.
Yep.
What did
And
we
those
get
visits
wrong?
were like depth guys. There's a lot of depth in the visits. Is what it sounded like to me.
Man, the thing is, they can't base all this stuff off just the visits. They gotta actually go out. Like so many of these other teams go out and get guys who they didn't even visit with.
I mean, I hear you, but every single player that they've drafted so far has been on a visit.
Well, yeah, I know, but that's my point. Is we shouldn't always have to go with guys that we visited with. Like we did that under the Scott Fitterer regime too. It was just players. It was that's a good point that Anthony has brought up. Is we've mostly only gone for guys that we've visited with. Like there's still other players that we should definitely You can't just look at the visit. You got to look at the film. The film and just how the player plays is the better way to really look at it. Like if they have off-field stuff, obviously don't take them then because they got problems off the field. And if they can't stay on the field because of those problems, then yeah, you definitely shouldn't take them.
Dan just got through saying that these were guys that fit the mold, that fit the rebuild of this team, and I absolutely don't. I don't see the vision right now. I really don't. I do not see the vision by Dan Morgan. But he said
is
that
to
these
get the
were
number
guys
one
that
overall
fit the
pick
team.
again.
I guess so. That's what it's looking like. It's looking like this year isn't the plan. You know, the plan's 2025. From what I'm seeing, these are guys that they aren't going to be ready to impact the Panthers for this year. At least that's what I'm seeing, guys.
I mean, I see
Well, yeah, I mean, we're not
Leggett
going to be competing for
impacting.
Super
I
Bowl.
see Jonathan Brooks impacting, but the guy who he just took, I don't know if I see him impacting this upcoming year.
I mean,
He's a guy
how
who's
good is our
going to be a
linebackers
backup more than likely, and then if anything, he'll develop into a guy maybe.
I mean,
there
how good
goes
is our
Zach Center.
linebacking
Dang
crew?
it, man. Zach Center to the Browns. That's a good pick.
Who what'd you say, Kevin?
How good is our linebacking crew? Really?
Well,
I mean,
you
You
got
have a
Shaq
linebacking crew?
Thompson. Shaq Thompson's
I mean, he could start.
That's it.
Shit, he better
He
start.
may develop. I mean, he may be the top guy off the bench or something. But that
Special teams in the third round. Give me a fucking break.
You know that's
that's true.
I'm looking at the big board, what players are left, and Jeremy Trotter is still left, which is a big surprise.
I'd rather have him. Wait on him.
Yeah, Jeremiah Trotter is better than this guy for sure.
Yeah, and that would have broken our streak and made Cody happy with getting Clemson guy for once.
Which makes me happy.
Bro, I just don't even think that. I'm not even gonna get my hopes up no more. There ain't no drafting. No.
Really,
it doesn't make any sense why they even through all the new regimes, they just none of them ever really changed the way I think eventually in the future that streak will be broken at some point. When that is, we won't know unless it's tomorrow with somebody like Xavier Thomas, who could bring good edge depth. That was actually
How many drafts have we had so far as an organization?
29.
Whew.
Wow.
Hey, so what y'all got planned for tomorrow?
Chilling and watching the rest of the draft.
Yeah, I'll probably we're done for the night. Or else we wouldn't have done a press conference.
Yeah, we're done picking.
Well, it starts at 12 tomorrow. So boys, I'm probably gonna. So what?
It's gonna be Bojangles and draft with you. Then it sounds like, brother.
Yeah, man. Hey, if y'all are willing to come and hang out, I'll get my ass up before 12 tomorrow, if I can. I already set
the bed right now. Then
I already set the show, man. I made everything.
Look at him being all prepared.
You're almost there, Cody. It's a hell of a
I
run.
know, man. I know. I'm just ready for the weekend to be over now.
I
You
know
know.
you are. You man. It's a haul.
This is my first weekend in 21 days. I don't want to hear it.
Oh boy.
So are you guys going to be doing a show tomorrow or?
Yeah, we're gonna. I'm gonna go live tomorrow for round 3.
We have the first.
Is it going to be like 30 minutes before the draft, like today?
I don't know, man. I'll do what I can, y'all. So to everybody that has all of my chats that are in my chat rooms, just be on the lookout. I'll wait. Here's what I'll do. I'll post the link for y'all tonight. That way, if y'all just want to keep checking it tomorrow. But yeah, between 11:30 and 12, I'll come on and we'll talk more Panther football.
Y'all,
Yo,
hang
Sanders
on,
is still
Cody.
on the board.
Listen. Joe Persons reporting asked what dog mentality means to him. The new Panthers linebacker Trevin Wallace said it means he injures a ball carrier because it's part of the game.
Damn.
How about like this, dude?
That sounds like premeditation.
That sounds like Vilma.
I like it.
Jeez.
Okay.
As long as it
I'm
ain't in
I'm
practice.
here for it.
So
As
if
long
you
as it ain't in
listen, if you listen to Sportsnut in the chat, it says Wallace is the 4th linebacker. Dan Morgan has taken in the top 100 since being a GM or assistant GM. All other 3 were Pro Bowlers or All Pro.
I believe that.
Who are the other
One got
3?
cut his rookie year.
Was it
And hey,
was
man,
Jordan Brooks?
Hey, don't get on me. Blame CJ. Hey, he's the one putting in.
Hey,
the
and you know what? Dan Morgan's right.
The linebackers are
Or Smith.
I bet you one is
Penn
it might
State.
be Matt Malone for the Bills, or Matt Milano.
Why is this saying no?
Jack Thompson?
AJ Wright, a Pro Bowler. Bobby Wagner. That damn link won't open. Well, anyway.
All right, boys. I'm gonna get off. Tomorrow is a brand new day.
Gross.
I'm gonna be on before 12. Shut up, Kevin.
Jermaine
Get you some rest, Cody Lack, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man. I appreciate y'all.
Yeah, man. Great show.
Hey, man. Tonight it's been a fun show. Listen, it started good and then it got weird. Okay, and I don't know what else to say, man. Yeah, I mean, what else on a Friday night, man? If shit doesn't get weird, it's not a Friday show.
I hope tomorrow I'm not as argumentative as I have been today.
Yeah, right.
We know you will be.
Pickle, is
Hope
that
don't
your
hope
way?
against hope.
Come
Huh?
on, let's be honest here.
Pickle, is that your way of saying you'd rather not be on tomorrow? is that a hint to like don't get on?
Yeah, it's like, well, I'm not
Pickle will be here. Pickle will be here.
Okay.
I figured you would. All right, man.
Somebody has to keep you old guys.
Yeah, nobody believes Pickle. Nobody believes him because he's gonna argue with the wall if he needs to. But hey, we appreciate y'all, man. Yeah, I'll give y'all a real quick exit, and then we'll get out of here. Kyle, what was your thoughts of the draft, brother?
Fuck this draft, man.
Damn, fuck this draft, dog. Kev, what say you, man?
I'll be happier tomorrow, man.
I've enjoyed it. I'm looking up new players and everything, and yeah, Mark Safe from Will Shipley as my running back, so I'm cool. Check me out on White Chocolate Espresso on Twitter.
All right, Kev, you're an asshole as usual. Appreciate you, man.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Panther Pickle, tell us something.
Y'all keep pounding. It always looks gloom and doom, but you know, it is what it is. We'll wait and see what they can do, see what they can't do. They may all suck or they may all be Pro Bowlers. We don't know. Either way, we'll be here and we'll keep pounding.
Yeah.
It's a roller coaster night. I was the rah-rah fanboy, and everybody was kind of down with the Brooks pick, and then I ended up on the shit end, it feels like. But I think overall, Brooks is going to save the whole draft for me. It was a hell of a pick. I'm happy. Keep pounding, my friend.
Yeah.
All right,
Keep
keep
pounding,
pounding, brother. Really appreciate you, man. Evan, give me your final thoughts, man.
Well, it's like you said, it started off good, and then the Jonathan Brooks pick, I wasn't as upset with, even though I wouldn't have gone him. I would have stuck in pick at 39 and taken JPJ or another player, and it definitely disappointed me to see us. I like that we went back and got that second rounder, but then when we traded up, which we probably didn't need to go and get Jonathan Brooks, and then this pick it still doesn't make sense, even after like what he answered to Joe Person and what Dan Morgan and Dave Canales said. It just still doesn't make sense. It's not going to make sense until we see him on the field. So I guess I'll stay a little optimistic and see how he is on the field this fall.
Cowboys just took a linebacker not named Peyton Willis. Maris last week.
Falling.
Bro, if he's there at our fucking whatever pick we have next,
100.
Yeah,
I'm picking the 4th.
Yeah, there might be a lot of good players there at us.
Well, here's what it is.
Eagles
If we're able to go through the next 12 picks without Mike Van being picked, Cedric, that's my guy.
Yeah, I like the Drake music, Michigan.
I would like to.
All right,
I would like to point out that we haven't, other than the 33, we haven't picked a player at our own pick yet, other than 33.
right?
So
Yeah, that's what.
careful on who we're gonna take the first pick.
We might trade up.
Tomorrow. I don't know if we're trading up, but we might trade back.
All right. So let me do my final bits here. AU Link, appreciate you, brother. How are you feeling about tonight?
So, at first, the picking Brooks got me a little anxious, but then I realized that we really needed a dominant running back. So I ended up warming up to that. And getting the second round pick for next year, that was clutch. I think we're going to be thanking our lucky stars next year for that because I hate giving away assets for the next year. Look what happened for us this year. The linebacker pick, still not happy with it. We'll have to see what happens. But, I mean, he brought up a stat. Dan Morgan knows how to pick out running backs. So I'm going to trust in him that he's better at this than any of us. But I'm very apprehensive. But we'll have to see what tomorrow brings.
All right. We will have to see what tomorrow brings. Christian, what say you, man?
Hey, man, I was excited for Leggett. I like him. I think we did really well by getting that second-round pick next year. Maybe this will be, the first time in many years the Steelers don't make the playoffs. Fingers crossed. But I made I spoke my 2 cents about running backs high in the draft. I'm not a fan of it. Nothing against the player. And I just have to remember and remind myself that I'm not getting paid millions to pick players. I'm just a guy who has another full-time job. And if he sees something in this linebacker and they know something we don't, then okay. But just know that, they're going to have to show us something. Otherwise, us fans are going to be screaming bloody murder when what we believe to be coming true will come true, and hopefully it won't.
Yeah, I mean, these players really better pick up. They really better be
Smith,
man.
Buccaneers.
And last but never least, my man, if you're still with me, Don, the brand ambassador. Appreciate you, brother. How you feeling?
I'm confused. I'm really, really confused about what I saw tonight because, we talked for weeks about Dan Morgan. We talked about how we felt like the Panthers should kind of be still and just line up these draft picks and take them. And he did way more trading back than what I thought he would do. I'll be honest with you. Once we gained our second round draft pick back for next year, for 2025, we shouldn't have done anything else. We should have just took the guys we wanted from there. And if they wanted Brooks that high, that's fine. I respect that. And I respect the fact that Dave Canales is trying to build this offense to be more explosive and more exciting to watch than it was last year. But beyond that, you're taking a big nickel basically to learn and train under Troy Hill. I don't get that. That pick right there blew my mind. But Dan Morgan's got more time. The Carolina Panthers are going to keep pounding. C3 is going to be here tomorrow. Panther Pickle is going to tell more people to shut the hell up. And as always, Cody, the C3 Panthers Podcast, the longest running Panthers podcast, we're going to keep pounding C3. Let's go, baby.
Keep pounding, baby. Until tomorrow. Until tomorrow at 12. Do it again. Keep pounding.